Non-humans used to be nothing more than legends, stories people tossed around like folklore. Yet all of that becomes ancient history the moment a single video exposes their existence and pushes them into the public eye, leading society to call them Ginjin, mythical people blending into a new era of diversity where humans and non-humans slowly learn to coexist. Private Kiki High School becomes known for having the highest number of Genjin enrolled, and right now a human student named Yutaka Shinso drags himself through the morning while looking half asleep because his 2-hour commute is exhausting, although he honestly does not mind it as long as it keeps him far away from his old friends. He liked them sure, yet constantly reading the room and worrying about how people saw him made him feel like he was losing track of who he was. So he transferred here hoping the Genjin students would understand that feeling since they deal with their own struggles. That thought crosses his mind while the girl beside him casually bends the locker door, and he recognizes her as Ogami Tsumiki, his classmate and a werewolf-type Genjin. He knows the basics about werewolves, how their nature usually involves transforming under a full moon or showing bursts of super strength, which makes him assume surviving in human society must be even harder for her. He asks why she is bending the locker like she is about to snap it in half, only for her to calmly explain that she is not angry at all, and is simply widening the door so her favorite shoes can fit without getting crushed. Yutaka reminds her she is damaging school property, but she fixes the metal back into shape instantly with one hand as if it is made of clay. So he suggests putting her shoes on top of the locker instead so she will not have to bend the door every morning. Tsumiki likes the idea and reaches over to pat him, although he flinches hard enough to make her stop and reassure him that she can control her strength. He panics a little while explaining that he is just sensitive to how people perceive him, and it is not because he is scared of her, and she decides to test that claim by giving him a light slap on the arm. She stays completely unbothered as she introduces herself before heading back to class, and Yutaka realizes that this is his first real conversation with a Genjin, and she was far friendlier than he expected, which low-key makes him rethink how stressed he has been all week. Even though Tsumiki is a Genjin, she is ridiculously popular, and everyone in the classroom gravitates toward her with the kind of energy that makes Yutaka's stomach hurt just thinking about dealing with that many curious eyes every day. The current topic becomes her shoes since the school does not carry her size, so her big toes poke through her socks and she shows them off proudly like it is normal, leaving the room silent until Yutaka lets out a laugh, and she laughs with him while showing him the belt she uses to keep her tail hidden beneath her uniform. The school offers modified skirts for beastmen, yet she prefers the regular skirt and even offers Yutaka a chance to stretch the belt since he looks curious, although he refuses instantly and still ends up stuck under everyone's stare. Tsumiki clearly puts thought into her fashion, yet she casually shows off her toes without a worry in the world, acting like her nature and constitution are just normal parts of who she is instead of something to hide. Her confidence surprises him more than anything else. One day, someone asks if she transforms into a wolf during a full moon, and she explains that it depends on the person. Although Yutaka ends up more concerned about whether these questions are appropriate when another classmate bluntly asks if she eats human meat. Tsumiki clarifies that werewolves do not eat human meat anymore, although she does eat meat in general since she is carnivorous, and Yutaka quickly jumps in to add that she would be in jail if she ate humans, which helps the girls understand what she meant and leaves Tsumiki feeling unexpectedly touched. A classmate then pulls up a full moon on her phone while searching about werewolves, making Tsumiki let out a cute little howl that instantly melts the room, and the boys practically sprint to record it as if they discovered a rare event. News of her adorable howl spreads to other classes, boosting her popularity far beyond her own group. Soon boys from other classrooms show up trying to get her contact information, including Moritaka Senga, a vampire who walks in with his ego dialed up to 11, as he confidently asks for her number. She calls him an obstruction and tells him to get out of her way, not out of anger, but because she is simply trying to buy lunch, and he decided to stand in front of the door like a traffic cone with too much confidence for his own good. Yutaka scrolls through the old middle school group chat and sees everyone planning a reunion. And even though the messages assume he will skip it like always, he forces himself to act unfazed despite the small knot forming in his stomach. Tsumiki bursts in at that moment completely covered in dirt, and when he asks what happened, she explains that her lunch sandwich was so good she buried it in the ground to save for later, only to get hooked on digging like she accidentally discovered a new hobby. Shorty confused the 5-second rule to the 5 days rule. That sandwich isn't turkey and ham anymore, it's turkey and mold. She warns him not to try something like that himself, although he knows he would never end up playing whack-a-mole with his lunch. She does not mind going home in that state either, even when he offers her his jersey, and that makes him quietly wonder how she manages to live so unapologetically when he spends every day worrying about how people see him. He thinks back to why he chose this school so far from home, telling himself it was a chance to turn a new leaf and be himself, yet he still struggles with the idea of what being himself even means. That is why watching Tsumiki accept everything about who she is hits him so hard, and she tells him that she can do it because of her Genjin nature, adding that being human seems even harder from her perspective. She offers to help him sort out his feelings, although he refuses instantly, claiming he can manage alone, but she does not back down because she cherishes the people around her and considers him someone close. She even bluntly reveals that she figured out he came to this faraway school because there are people he does not want to meet, calling him out so casually that he freezes in place. Tsumiki suggests once more that even though they are different species and might not always align, he should at least let her try to help him find himself. She extends her hands toward him, making him assume she wants a handshake, but she picks him up without warning and heads straight for the window, announcing that they should start right away by going home together. Instead of using the door like a normal person, she chooses the window because her plan is to jump. And while Yutaka refuses and panics, she leaps anyway. The fall leaves him dizzy and feeling sick, yet strangely lighter, as if stepping out of the building shrank all the worries he thought were so big, creating a moment he knows he will remember one day. When they land, she leans close and sniffs him as a Genjin greeting that means she wants to get along, not because he smells bad, and the gesture leaves him quietly stunned before she heads home. After she leaves, the group chat notification pops up again, and while he struggles to decide whether to go to the reunion, he receives a message from Tsumiki for the first time, and it stirs a feeling he cannot identify. The next day, Tsumiki finds a letter waiting near her shoes written by Yutaka, expressing gratitude and even including a small gift inside her locker, which makes her sprint toward the classroom with excitement. She tells him she has not heard his full story yet, and invites him to her house with the kind of confidence that turns the entire class's attention toward them instantly. The boys drag him away the moment they hear the invitation, and even though he insists they are misunderstanding everything and that she is simply a friend, no one in the room looks like they believe him for a second, leaving him caught between panic and whatever new feeling has been following him since yesterday. Tsumiki asks the Yutaka to visit her home on Saturday, but he says that he has to check his schedule first. The reason for this reply is the questionable stares from the other boys who are listening to their conversation for some reason. Despite his reply, he gets dragged by the boys and is questioned. The boys claim that they are only asking because they are curious as Tsumiki's fans. Yutaka tells them that they are just friends, but the fans do not buy it because she has never invited her other friends over to her house. There is no way that Yutaka can tell them that she invited him because she is helping him find his feelings. Even after returning to class, Yutaka is brooding over all the reasoning to go or not go to her house. At the end of the day, he tells her that he cannot come after all. She looks a bit serious as she says that it is up to him if he does not want to come. This makes Yutaka think that he is being affected by other people's reaction once again, and tells her that he would come. She excitedly leaves as she tells him that he cannot go back on his words. Yutaka was able to be true to his feelings, but it is the best if he does not look back. The boys look like ghosts right now. After school, Tsumiki is out with her friends at an arcade. His friends ask if the boy she invited over to her house is her boyfriend. She tells them that he is just a friend. The friends tell her to be careful even if he is a friend. However, Tsumiki is not worried about that. There is no way Yutaka stands a chance against her strength. Saturday is here. Yutaka is waiting for Tsumiki and is nervous about the visit. Tsumiki arrives in casual clothes and Yutaka apologizes to her fans in his mind for being able to see her in casual clothes. Tsumiki shows him a mountain and tell him that is where the werewolves live. They have to climb a mountain to go to her house. Yutaka is exhausted as he climbs the mountain with the help of a stick, while Tsumiki does not look all that affected. She even gets covered in mud because this is unavoidable on a mountain. She claims that she is more careful with her uniform, but Yutaka reminds her that she was covered in mud just the other day. Tsumiki just cannot resist the temptation of a sandwich. They finally reach a big stone where Tsumiki kind of knocks. The stone moves and she enters. The one to move the stone is a big werewolf, but he does not talk. Inside the cave is a whole town. Wolves dig holes to create dens to protect themselves. This must be a remnant of that. Werewolves have the same habits. After Genjin started to be recognized, it progressed to the point that they can go outside. Still, there are not many children who go outside even now. She takes him to her house where everything is scattered, very homely feeling. Yutaka sits on the ground while Tsumiki shows him the socks he gave her as a gift. She is using them as decorations because she would hate to tear them by wearing them. Some kids barge in her room and ask about Yutaka. It seems that Tsumiki has siblings. The second eldest comes after the two younger ones, but it seems it is too late. Tsumiki asks excuse herself, not looking too pleased. Tsumiki and the third one are competing at stone lifting and wall climbing. The youngest asks Yukata if he is also going to climb the wall, but Yukata says that he is not going to. There is a limit his legs can bear after all. The second one provokes Yukata somehow when she says that this is not something humans do. The next thing, Tsumiki finds Yukata climbing a wall. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After all the playing around, Yukata is tired. The second eldest approaches him and asks if Tsumiki is doing all right in the outside world. Yutaka seriously tells her that Tsumiki is doing even better than humans are doing. It seems that Tsumiki's younger sister is worried about her. She is more like a human, so everyone relies on her. That is the reason she went outside, is because their parents thought that if she did all right, it would give courage to the other children. She seems to be doing okay on the outside, but no one knows if she is actually okay. Yutaka remembers her say that she is okay with people who are okay with her. This means that there are people who have a problem with her. Despite that, she is still willing to go outside for others. Yutaka ends up digging in the dirt and finds the whole thing weirdly addictive, almost like he finally understands why Tsumiki zones out whenever she starts doing it. While he keeps scooping handfuls of soil, she tells him again that he can open up to her and she will help him figure out his feelings, which only makes him feel guilty because she has been dealing with so much already. He starts giving a long apology-filled speech about how he does not want to burden her, but she cuts through it by saying she is not carrying anything heavy at all. She explains that she lives in the outside world because she wants to one-up her sisters, figuring that if they want to know about life outside, she can teach them and make them rely on her. She even says that if something ever bothered her, she would simply leave, so there is no reason for him to feel anxious when they are together. She asks him what he is feeling right now, and he goes completely still like someone pressed pause on him, refusing to say anything even though she waits. After a long moment, he suddenly leans in and sniffs her the way she once did to him, remembering that she said it meant wanting to get along. Tsumiki freezes in surprise and Utica snaps out of it a second later, stumbling back while saying he hopes they can keep this relationship going. She tells him humans should probably stick to human greetings because that move genuinely shocked her, and Utica goes pale as he apologizes at rapid speed. Tsumiki reassures him she does not mind since she did the same thing before, and because it is already late, she decides to walk him out. Her siblings also say goodbye with strange looks like they are trying to figure out what species he actually belongs to after everything he did. As Yutaka walks home, he realizes he followed the pack a little too hard today, and the guilt stays with him all the way until Monday. It is an ordinary school day, yet Yutaka finds himself looking forward to lunch as he walks into the cafeteria for the first time and sees it completely packed with humans and Genjin eating side by side. The place even has private sections for students who want to hide from the chaos. Tsumiki spots him and asks where he usually eats since she never sees him in the classroom during lunch, and he explains that he has a hidden spot he goes to. She immediately wants to see it and also recommends the cutlet sandwich, which is only sold on Fridays, and he notices her tail swinging like she is already tasting it. When he reminds her that today is Wednesday, her tail and mood both drop instantly, and he promises to try it next time because he feels guilty watching her deflate like that. They head toward his secret place but run into Senga, the same vampire who once tried to get Tsumiki's contact number, and he is currently trying to drink a girl's blood. The girl actually wants to talk first instead of being treated like a drink dispenser, and when he keeps pushing for blood, she smacks him across the face and runs off crying. Senga stays completely unfazed and pulls out his phone to arrange a replacement like nothing happened, even complimenting himself out loud, and Yutaka cannot help being impressed by how confident he is. Tsumiki is not moved at all and keeps walking. And when Yutaka asks if they should leave, she says that blood is food for vampires and it must be nice to have options. Senga's phone reveals a list of contacts with blood types written next to their names, and when he notices Tsumiki, he remembers she refused to share her contact before. He apologizes and says he was hungry that day, which made him irritable, but since he was hurt by the rejection, she can make it up to him by letting him drink her blood. He claims that as a fellow Genjin, she should understand hunger, and Yutaka thinks asking like that is wrong even if Senga is starving. Tsumiki says she does not mind because people should eat when they can, and she lets him drink. Yutaka looks away, thinking that humans never deal with these food problems and Genjin probably face difficulties he cannot understand. Tsumiki calls his name, and when he turns back and sees her flushed face from the blood loss, he panics and pulls Senga off her before he can think. The moment he realizes what he did, he drops to the ground apologizing, but Senga says he should just admit he was jealous because he did not like watching it. Yutaka turns pale while insisting it is ridiculous and that he only acted because they were getting along. And Senga says humans should not stress themselves this much. Another girl arrives, so he leaves with her, and lunch can finally continue. Yutaka tells himself not to overthink it and that Tsumiki is only being kind to him, then asks if her neck is alright. She reminds him that werewolves heal fast and shows her neck, which is already back to normal. But Yutaka hides his face for a different reason now. He caught a glimpse of her skin, and even though he did not want to stare, the moment sticks in his mind. The field trip finally arrives, and Tsumiki is bursting with excitement while Yutaka looks like he already regrets leaving his house. He knows field trips are supposed to deepen friendships, yet he feels like everything is moving too fast for him, although he still tells Tsumiki they should enjoy the food if they end up in the same group. His pessimistic side whispers that they probably will not, but she shows him an advertisement for a dish she wants to try and looks so hopeful that he tries pushing the thought aside. On the morning of the trip, they do end up in the same group, although Senga is also there soaking up attention like he is auditioning for center stage. The other two members are Sugimi, a human, and Satu, the invisible man. And since no one has strong preferences, Tsumiki steps up and plans the entire day. Senga says he wants free time after lunch, so Tsumiki adjusts the plan to include it, and the group heads into the amusement park with surprising ease. They start by taking rides, and Tsumiki is incredibly polite to every staff member, though Senga tells her she does not need to be that nice because people are paid to act that way. His comment immediately makes the atmosphere weird, and he continues by saying everyone weighs pros and cons when talking to others, and that he is only with them to avoid girls approaching him. Satu tells him to be careful not to attract more attention than the mascots, but Senga proudly says he would never lose to a costume with a person inside. This revelation shocks Tsumiki, who genuinely believed mascots were real creatures until now. When free time starts, Yutaka and Tsumiki stay together so she can try the food she saw in the advertisement. She already knows the way because she prepared for this trip with detailed notes, admitting that even though she came to the outside world as a child, it was always difficult to get permission to have fun. She was so excited to come here that she planned the entire visit on paper and hopes to bring her sisters someday. Yutaka assumes she had been here many times based on how confident she acted, and learning the truth makes him want her to enjoy everything on her list, even if they cannot do it all. Tsumiki finally gets the food she wanted, but the taste is terrible, and she says so loudly in front of the shopkeeper and multiple customers. Yutaka quickly pulls her away to prevent the business from collapsing, while she keeps analyzing how awful it is without shame. He checks her plan and says they should ride as many rides as possible instead, and she looks genuinely touched as she agrees. By the time they regroup, both of them are full of energy, and they decide to ride one last attraction together and then buy souvenirs. Unfortunately, Senga is nowhere to be found, and since this ride takes photos, Tsumiki wants the whole group present. Yutaka reaches for his phone to call him, but she spots Senga in the crowd first. He walks toward them with tears streaming down his face, shocking the entire group because the usually composed Senga looks completely broken. He quietly says that he is going home, leaving everyone stunned as they realize something serious must have happened to shatter him like this. Stay tuned to find out what could make someone like Senga cry in public. Yutaka decides to make the day fun since it is Tumiki's first time in an amusement park, yet everything flips when Senga shows up crying and saying he is going home. Since the phrase can also mean frog, Tsumiki forces the conversation into frog hunting to save him some dignity. Yutaka is shocked because he thought Senga came with a friend, and when he tries asking what happened, Senga cries even harder, so he backs off. He knows some days you just do not want to talk, although they still need to take a group photo, so he gently asks again. Senga finally explains that the person he thought was his friend only used him and tricked him into wandering around the park. Hearing his gloomy thoughts makes Yutaka wonder where the sparkly, overconfident Senga went, and Senga adds that he deals with this a lot since girls like him, guys get jealous, and no one treats him like someone they can trust. Yutaka realizes that even though Senga is always surrounded by people, he is still lonely, and accepting his nature does not mean he has no worries. He is grateful Senga opened up to him, and he starts thinking about what he can do, but Tsumiki suddenly asks why he does not count them as friends when they spent the whole day together. Senga refuses because he does not trust anyone since they just happen to be in the same group. Hearing that, Tsumiki tells him he is a pain, and Yutaka quickly tries to calm things down, saying it might be more complicated, but she insists he will never make friends if he always doubts people. She even reminds him she gave him blood, so why are they not friends? Senga smugly says it is because she fell for him since she is a girl, and Tsumiki grabs him by the collar, furious that he decided that on his own. Yutaka tries to stop her because Senga is heartbroken but freezes when he sees Senga staring at her like she just solved his entire life. She orders him to hurry up and make her fall for him, and he calmly replies that he is actively doing that since his scent of temptation is always on. He points out she has not fallen yet, not even when he sucked her blood or while they are standing this close, then suggests maybe she already loves him deep down. She denies it, which makes him so happy that she calls him cringe, and that only makes him happier since no one ever says anything negative about him. Eventually, they take the last ride together with Senga tagging along, and the three of them take a photo. Senga admires himself and asks Tsumiki if it makes her heart flutter, but she brushes it off and asks why he is on their bus when he is not in their class, and he proudly says he swapped seats because having snacks with friends on a bus has always been his dream. They start sharing snacks, and Yutaka is shocked when Senga even gives some to him. Senga tells him he is insensitive to love and declares that they can be friends, which Yutaka finds rude, although before he can reply, someone calls out to Senga and he gets distracted. Tsumiki tells Yutaka to tell him he did not like that comment, but Yutaka says it is fine and instead asks if she really plans to be friends with him. He expected her to leave Senga behind since she thought he was a bother earlier and only acted cold because it was better for him. Senga suddenly interrupts again, so Yutaka lets the thought go. But then Tsumiki bumps her shoulder into his and quietly signals him to stay quiet through her reflection in the window. Watching her do that makes Yutaka think she is incredibly cool. Yutaka sits in class confused because Tumiki's face looks grim while her tail swings around like she is excited for something. She mumbles about sports and he finally realizes she is thinking about the upcoming gym class. Keiki High has massive fields and physical education is a joint class where many genjin gather, while humans can choose to participate, observe, or study quietly. Yutaka thinks there is no way anyone would feel relaxed while being watched, so he starts imagining places where he could observe without stressing people out. Then he worries some genjin might hate being watched in secret, so he decides to ask Tsumiki, but ends up bumping into a girl passing by. They apologize and he realizes it is Sugimi from their field trip group. Senga appears behind her and picks up a paper she dropped, and the moment Sugimi sees him, she looks ready to vanish from the planet. It turns out Sugimi is a huge fan of genjins and panics around them. So Yutaka tries to comfort her by saying many people are interested in genjins. Senga quickly reminds him that he behaves the same way whenever he panics, Since both of them love Genjins but are terrified of bothering them, they start rambling non-stop, which immediately irritates Senga. He tells them if their intentions are good, then everything is fine, and they look touched until he casually adds that good intentions are also disgusting. That snaps them right back to reality. Out on the field, Sumiki is playing baseball, standing at the plate with a bat while an octopus-type Genjin pitches. She hits the ball hard and starts running for a home run, but a bird-type fielder catches it midair. Yachte, Sugimi, and Senga watch from the side and realize the Genjins do not care at all about being watched. They also notice how full of energy Sumiki is, and Yutaka comments that she looks like she is having fun. Senga suggests he join the match, but Yutaka thinks only people who are skilled and serious should step in. Sumiki suddenly notices him and runs over because she wants advice. The Genjins on the other team have a strong defense, so she asks both Yutaka and Sugimi what she should do. Sugimi starts panicking again like the dedicated fan she is, so Sugimi tries to brighten her mood. Sugimi finally shows her notes about the opposing team, and together the three work out a simple strategy. When it is time for her to return, Sugimi hugs them tightly because she already sees herself winning. Yutaka reminds her she has not won yet, but she stays confident and tells him to watch closely since she plans to make it happen. Sugimi and Yutaka work out a plan for Tsumiki, but the moment she heads into the basketball match, both of them start doubting everything. Sugimi calls herself a Genjin researcher as a hobby, while Yutaka worries because he has barely watched any games and somehow ended up giving advice. They both think about the worst case where she loses because of their bad intel. Senga tries calming them down by saying it is just PE class and they are overthinking it since Tsumiki told them to watch her proudly. A group of girls recognize Senga and surround him, so he hides his face inside his shirt as they move closer to the field to watch Tsumiki play. On the court, the octopus girl is determined not to let Tsumiki make a comeback. She plans to irritate Tsumiki and force her to use full strength, thinking that will throw her off. Tsumiki recalls their planning session earlier where Yutaka asked if she planned to launch the ball again. He pointed at the illustration and explained that a big section of the outfield is covered by the bird girl. If Tsumiki launches it, the opponents will trust Bird to catch it. Tsumiki added that this is why the outfielders are moving forward, because they expect the ball to fly far coming from a werewolf. Yutaka agreed they probably prefer that over some weird ground ball they cannot easily catch. Back in the present, the octopus girl pitches, and instead of launching the ball high, Tsumiki swings vertically and sends it low. The opponents do not react fast enough, allowing her to sprint from home base. Tsumiki and Yutaka cheer for her, relieved that the plan worked. She is incredibly fast, but halfway through the run, Bird Girl retrieves the ball and fires it toward home base, refusing to let Tsumiki score. Tsumiki remembers the backup plan Yutaka suggested in case something unexpected happened. He told her to buy time however she could because if it is Tsumiki, she can make it work. She runs hard and slides right before reaching home base, stretching her hand out. The catcher grabs the ball at the same instant, and dust flies everywhere. Nobody can see anything for a few seconds until the air clears and Tsumiki's nails are visibly touching the home plate. She gets so excited that she jumps up celebrating, and Sugimi and Yutaka cheer right along with her. She waves in Yutaka's direction to ask if he saw it, and he laughs while waving back. She then pulls everyone close to do a victory toss with her. After the match, they walk back toward the school building with Tsumiki leading and the others trailing behind. Sugimi tells her she was amazing and must have some of the highest physical stats out of all Genjin. Even the wind barely bothers her. Sugimi turns around proudly and tells Sugimi to write in her notes that Sugimi scored a home run against a full Genjin team and then claimed home base. When she lifts her hand toward her face, Yutaka quickly stops her because it looks like she is about to scratch herself. He figures that with her healing ability, her nails grew fast enough to get stuck in the home base earlier, leaving them unusually long now. She hides her hand immediately, embarrassed, and asks if the nurse's office might have a nail cutter. Sugimi offers to go with her to check. Meanwhile, Senga and Yutaka stare in confusion, wondering how she can care about her nails but not her wild hair or the fact that she is covered in sand. It is the first time the first years have cooking class, and Tsumiki already looks irritated before they even start. Yutaka asks if she is alright, and she explains that her ears feel itchy because her fur sheds more easily when summer gets close, so she has to wear her ear covers properly. The octopus girl comes over and asks Yutaka if he can take over the spot near the sink since she is scared of electricity, and Yutaka steps in without hesitation. He thinks about how every Genjin has some kind of inconvenience tied to their nature. Tsumiki walks over next, forcing him to give her his attention when she proudly shows him her cooking glove. All the fingertips are ripped off. Yutaka asks if she tore them accidentally, and she confidently says the package claimed the gloves were compatible with sharp nails, so the fact she tore them means she is stronger than the gloves. Yutaka wonders how she manages to turn everything into a competition. When cooking finally begins, she grabs an egg, squeezes it, and crushes it straight into a bowl. Yutaka suggests cracking it on the counter next time, and she nods, then slams the egg on the counter to break it. He moves her to mixing, but she mixes so aggressively that everything churns too fast. He helps guide her until the batter becomes lumpy, then tells her to add flour. They decide to make cookies, so he has her roll the dough. She tries shaping them, but every cookie ends up completely flattened. Exhausted, she crouches on the floor in defeat, so Yutaka takes over and tells her he will finish them. She admits she had promised her siblings she would bring sweets home, but she had no idea cooking was this delicate. Yutaka repeats that they made the cookies together, so she should take some home, but Sumiki refuses. She says she cannot call herself an older sister if she does not do something herself. She later goes home empty-handed, lies about the sweets, and her siblings see through it immediately. The next morning, she shows up at school with a full bag of ingredients. Yutaka notices she is not paying attention in class because she is reading something inside her desk. The teacher calls on her, and right when she prepares to apologize, Yutaka answers instead and quietly points out the correct page for her. He reminds her she can ask for help anytime. In the cooking room, she bakes a new batch of cookies. Some of them actually turn out fine, and she gets excited seeing them properly cooked. While removing the tray, her fingers burn on the hot metal, but she just hopes her hands heal fast. She packs the cookies in a small bag, thinking the ones that turned out fine are more than enough for her siblings. When she returns to the classroom, she finds Yutaka staying behind with a stack of tasks for day duty. She sits inside and watches him work for a moment. He asks if she managed to make the cookies, and she shyly shows them to him. He notices the burns on her fingers and immediately takes out bandages, but hesitates, saying a bandage might not be the best for burns. Sumiki tells him to do it anyway since she has never worn one before. She sits closer, placing her arm on his desk while he carefully applies the bandage. As thanks, she hands him one extra cookie she saved, then she rushes out, blushing, while Yutaka stares at the cookie thinking about how hard she worked to make it. At home, her siblings ask if something good happened to her because she seems happy, but she denies everything. Ogami almost makes it to school on time and feels proud of herself because she is trying hard to earn the perfect attendance award. As she heads toward class, she spots a crow sitting on the school rooftop. When she looks closer, she realizes the crow is holding something shiny in its beak, Miri's special glasses. That is a serious problem because Miri is a Medusa, and without her glasses, one wrong glance can turn someone into stone. Miri, who is gentle to a fault, immediately warns Ogami to stay far away from her. But Ogami still tries to grab the glasses back and fails spectacularly. Their homeroom teacher switches the entire class activity to Operation Retrieve Miri's Glasses. Miri apologizes over and over, thanking everyone for helping her, and even presents a detailed plan she prepared on the spot. Ogami, meanwhile, is locked in full hunter mode because she has her own grudge. That same type of crow once stole her cutlet sandwich. Miri becomes the search leader. Since crows love shiny things, she hands everyone shovels and divides them into pairs. Even without her glasses, she is coordinating the operation like a seasoned commander. She even gives Ogami gloves so her hands will not get chapped, which makes Yutaka briefly wonder if she is actually Ogami's mom. While searching, Yutaka sees Miri feeling around for something and tries to help, but the sudden movement startles her, causing the snakes on her head to hiss and puff up defensively. He panics and apologizes, and Miri gently explains that the snakes react when she is surprised. Yutaka nods and apologizes again, understanding a little more about her nature. Ogami continues digging aggressively, fueled by her vendetta against sandwich-stealing crows. While the group is busy searching, Senga strolls in asking what they are doing. Ogami asks for his help, but the class immediately circles around her as if protecting her from a predator, even though she is the actual wolf in the situation. Time starts running out before the next class, and Miri tells everyone they can stop, but they insist on searching until the very last minute. She is so touched that she tightens her grip on her snake-covered head, afraid that without her glasses, she might never see their faces clearly again. At that moment, Ogami spots the crow and dashes after it. She leaps into the tree, grabs the glasses back, but slips. Thankfully, her wolf reflexes save her, and Yutaka ends up beneath her, cushioning the fall, even though she would have landed safely on her own. They return the glasses to Miri, who quickly puts them on. She thanks everyone shyly, relieved beyond words. Later, Ogami calls Yutaka over and rubs her head against his shoulder, telling him his catch was nice. Yutaka just laughs softly and admits he completely missed the catch. Rain hits the school grounds in a steady rhythm, and Miri actually enjoys it because the humidity feels perfect against her skin. Her snakes, however, are not fans of getting wet, so she carefully shields them as she reaches the school gate. That is when her phone vibrates with the message that classes are canceled due to the weather. Since she is already here, she decides to head inside anyway, unaware that Ogami has also shown up. Ogami is soaked from head to toe and covered in mud. Looking like she treated the storm like a playground, she proudly calls herself the raincoat type, so this tracks perfectly. Miri immediately rushes over with a towel and tries to dry her, but Ogami casually starts undressing in the hallway until Miri stops her with panic in her voice. Before Miri can regain composure, Yutaka walks in and she instinctively commands him to freeze. His brain and body lock up on the spot, and he genuinely does not know how long he is supposed to stand there. Inside the girls' locker room, Ogami squeezes out water from her clothes while Miri tries to lecture her. She tells her to calm down and think before she acts because humans and Genjin have differences in their bodies and habits, so they should try not to startle people even if everyone has been adjusting well so far. Ogami listens quietly without interrupting, nods to show she heard her, then leaves without saying much else. Utica later finds Mary in the classroom with her snakes flicking their tongues as she dries them. She apologizes for letting him see that, and he apologizes back for surprising her earlier. When he tells her he met Ogami, Mary admits she fears she was too harsh. She thinks Ogami must be angry and feels awful for coming on so strong. Yutaka reassures her that Ogami is kind and steady, and that she probably had her own reason for stepping out. They follow the trail of water and mud through the hallways until it leads them to the sewing room. Ogami is there looking completely normal, nowhere near upset. She apologizes for rushing out earlier and explains she left because the rain got heavier. While hiding inside, she noticed Miri's snakes curling up from fear, so she used her new socks to sew little covers for them. Miri freezes when she sees the tiny handmade raincoats for each snake. Ogami smiles and tells her she wanted to return all the kindness Miri has shown her, so this was the least she could do. Before they can say more, the teacher appears and tells all three to head home due to the weather. On the way out, Miri steps into the rain with calm confidence, while Ogami quietly holds the umbrella above her head. Utica watches them walk together through the storm and realizes they understand each other better than anyone else. Miki Sugimi has always admired Genjin, so joining the newspaper club feels like her chance to finally get close to them. Her assignment is simple but exciting. She gets to interview Genjin around campus. Most students at Keiki High are open about human and Genjin relations, so everyone she talked to answered her questions with a smile. Today is special though, because she finally gets to interview her ultimate favorite, Tsumiki Ogami, the cheerful werewolf who radiates popularity without even trying. Michi approaches the classroom expecting a bright grin, only to find Ogami whining at her desk with her ears drooping. That alone is a collector's item moment. When Michi asks what happened, Ogami explains that Yutaka is sick and absent today. Michi understands immediately because wolves care intensely for their pack. Even so, Ogami sits up and agrees to the interview, asking what they should talk about. Michi blurts out that she cannot use a uniform question sheet because Genjin vary too much from each other. She brings up Senga and his scent of temptation as an example. Ogami casually mentions the time she let Senga drink her blood and how her healing ability kicked in instantly afterward. Michi is horrified, especially when Ogami points at her neck as the bite location. She curses Senga in her head for choosing the one spot people should protect. As they talk, a student walks in to return a dictionary he borrowed from Yutaka. Another arrives with candy to thank him for tutoring help. By the time a few more students drop by, Yutaka's desk is stacked with gifts. Michi realizes that Yutaka must quietly help practically everyone he meets. The class president then hands Ogami the day's notes with the expectation that she will deliver them to Yutaka's house. When Ogami arrives at his home, a little girl opens the door. She is Yutaka's younger sister Yui, who immediately runs inside, calling her brother downstairs. Yutaka appears on the landing, crawling forward while telling Yui not to get close. When he sees Ogami, he tries to keep distance and asks her to leave the papers by the door since he has been told not to come down with a fever. Ogami insists she can come up because she cannot get sick. Yutaka hesitates, then allows it. Inside his room, Ogami hands him the notes and all the gifts his classmates sent. Yutaka looks out of it and not at all aware of personal boundaries, and Ogami quietly assumes it is the fever talking. When he reaches for something on a high shelf, she offers help. He rejects the idea, saying he can manage, but she helps anyway and tells him to ask for support when he needs it. He then asks her for one more favor, to put the cooling sheets on his forehead and neck. He carefully walks her through each step because she has never used them before. Ogami follows the instructions, but Michi's earlier warning echoes in her mind about those being vulnerable spots meant for trusted people only. Once she finishes placing the sheets, her whole face goes red, and she hurriedly says she is heading home. On the way back, the memory keeps replaying in her head, leaving her more flustered than she wants to admit. Tsumiki is fired up because tomorrow is the long-awaited Keiki High Sports Festival, and as a member of the athletic committee, she wants to hype up her blue team as much as possible. Her hype dies instantly, though, when her sharpened nail screeches across the blackboard. The sound is so awful that even she reels from it, ears flattening like she just assaulted herself on accident. Late May marks the biggest event of the first semester, and Keiki High always welcomes the general public to watch. Food stalls line the grounds, students buzz with energy, and even though the website claims the whole purpose is to deepen relations between humans and Genjin, everyone secretly just wants to enjoy the festival vibes. Utica is carrying a box of decorations across the campus when Tsumiki calls to him from a tree branch above his head, hanging there like it is nothing. She is setting up decorations and tells him to save his strength for tomorrow. Yuikaka explains that the sensei asked him to bring extra decorations just in case. She drops down to grab some flags and asks if he is fully recovered from his cold because he needs to start practicing again. He says he is fine and thanks her for bringing his printouts earlier in the week. When they notice the flags are tangled, he starts untangling them while mentioning that his memories from that day are fuzzy, but he feels like he was spoiled more than he deserved. He apologizes for it, but Tsumiki waves it off, saying those were the moments she wanted to uncover anyway. With the sports festival tomorrow, she is determined to discover even more of his feelings. Yutaka thanks her, quietly convinced that any feelings he had were thanks to her. On his way home, a message from Atsuto hits his phone and freezes him in place. They are coming to the festival. The next morning, the campus is completely packed. Mary stands at the podium as the sports representative and begins her opening speech with confidence. Everyone, including Sumiki, is impressed by her presence until she bites her tongue mid-sentence. The crowd winces, but Mary continues without losing her serious expression. Her team whispers among themselves about how unshakable she is. Sumiki calls everyone into a group circle, but notices Yutaka zoning out, so she pulls him in by the arm. The boys get jealous instantly, but the circle completes anyway with questionable enthusiasm. Sumikis this year are split into red, blue, and yellow. The events begin, and Sumiki drags Yutaka to the front rows. First up for the blue team is Kura, a Kraken-type Genjin. With multiple arms, obstacles should be easy, but the very first challenge is crawling under a net, and she gets caught so badly she becomes part of the net. Next is Sui-kun, an invisible man who always wears outfits to show his location. In the candy hunt game, instead of blowing powder off to reveal the candy, he just eats the candy straight. Last is Hiyori, a birdman type. Sumiki reminds her that flying is banned, so she has to jump. During the bread-eating race, Hiyori clears the jump easily, grabs the bread in one bite, and sprints to the finish. With those wins, the blue team takes first place and the whole group celebrates the strong start. Yutaka cannot help wondering if the staff intentionally picked the most basic events possible. The sensei looks relieved that nothing chaotic has happened yet. Sumiki calls Yutaka over because they are participating in the next event together. But before they can move, two girls step in front of them and issue a challenge. The boys immediately recognize them. The first is a half-mermaid, Kiba Kinami, with 150,000 followers on TikTok. Every video she posts goes viral because she is drop-dead gorgeous and acts cool on camera. The guys practically combusted her name. The second is Roman Umami, a unicorn with 130,000 followers on Insight. Her soft voice makes her live streams insanely popular. She looks so fluffy and gentle that the boys are losing their minds. But then they notice the final member of the trio, the protected national treasure, who does not care about social media at all. The one whose innocence hits harder than both influencers combined. It is Tsumiki Ogami. The boys freeze as they realize they are staring at the legendary trio known as the first-year Great Beauties. It is so dazzling that some of them genuinely worry the festival peaked too early. Kinami grabs Tsumiki's hand and squeezes hard, declaring that she has been waiting to fight her one-on-one at the sports festival so she can sting all she wants. Yutaka notices the wild look in her eyes and recognizes she is a lot scarier in person. For the first time, Tsumiki actually looks defensive and asks her to let go. Umami watches with a smile that hides something sharp, and when Yutaka tries asking what is happening, she looks ready to skewer him for speaking. Tsumiki genuinely has no idea why these two are acting like this. Umami calls Kinami a battle freak for starting drama while admitting she followed her out of curiosity. Kinami then steps forward and declares the point of her visit. She is here to wage war and she fully intends to crush Tsumiki. Rancho Yuri go, clean V6 rewrite, no yapping, no drifting, no weird vocabulary, no bookish lines, no metaphors that smell like homework. One contextual nuke is placed where it belongs. Tsumiki is locked in on winning for the blue team, yet two girls are standing around like assassins waiting to home in on the kill, and nobody knows what they are plotting. The next event is Kiki High's famous freshman chasing ball toss, where each team leader carries a basket on their back and runs to avoid incoming balls. The field is a flashy special stage the school built just for this event, so everyone has to use their full abilities. The leaders of the blue, red, and yellow teams take their positions, and Sugimi looks like she wants 2 extra pairs of eyes just to take in this once-in-a-lifetime matchup. She loves Sugimi the most, but since she is on Umami's team today, she cheers for Yutaka instead. Their attention shifts when Kinami suggests a punishment game where the loser has to obey whatever the winner says because it hits harder that way. Umami laughs that Kinami lives for thrills, and Tsumiki accepts the challenge immediately. Yutaka panics, wondering if Tsumiki even understood what Kinami meant, because she thinks the worst thing someone could ask is skipping lunch. Kinami and Umami assure her they would never ask something that cruel. They already know what they want, but they refuse to say it for drama. Kinami tells her to look forward to losing, and Tsumiki fires back that she is talking like the match is decided. The game starts, and the yellow team takes first place. Since Umami is running so fast, nobody can land a single ball on her. She is going all out because she wants her punishment game with Tsumiki. The red team moves into second because Kinami is not fleeing but throwing every ball right back. She eventually gets tired and asks for her water bottle, then pours it over herself like she is rebooting her whole system. Sugimi explains that it is seawater and that Kinami gets buffed by it because she is a mermaid, while without it she turns into dried fish. Yutaka finally understands why her fastballs look like guided missiles, and warns Tsumiki to dodge, but Tsumiki is catching every ball with a big grin on her face. Because of that, the blue team is dead last. Once the announcement of last place snaps Tsumiki out of her excitement, she starts running. Kinami chases her down and tells her to stop, and Tsumiki argues that this is literally a running game, so why is Kinami throwing? Kinami points out that no one banned throwing and that she wants to play at full strength. Tsumiki jumps down from the net with insane speed, grabs it again, and tosses a ball into Kinami's basket, saying they should play on equal ground since both of them want to feel the sting. The challenge gets Konami fired up and she agrees instantly. Everyone watching knows they have never seen a match like this. The two of them are battling for points non-stop while time runs out, and the other students cannot even keep up with the chaos. Curious about the yellow team, Yutaka finds Umami taking a break with Sugimi because she is also tired. Umami admits that Konami is a battle addict with so much raw power that nobody lasts long when playing with her. Most people quit, and Konami has always wanted a friend who can go the whole way. Yutaka agrees that both of them are insane in the best way. Konami finally collapses face first and Tsumiki rushes to her. Konami says this is the first time she has played until she burned out completely and that was the best sting of her life. While she talks, Umami suddenly tosses a ball into Tsumiki's basket with perfect timing. She says carelessness is the final boss, so Tsumiki loses at the last second. After the match, they take a commemorative photo and Tsumiki's punishment is to film a dance video with Konami. Sugimi nearly faints from joy because Tsumiki in a dance video is a once-in-a-generation collector's item. Yutaka feels uneasy, but Umami has already started recording. Konami tells Tsumiki to follow her lead, and even though Tsumiki barely understands the notes, she crushes the routine. It is so cute that Umami wants to upload it immediately and asks for Tsumiki's permission. Tsumiki agrees without hesitation, and Umami loves how she switches modes instantly. Konami uploads it too with the hashtag dancing with my comrade. The video blows up instantly, and Umami thinks it might even do better than Konami's solo one. Tsumiki is shaking from how godlike it is, but when Yutaka tries to watch, Tsumiki tells him he does not need to. The whole school is buzzing about it. When things calm down, Tsumiki announces it is finally lunchtime, and this is the most excited she has been all day. She wants to hit the stalls with Yutaka because the cutlet sandwiches are out, but when Yutaka says he brought a packed lunch, she tells him she will buy hers and come back so they can eat together. His phone rings, so he steps aside and laughs while saying he has been busy with the sports festival and he would come if he could. Senga passes by and watches him laugh, then sighs the moment the call ends. He calls Yutaka creepy for suddenly acting out of character, like bro unlocked a hidden personality pack. The sports festival moves into the second half, while the rest of the school is busy eating lunch, and Yutaka is out here acting weird in a way only Senga managed to witness. Yutaka politely begs him to forget everything, so Senga flashes a thumbs up with that same creepy smile he just copied from Yutaka and swears he already wiped it from his memory. Yutaka hoped this would help him talk casually around Senga from now on, but that confidence evaporates instantly, which makes Senga cringe as he sits down and tells him to stop being gloomy, since he finally learned how to eat like a polite human being. Then he pulls out a blood pack, shocking Yutaka because Senga explains that even though blood donations exist for medical reasons, Genjins can apply for an allowance too, but they rarely approve his request since they assume he has no trouble getting blood. This one pack came from his school application and it is the only one he has received lately. Yutaka feels bad for him, but Senga tells him to cut that pity because everyone has their own struggles, and only the person living it understands the real weight. He explains that to gain enough blood safely, he plays the idle version of Senga on purpose, and if Yutaka also puts on masks to navigate life, then he should not sigh about it either. Senga then questions what merit Yutaka has hanging around him, especially since he drank Tsumiki's blood, which should have made Yutaka hate him. Senga assumes Tsumiki is special to Yutaka, so he believes Yutaka must be plotting something. Thinking Yutaka is just as fake as he is, Senga leaves without another word. Yutaka heads back to the field and finds Konami fired up, demanding her teammates adjust their tug-of-war lineup for the next event. They say they are short on people, since Senga is nowhere to be seen and would not help even if he showed up. Ironically, Senga overhears everything and agrees it is bad, but since he only has one pack of blood and the crowd is huge, he decides to slip out. Before he escapes, Tsumiki spots him and pulls him back, asking if he plans to join since he already stepped onto the field. Senga refuses and tells her not to get close because it will make Yutaka jealous, which confuses her since she believes Yutaka is a nice guy. Senga claims nice guys can be psychos in disguise and complains that Yutaka is talking to classmates right now, which means he could be plotting something. Tsumiki uses her super hearing and says Yutaka actually told his class that Senga would come help. Senga pauses and says it is weird for Yutaka to speak up for the opposing team out of nowhere, so Tsumiki gets offended and tells him he can trust Yutaka. The three-way tug-of-war begins and the yellow team is leading overall. The first team to drag the ring out of the marked zone wins, and at the count of 2, everyone pulls with everything they have got. Honami gets thrilled when she sees Senga join their side, and Sugimi is shocked that the power balance shifted so drastically. She explains that everyone had their physical stats measured during enrollment, and the school used that data to distribute students evenly between classes, which impresses Umami since Sugimi is giving useful explanations even now. Yutaka and Tsumiki notice Senga too, and remember how he helped search for Mary's glasses even though he refused to admit it. Meanwhile, Senga hates every second of this because it pushes his limits in front of a giant crowd. Yet he wonders why Yutaka never gave up on him even though Senga gave Yutaka nothing in return. Realizing not everything is about profit and loss, he pulls with full strength, and the other teams get dragged along with him, giving the yellow team a decisive victory. Umami is exhausted, but Konami insists they can still win, although everyone admits the yellow team became unbeatable the moment Senga joined. The star vampire himself is barely standing. His blood is low, his stamina is dying, and even his hands are worn raw. To his surprise, both Tsumiki and Yutaka rush to him and offer their arms. Yutaka asks if Senga can even drink from a dude, and Tsumiki says he can drink from her arm if that is easier. Yutaka reminds her she still has events left, and she points out that so does he, and both of them stand there like they are begging him to choose. Senga refuses immediately and says he swore he would never drink blood from his friends or anyone important to them. Neither Tsumiki nor Yutaka understand what he means, so Senga mutters that the two of them are unbelievably dense. The Keiki High Sports Festival is reaching its final stretch, and teachers remind everyone that only a few events are left, so they should give everything they have. The yellow team is miles ahead on points, which makes the last relay suddenly way more important because the blue team needs a huge score to catch up. They cheer loudly for their runners, but one crucial member is nowhere to be seen. Tsumiki is off to the side, image training with such intensity that she looks like she is summoning a spirit. In her head, she sprints from start to finish and wins the whole thing, which only fires her up more because she wants the blue team's first year to shine. Her teammates group hug her as thanks. A group of boys passes by complaining that the whole place is chaos with Genjin everywhere. One of them spots the werewolf girl from the viral video and immediately wants a photo. Another boy in black recognizes Yutaka and greets him loudly. Yutaka panics and physically blocks them from getting near Tsumiki. The boy in black tells his friends that Yutaka is his old neighbor and then asks him why he never shows up in the neighborhood chat. He is shocked that Yutaka attends a Genjin school and bluntly asks if he actually likes Genjin. Yutaka cuts him off mid-sentence and gets told off for yelling. The guy tries again to talk about Genjin, and Yutaka interrupts a second time, saying he is on a journey to find himself. He explains that he felt like he needed to change, saw Keiki Hai's pamphlet, and something just clicked, even though he never told anyone. The friend seems convinced and asks if he is joining the relay. He tells Yutaka to entertain them and heads off while Yutaka thinks that nothing has changed at all. Tsumiki watches his expression and looks confused. The next event is the one most people wait for, the borrowing race. Obstacles sit in front of the goal, so runners must pick their borrowed items carefully because the judges will check if the theme matches. The blue team's first runner gets ready, while the boys in the crowd whisper about a rumor that if you get picked as the borrowed item, there is a high chance the two of you end up dating. They start praying for Tsumiki to pick them. One guy even yells that if she gets a theme like Rude Guy, she should choose him. Others hope their whole species becomes the theme so they get a chance. Yutaka sits alone, wishing he could talk openly to someone, when Tsumiki appears, grabs him, and throws him over her shoulder like a sack of rice. She announces that she has borrowed him. The boys explode at the favoritism and demand to know if he even fits the theme, since that is all that matters. At the checkpoint, Tsumiki flashes her paper and the teacher confirms it, while fangirling so hard that the boys can practically see the sparkle in her eyes. The audience is confused about why she is carrying Yutaka, but according to the rules she heard earlier, she is supposed to bring the borrowed item physically. Since Tsumiki is a very straightforward type, people can only pray Yutaka survives. The yellow team finishes first and the blue team comes in second. Tsumiki sets Yutaka down and says the finished runners are supposed to sit, but he is clearly shaken. She hands him the theme slip and Yutaka still cannot understand why she chose him. Tsumiki explains that his childhood friend came earlier to hang out with the Yutaka he remembers, but if it were her, she would have backed away. She says she has many habits and traits that make fitting in hard, and once she starts holding back, there is no end to it. But Yutaka tries his hardest to spare people pain even when it hurts him. In her eyes, that makes him someone cool, just like the theme. Yutaka is touched and thanks her. The results come out: yellow first, blue second, red third, giving yellow an even bigger lead. The teacher asks them to return the theme slips, but Yutaka asks to keep his. When she agrees, he quietly thanks her. As he looks at the paper, he realizes that ever since meeting Tsumiki, everything has felt like a whirlwind. He never had time to overthink because she kept pushing him forward. She wants the blue team to win, so when the boy in black returns and tells him not to embarrass himself, Yutaka responds calmly. He says they are going to win. The final relay kicks off with explosive energy as the runners tear down the track, and the crowd begins roaring at the sight of the first fully mixed race of the festival. Boys, girls, humans, and Genjin all sprinting with nothing but raw speed deciding the outcome. The freshman relay has enough points on the line to erase the entire gap, so if the blue team loses this, their overall victory is done. Their anchors are monsters in their own right, with Tsumiki leading the charge, Konami burning with competitiveness, and Umami holding the fastest freshman record. The earlier runners need to build a massive lead before the anchors take over. Yutaka stays laser-focused as memories of Atsuto play in his mind. He remembers moving into the neighborhood and meeting Atsuto in grade school, when classmates bombarded Yutaka with personal questions. Atsuto was the one who told everyone to shut up. Yutaka admired him instantly and even told his mother that Atsuto always says exactly what he thinks. She explained that Atsuto's family was going through a rough time, so he should be there for him when needed. Atsuto ran every day with insane speed and reflexes, so Yutaka once asked if he loved running. Atsuto said he ran because it was the only time he didn't have to think. But things changed little by little until he abruptly quit the track and field club. When other students asked if his family was okay with it, Yutaka cut in loudly and got chewed out by Atsuto for being too loud. Yutaka kept trying to keep things from getting worse and wanted to talk to his mom, but she was always busy with his baby sister. He even offered help, but she had no idea what she needed, so he talked to his teacher instead. The teacher said he would keep an eye on Atsuto and told Yutaka to keep doing what he was doing because they were good friends, even if they weren't alike. But Yutaka didn't understand how he was supposed to keep this up forever. Later, while filling their career surveys, Atsuto snapped that it must be easy for Yutaka to write his dreams since he was blessed. He told Yutaka not to pretend he had nothing. Yutaka hated that moment and hated himself too, but he can't forget all their good memories either. As Atsuto watches him run now, he clicks his tongue because it reminds him too much of the past. On the track, the order is blue in front, then red, then yellow, and Sumiki jumps excitedly as everyone cheers for Yutaka. But suddenly, all the runners slip and wipe out on the straightaway. The entire track is frozen thanks to the snowman sitting nearby and the leftover water from Konami's power-up bath mixing into ice. Yutaka twists his foot badly, and the finish line is still far. If he can't move, the blue team is done. Sumiki calls out and asks if he can stand, and he forces himself up long enough to pass the baton into her hand. With that handoff, the blue team surges back into first, and the red team launches right after. The yellow team is last to pass theirs, but Umami doesn't even blink because she believes losing is physically impossible. She rockets forward with what can only be described as Naruto running confidence, and the gap starts closing instantly. The heat ramps up as all three anchors end up neck and neck. But at the finish line, Umami lunges so aggressively she pierces the goal tape with her horn. Judges pause the stadium because only the torso counts, so they call for video review. After checking, the victory goes to the blue team, and thanks to the freshmen's sheer chaos-fueled effort, they pull dramatically closer to winning the entire festival. Yutaka steps aside afterward and finds Atsuto waiting. Atsuto says it's been a long time since he saw Yutaka genuinely smile and admits he really has changed since coming to Keiki High. Yutaka agrees because there is someone here who lets him act like a spoiled kid for once. Tsumiki flashes the kind of satisfied smile you would expect from someone who just carried a whole team on her back, and she gazes at the trophy like it is proof of life. The Keiki High Sports Festival ends with the blue, red, and yellow teams battling fiercely, but the blue team's late-game comeback gives them the overall win. However, that victory glow lasts exactly 5 seconds because the next event is the midterm tests. Tsumiki slumps forward in despair after finishing the first day, admitting the festival ended way too fast. She refuses to go home because she needs to study and asks the others about tomorrow's subjects. When they say the first period is math, she bolts out of her chair, thanks them for the warning, and sprints off like she just heard her death sentence. Math is her sworn enemy. She paces back and forth in front of the classroom, trying to figure out where to study, since home is too distracting and the classroom is too noisy. Yutaka finally asks what is wrong, so she admits that she always scored poorly in middle school and was near the bottom of the rankings. If she fails anything here, she might get held back, and she refuses to let that happen. Yutaka suggests a quiet library in his neighborhood and asks if she wants to go study together. Tsumiki asks if he really means it, and Yutaka says that if she is okay with it, they can go. He even offers to help her since he likes math, which makes her beam and then immediately sulk because she cannot believe anyone likes math. At the library, Tsumiki marvels at the place and asks where he usually sits. Yutaka points to the seat in the far back, and she agrees that sitting on the edge sounds relaxing. After reading the "Please be quiet" sign, she instantly switches into stealth mode and starts using hand gestures like a trained spy. Yutaka finally realizes her hearing is too sharp, so her version of quiet is completely different. She mouths words silently until he asks her to repeat, and she whispers to ask how quiet they are supposed to be. Yutaka demonstrates the correct volume, and Tsumiki finally understands. Yutaka notices that sometimes she gets embarrassed and then suddenly gets close out of nowhere, which makes it impossible for him to relax. Tsumiki pulls out a review question about water pouring into a partition tank and insists she cannot understand why the diagram even has a partition. Then she gets hung up on point P and asks where point P came from and why it is suddenly moving. She looks genuinely fascinated by this cursed little point, so Yutaka gently says they should study what they need for tomorrow and talk about point P later. She finally attempts the problem, and with a little guidance from Yutaka, she starts to understand it. While watching her work, Yutaka remembers how embarrassed she was about her nails growing out and wonders when she started trimming them. She looks composed and impossibly bright like this. She pulls him out of his thoughts, so he apologizes and gives her pointers until she tells him not to worry about her and just study his own stuff. The test week passes, and the teacher announces that he is handing back the math tests. He warns them that the average score is 67 points, and when Tsumiki sees her result, she keeps staring at the paper without blinking. Yutaka nervously asks how she did, and she shows her score of 41 with perfect calm. He encourages her since she technically did not fail, but she says it is actually amazing because she has never scored this high in her entire life. She says if she keeps studying like this, getting 100 someday might not be just a dream. She praises Yutaka's teaching skills and confidently says he must have gotten 100. Yutaka quickly hides his paper and says he got his usual, and she accepts it completely unaware that he actually scored 70. June rolls in and the whirlwind of the first semester finally slows down, leaving the class with stronger bonds than ever. Yutaka walks in and gets greeted from all sides. The Invisible Man proudly asks what he thinks of his summer outfit variant, and the Oni kid tells Yutaka to just compliment him outright because he will not stop pestering until someone does. The Invisible Man clutches his heart in fake pain and asks for a pen and paper so he can draw a sad face to show how hurt he is. When the boys see this scribbled tragedy, they burst out laughing. Little by little, Yutaka realizes he has more classmates he can talk to, and the simple fact makes him genuinely happy. Sumiki arrives in her summer uniform, and even the Oni admits she is cuter than impossibly cute, which means the dude has fallen off the deep end. Sumiki greets the girls and asks Mirai to do the thing, leaving Mirai no choice but to start combing her ears. Sumiki melts instantly. Mirai asks if it feels different depending on who does it, and Sumiki tells her it feels 100 times better when someone you like is the one touching them. The Oni collapses onto his desk because apparently only good friends get that perk, and he wonders how he can grind enough friendship points to reach that level. The Invisible Man reminds him he cannot even talk to her properly, and the Oni tells him to shut up because he is suffering. Days pass in their usual pattern, and Yutaka realizes they have not talked much lately. It makes sense since the sports festival and everything else gave them more chances to interact, but those were exceptions. Maybe this quieter distance is just their normal. He finds Sumiki in the sports room and is about to slip away when she looks up and calls out to him. He panics and gives the fastest explanation for why he is there before asking what she is doing. Sumiki says she is on sports committee duty and is checking the equipment. She notices he is acting strange, grabs him, and bluntly asks why he is avoiding her. If he does not want to talk to her, she says he does not have to pretend. Yutaka admits he has been thinking about this for weeks. He says he feels incredibly comfortable around her but cannot shake the feeling that they live in completely different worlds. Sumiki stiffens and sharply tells him that he is important to her, and nothing is going to change that. Yutaka blinks in surprise, so Sumiki apologizes and asks for his hand. She puts a brush in it, takes off her shoes, sits with her back toward him, and says she got a little mad, so her tail is itchy now and he should brush it. He opens the brush, gently holds her tail, and starts brushing. While doing it, he apologizes and admits he wanted to talk to her the whole time. Sumiki shyly acknowledges him. The bell rings and they sprint back to class. They make it on time but still get scolded for running in the hallway. The boys ask why they were panicking when they have barely seen the two of them together lately. Then they freeze because Yutaka's uniform is covered in fur. Yutaka finally notices too, but the entire class has already pieced it together. The teacher tries to start the lesson, but the boys loudly declare that there is absolutely no way they can focus now. As summer vacation approaches, the first semester rush finally settles, and with it comes the season of confessions. Umami casually notes that the number of love confessions skyrockets around this time, right before she rejects yet another boy who just mustered his courage. Her classmates keep a running tally, and this one makes number 10. Every single guy was on good terms with her, so no one understands why she has not accepted any of them. The boy begs for one last chance and reminds her she says she likes him all the time. Umami nods proudly and says she does like him a lot. She even toots want to go to the movies with him tomorrow. She bought tickets to a couples-only film festival, but the boy cannot figure out why she still rejected him. Umami explains the ticket only requires a male-female pair, so they qualify. The boy tells her she should not say she likes someone that casually because people will misunderstand. Umami stabs her horn into a tree out of frustration because she genuinely does not understand what he means. What is wrong with telling people she likes that she likes them? And why is liking everyone a crime? She complains loudly that she really wanted to see that movie. Yutaka walks in on her rant and she immediately threatens to stab him for looking. He apologizes and tries warning her that the tree looks unstable, but she says she has permission to stab trees since they are supposed to be cut soon anyway. The tree cracks and snaps, but Sumiki arrives just in time to catch it with one arm like she is picking up lost groceries. Umami apologizes and thanks them but stops herself from saying she loves them. She cannot toss that word around anymore. Sumiki picks up the movie tickets and Umami explains she was supposed to go tomorrow, but her plans fell through so she wants Sumiki to have them. Yurika wonders if Sumiki is really going to hold a whole tree casually while chatting. Sumiki says she can go with Umami, but Umami reminds her that it is for couples. Sumiki immediately says then the three of them can go. Problem solved. They arrive at the theater, and it is Sumiki's first time there. Umami explains that this theater caters specifically to Genjin quirks, so she highly recommends it. Sumiki asks what kind of movie they are watching, and Umami says it is a romance film where her friend appears, so she promised to send him a review. Yutaka joins them and notices the heavy stares from the crowd. There are many Genjin at school, but among the general public they are far less common. Umami is an SNS celebrity, and Sumiki was in that viral dance video, so attention piles up fast. Yutaka wonders if they will even be able to watch the film peacefully, but Sumiki handles it instantly. telling everyone to line up if they want food. She herds the crowd like a seasoned bouncer, while Umami tells the people snapping photos that one picture without permission will get them stabbed. Those two are terrifyingly effective. The movie is about to start, so they equip the sunglasses and earplugs provided by the theater. Tsumiki has night vision like Umami, and read that the brightness can be intense at first, but they end up being fine and remove them. The movie drags a little for Yutaka, but that is just romance movies. He glances over and sees Tsumiki blushing. Umami watches calmly until the characters start saying they will only ever speak their love to that one special person. Umami squeezes her straw so hard it crumples. After the movie, Umami thanks them for coming and Tsumiki thanks her back because she found it interesting. Even Yutaka says the ending was moving. Umami says she will tell her friends since the review is positive. She also realizes she should not use the word like so loosely. It is a word meant for people you truly love, and careless use can hurt someone. But she really does love everyone and does not understand romantic love at all. She starts to leave, but Tsumiki stops her. Tsumiki does not quite get all of it, but she thinks feelings are important and people should say them. Umami brightens and tells them she truly loves both of them a lot, and so her habit of telling everyone she likes them continues. And rumor has it the number of students who have perished emotionally in this swamp has only increased. Tsumiki announces that it is the end of July, so they should start the big classroom cleaning. And the first mystery they stumble on is why she is walking around barefoot. She simply says she likes how slimy the floor feels, which horrifies everyone else because she is way too happy about it. She explains that werewolves see getting dirty as something fun, but unfortunately they actually do need to clean everything properly since the indoor pool gets used the most. Yutaka knows that today marks the end of the semester and he will not see everyone during the long summer break. He finally started getting close to all of them, yet right when real friendship felt possible, 40 days of nothingness are about to hit him in the face. As he overthinks whether he should say something, he realizes he does not even know them well enough to suggest anything they would all like. Mirai suddenly slips into shopping channel mode and introduces the pool cleaning supplies set to her dear customers, showcasing a strong detergent with a sponge and an extra brush for those who call now. The group rejects the imaginary price instantly. Mirai assigns Kura to scrub the pool walls, Kurahone to clean the changing room roof, and puts Tsumiki and Matsuki on the toughest stains. Matsuki is thrilled because this means he gets to work beside Tsumiki. Yet once they start, he fails to talk to her even once. He tells himself that her serious face is cute enough to keep him going. Yutaka and Kito handle the hose and focus on getting water where it is needed, and Yutaka decides he should just concentrate on cleaning instead of worrying. Tsumiki asks for the hose and Yutaka notices she is turning green from the grime. When she closes her eyes and leans forward, he panics and wipes her face with his handkerchief. She immediately tells him the hose would have worked just fine, and he realizes he absolutely overdid it. Matsuki is dying inside watching this natural flirting and reminds them to get back to work before he loses his mind. Mirai looks up at the sky and says the weather is lovely, which the group instantly interprets as an opening to ask if they can go home. But she zips up her raincoat instead and the others grab the hose to spray water everywhere as if this is a war zone. Yutaka sits aside afterward feeling gloomy because cleaning ended fast and he never asked what he wanted to. Tsumiki senses something wrong and asks him about it. Yutaka admits that he wanted to ask everyone something, but since he barely knows them, he does not know what they would even enjoy. Tsumiki tells him that if he wants to know them better, he should just ask directly. It clicks for him, and he tells the group he wants to spend summer vacation with them. He nervously adds that he understands if they all have their own plans, but if they want to hang out, he would be genuinely happy. He thinks he completely embarrassed himself, but everyone agrees they want to spend summer together, and they immediately make a group chat named Pool Cleaners. Tsumiki beams as she tells Yutaka that their summer is going to be great, and he admits he is looking forward to it too. When he gets home, his little sister peeks at him and says he looks really happy. His phone keeps buzzing as plans roll in one after another. For the first time since entering Kiki High, his summer actually feels like a beginning. Kinami finishes the sea check and the store check, then throws her arms up, announcing that the Kinami beach house is officially open. She is hyped beyond belief and expects Tsumiki and Yutaka to match her energy. Tsumiki had no clue this was actually her family's beach house, so Kinami explains that her father wants everyone to appreciate the ocean more, so their family opens the place every year. She asks if they applied because they also love the sea, and Yutaka admits he is only here because his older sister forced him into it, his eyes going blank as he says it. Tsumiki says she blew her money on day one summer shopping, so she needed the job desperately. Kinami shrugs and says since they came all the way here, they will receive the best stinging experience. Tsumiki and Yutaka glance at each other because neither of them knows what stinging is supposed to mean anymore. Once work starts, Yutaka is shocked by how good both girls are at customer service. Kinami's father watches proudly and says the werewolf girl is impressive, but nobody can surpass his Kinami. He says she has always had absurd strength and dexterity, even standing and walking instantly right after she was born. Yutaka stares in awe, impressed she was speedrunning childhood. Her father explains that maybe because she grew so strong so early, he has never once seen her rely on anyone else. Both Tsumiki and Kinami freeze at that, then dump entire buckets of water over their heads. The heat is knocking both out of commission since Kinami needs constant hydration as a mermaid type, and Tsumiki overheats easily as a werewolf type. Yutaka asks the owner if everything is alright inside, but the owner points at the sign stating customers may be splashed with seawater, so apparently this chaos is normal. Everyone inside suddenly starts whispering because a notorious customer complaint streamer, Mr. YPay, has walked in. Today he is here to judge the beach house. Genjin-run businesses always get huge viewership, and Konami's viral fame guarantees a massive audience, so he smells money and plans to exploit it. Yutaka warns the group that this guy specializes in making unreasonable requests and tanking stores with his reviews. But the owner stays confident, saying their shop's motto is to make everyone smile and help people love the ocean more, even if the customer is an absolute menace. Kinami announces she will handle him herself, telling Yutaka and Tsumiki to keep serving normally. She zooms up to the streamer and asks for his order. He checks the time, then rattles off a ridiculously long and complicated list. Konami writes everything down, determined to protect her father's place. But when she turns around, half the customers have already fled. Tsumiki quickly dumps a full bucket of seawater on her head and tells her that this is exactly the moment to sting. Even Mr. YPay is drenched, but before he can get angry, Yutaka rushes in apologizing and casually brushes the streamer's hair back into shape. The man is stunned because it takes him an hour to style his hair at home, yet Yutaka fixes it instantly. The girls serve the food at lightning speed while smiling like nothing bothers them, even though everyone knows this guy is a nuisance. Finally, Mr. YPay takes a bite and freezes from shock at how good it is. Tsumiki and Kinami slap their hands together in a loud victory high five while Kinami's father bursts into tears, thanking them repeatedly. He says seeing his daughter surrounded by such clever and reliable friends makes him incredibly happy. He pays them for the day and tells them to meet Kinami at her usual spot. They find her sitting at a quiet, beautiful lookout over the ocean. She tells them that whenever something good happens, she comes here. Being near the water is always the best for her, but today was even better because of them. She thanks them sincerely while the waves crash behind her. At the werewolf den, Tsumiki is playing watermelon splitting with her siblings when her younger sister Itsuki points out that there is no watermelon to split. Tsumiki realizes she forgot the most important item and decides to run out and buy one. But the younger wolves pile on her instantly. They ask how she could forget something so basic and also refuse to let her go because she always gets distracted whenever she steps outside. Itsuki finally reaches her limit, declares she will do it herself, and freezes everyone in place because she almost never goes out. She reminds Tsumiki that she promised to spend the day with them and that she has barely been home since summer break started. Tsumiki asks if she can bring back the watermelon, snacks, ramuni, and fireworks, and Itsuki immediately leaves like someone accepting a side quest she has no intention of completing. Outside, Itsuki starts walking with her nose as a makeshift GPS. The outside world attacks every sense at once and she instantly regrets her decision. She wonders how Tsuki can look so happy whenever she leaves the den when everything out here feels noisy, smelly, and horribly hot. She tries checking the map but realizes she lost it, and luckily that is the moment she bumps into Yutaka. He recognizes her note, hands it over, and politely asks if she wants to go to the supermarket together, since he is heading there anyway. They discover that the watermelons are sold out and Itsuki prepares to leave. But Yutaka once again points her in the correct direction because she was walking the wrong way. When he asks if she does not come here often, she admits she hates going outside because everything overwhelms her senses, and she cannot understand how Tsuki always looks excited to explore the world. As they walk, Itsuki recalls the time Tsuki took her out to show her the bright colors and open skies, and promised that one day she would learn to like it. Yutaka tells her she might get used to it too, and Itsuki slowly begins noticing how pretty everything looks. She hears an unfamiliar sound and Yutaka tells her it is the sound of summer. They eventually find a vendor selling watermelons and Itsuki buys 4 of them. The vendor laughs and says nothing feels more like summer than eating watermelon, telling her to enjoy the season. Itsuki thanks him and notices Yutaka smiling because for a moment she looked exactly like Tsumiki. But Itsuki denies it and says they are nothing alike because Tsumiki is amazing and she is proud of her. Back at the den, the siblings sniff her from head to toe like a full-body inspection unit. Tsumiki asks if anything happened, and Itsuki simply says it was not too bad, which for her is basically a glowing review of the outside world. Yutaka realizes that he got here too early because the whole gang agreed that their summer vacation event would be a festival hangout. It has been a while since he saw everyone even though he has run into Tsumiki a few times. She shows up and he is too stunned to speak, standing there like a guy who just took a critical hit. She is cheerful as always and says that they are the first ones here, even complimenting his yukata, although she cannot get Yukata and Yutaka to sit in one sentence. He wants to praise her too, and he even says it perfectly in his head, but the only thing that comes out of his mouth is pure static. Tsumiki spins to show the full fit and says that she is fired up today. So Tsuki helped her put everything on. Yutaka wishes he could have said something normal and not cooked himself in real time. Soon after, the whole gang arrives and both Tsumiki and Mirei are excited about the fireworks and about finding the best viewing spot. Yutaka notices that Tsumiki once again made a hand-drawn map, while the others feel relieved that they have 2 guides today. They hit the festival stalls, and Tsumiki wants to get a big apple. Her friend warns her that the big ones are hard to eat, but Tsumiki takes a single massive chomp and deals instant damage to it. Mere gets strawberries and gains instant charm points. Next up is the fish-catching stall, and Kito and Yutaka are the only pros. Tsumiki wants to try too, so she asks Yutaka to show her how it works. He tries to demonstrate, but the paper slips and rips and he blushes on sight. Tsumiki laughs because he panicked the moment she looked at him. Kito tells Matsuki to shut up even though he did not say a thing, which only exposes how jealous he is. Everyone settles down to eat while Yutaka and Tsumiki go get drinks together. She says that the atmosphere reminds her of the day they worked part-time at Kanami's beach shop, especially this fireworks mood. She asks him to wait a second because she is getting nervous. Yutaka asks if this is her first time seeing fireworks, and she tells him that it is the first time seeing them live. She has only ever heard the sounds. When she was little, she heard a strange booming noise, and her mother explained that they were flowers blooming in the sky, beautiful enough to make her cry. Since entering high school, she has finally been able to visit new places, and today they have a perfect view, all their friends around, and everything ready. She is extremely excited and even brought super dampening earplugs because fireworks are extremely loud. Yutaka admits that sometimes they startle him too. Tsumiki is shocked that even normal humans jump from them, so she definitely plans to use the plugs. However, some playful kids bump into her and the earplugs fly out of her hands into the water. Yutaka remembers how excited she is for this moment, so without thinking, he dives straight into the water. Back with the gang, Matsuki gets a bad feeling, and when they ask if he has psychic powers, he says that it is not part of his Genjin abilities. He wonders why those 2 are late and finds it weird that they have not sent a message. The others assume they are fine because it is Tsumiki, but that is exactly why Matsuki is worried. With those 2, anything can happen, and he hopes nothing serious is going on. Somewhere else, Yutaka is hugging Tsumiki and wondering why all of this is happening right now. On the night of the summer festival, under the bridge, a mother keeps apologizing for her gremlin kids, while Yutaka stands there drenched like a baptized smartphone. He insists that he jumped on his own, and Tsumiki adds that she tripped because she was wearing a geta. The mother tries to dry them with her hot breath, which probably transfers every germ known to mankind, and Yutaka realizes that he really cooked himself this time. He apologizes to Tsumiki because she got ready for this night. Her hair was done and her yukata was perfect, all ruined because he pulled a gravity speed run. Tsumiki gently reminds him that he only tried to save her earplugs and asks him to help fix her yukata. They find a quiet spot while Yukata tries not to malfunction. She tells him that he does not need to look away since she is wearing an inner piece, but he pretends that this is easier even though he is folding faster than a $3 umbrella. He decides to think of it like dressing his little sister and keeps telling himself to focus so her first fireworks night will still be perfect. He finishes the adjustments and she thanks him while they hurry back, but Yutaka panics because it is almost 8 and he is convinced that his L of the day just got promoted to a full promotion ceremony. He keeps blaming himself for falling, blaming himself for being slow, and blaming himself for breathing wrong. Tsumiki hits her back to him and tells him to get on. He hops on without understanding a thing, and she jumps into the sky with a full anime leap. Yutaka screams like a man who just sinned against physics, but she tells him to open his eyes. The whole city spreads out below them, and he admits that the view is always amazing when he is with her. Tsumiki glances at the moon and lets out a cute werewolf howl that echoes through the festival. The gang hears it instantly because nobody else can produce that exact adorable battle cry. When the 2 finally return, the gang scolds them for ghosting their phones, and Tsumiki sits down excitedly while ordering Yutaka to sit too. He knows he has been weird all day, but he just cannot find the words. He thanks her for earlier, but she insists that she should be thanking him. The fireworks explode above them and he says that it is beautiful. He finally understands what he has been wanting to say, but she cannot hear him right now, which saves him from collapsing into dust. Still, he wants to say it someday. September 1st arrives and the second semester kicks off, so Yutaka tries to demonstrate peak good character by offering everyone fresh school towels. The Genjin he talks to explains that he cannot use it unless it is wet, so Yutaka backs off while getting thanked for always working hard. Even then, he sinks into despair, convinced he messed up again since he has not been at school for a while and it is tough remembering everyone's different Genjin quirks. He is terrified he will say something rude, so he keeps trying to be careful. When he greets Mitsuki and Kito, they immediately poke fun at him, asking if he changed his face and demanding to borrow his other face. Tsumiki is nowhere to be seen even though he expected her to arrive early. He starts wondering if something happened when she suddenly enters through the window on the 4th floor with her shoes in her hands. Yutaka panics, but she casually says that she was about to be late and windows are faster anyway. She is just as powerful in the second semester. Yutaka spots something under her eyes and hesitates to ask, but Tsumiki laughs and says she looks like a panda because she pulled an all-nighter finishing her summer homework. She even asks if he wants to take a picture, but Yutaka can practically feel the murderous aura behind him because the whole class heard that. The new semester brings physical measurements and Genjin nature tests, and Sugimi is thrilled because she never expected to help record everything. She is so excited she starts pulling out her own notes before remembering. Yutaka is the one with the official sheets. When he asks if Genjin nature changes that often, she explains that it is rare but not impossible, so they do these every semester. Tomiki might even have a shift, so Sugimi wants to record everything, though she does not see Tomiki anywhere and wonders if she is napping. Werewolves need more sleep than humans, but they are wary, so no one ever sees them nap. Sugimi apologizes and goes back to work as the next student, Makuri from class 2, steps up. Makuri spits a long spider web from her mouth, and Sugimi sprints after it to measure the distance. Yutaka calls it cool, but Makuri coldly explains that these are simply threads she is forced to produce and nothing beautiful at all. She spins the silk into a spider ball, asks if humans get emotional every time a spider spits thread, then hands it to Yutaka because it is just rubbish to her. After dozens of measurements, Yutaka is exhausted and slips away to think. There is still so much he does not know, and he worries some of them secretly dislike him. He knows it is probably just his own demons, but he cannot shake it. During his walk, Sumiki emerges from the ground like a zombie, giving him a heart attack. When he asks what she is doing, she says she dug a hole and invites him inside. Yutaka hesitates, but Sumiki grabs his hand and tells him not to hold back for her sake. The inside is cool and surprisingly comfortable. She explains that when she gets tired, she naps in cave-like spaces because it feels best. She tells him he is free to use it too since she can tell he has been working hard. Yutaka notes she was up all night again, and she says she loves school and everyone there, but that does not erase the exhaustion. She needs naps to survive. Before he can even respond, she instantly falls asleep beside him. He whispers thanks, tries to escape without waking her, but she grabs his arm in her sleep. When she softly says his name while dreaming, Yutaka nearly ascends. So much for werewolves being wary. He figures it means she feels safe around him, and it hits him so hard he can barely breathe. Miri greets Kitu first thing in the morning and thanks him for grinding this early. He guesses they are making a sign for the cultural festival and asks why she is here so soon. She tells him that she always comes early to do cleanup around the school. Kitu swears she deserves an award for that, but she apologizes for interrupting and heads out after saying she looks forward to seeing the final product. Kitu calls her an amazing class rep, and his friend claps back that Kitu showed up early just to help the arts club, so he is basically a good kid too. The cultural festival is the biggest event of the second semester, so everyone is already in prep mode. Miri is busy as the rep of freshman class 1, and Sumiki pulls up with the records of previous winning themes. They are deciding their themes soon, so she recommends using that data to chase the top spot. Miri loves the idea and decides to convert it into a graph percentage that everyone can understand. Sumiki has no idea what percent means, but before she brings it up, Yutaka calls Miri over because the teacher needs her. Miri apologizes and runs off, so Tsumiki stares at the record herself. Yutaka tells her that Miri is fast and efficient, which is why everyone goes to her for help. Tsumiki looks over the list and tries to understand the poset Miri mentioned, so Yutaka casually calculates the exact percentages out loud. Tsumiki praises his math skill and the guys take psychic damage on the spot. Miri finishes that task only to get approached by a boy asking her to confirm the budget. Her snakes hiss at him instantly, so she scolds them for their threat display, and the boy backs off apologizing. The workload is massive, but she still needs to finish the class presentation. She presses a cold towel to her forehead and keeps moving. Two girls enter the restroom behind her, chatting about how they cannot survive without mirrors. Miri ignores it and leaves, but in the hallway, Kitu is panicking that the drama club listed him as part of the prop team even though he is not a member. His friends say he is in too deep now because he helped so much. The boys suddenly crash into Mireille with their art supplies, knocking her down. She apologizes immediately and asks them to clean up, but Kito notices paint splattered on her glasses. She hides them and quickly excuses herself. On the rooftop, she sighs in relief that her Medusa glasses survived. Kito finds her there, but she stops him immediately and tells him not to come closer until she puts her glasses back on. Kito says he has a fix and offers her a mirror from the drama club props. She explains that she still needs her glasses just to look into mirrors, or she might petrify even herself. Kito asks if she has truly never seen her real bare face, and when she tells him she has not, he says that is honestly sad. Mireille does not see it that way. She is Medusa, a Genjin with the power to turn people into stone. Wearing the special glasses is manners and law, so being able to see others and most of her own face is already a gift. Kito asks what she personally wants, not as a Medusa, but as herself. Miri admits she never thought about it. Kito suddenly gets an idea. Petrification only happens through direct eye contact, so if he blocks that with his body, she can look safely. He stands between her and the mirror, back facing her, and holds up the reflection. Miri approaches slowly and finally sees her full face. It feels unreal, like a fantasy she never thought she would experience even once in her life. Kitu jokes that even though his Genjin power is only being transparent, if he is the one person in the world who can meet her eyes safely, maybe he is secretly the strongest. Miri studies her own reflection and says that she really does not like how messy her bangs get. She thanks Kitu because now she is refreshed, cleaned up, and ready to give her all again. Kitu walks away thinking that she has a really nice face. Sugimi excitedly explains that the newspaper club always makes and distributes the cultural festival pamphlet, and that it is useful, even for people outside the school. Sugimi tells her they were just deciding their class project. Sugimi asks if it was rough because everyone looks wiped out. Sugimi says they chose a cosplay cafe, and Sugimi's brain goes into overheat mode instantly. She starts spiraling into her own fantasies while Tsumiki calmly explains that past winners usually choose fancy exhibits, but cosplay counts too because of costumes. Sugimi collapses mentally because no one in class was prepared for that level of visual chaos, and now she understands why everyone looked like they needed emotional support animals. Later, Sugimi stands nervously outside a door before knocking and introducing herself from the newspaper club. The door slams open and a spider girl hangs upside down to greet her. Sugimi apologizes and says she is interviewing the art club members and really wants her comments. The spider confirms she only wants her thoughts as an art club member, then agrees. Tomoe Mokuri, insect person Genjin with a spider nature, once went viral for posting art made from her own threads. She suddenly stopped posting, which devastated Sugimi because she thought she would never see that art again. Now she is shocked that Mokuri is her classmate at Keiki High. Sugimi starts her first question and asks if the webs all over the nearly empty classroom are part of her featured exhibit, since her past works use the thread itself as art. Before Sugimi can fully spiral, Mokuri wraps her in silk and shuts her down. Saying she already knows who Sugimi is, she knows Sugimi writes articles worshipping Genjin as if they are the coolest beings alive. She says she has no use for that blinding adoration because it is not beautiful at all. Then she physically tosses the bundled up Sugimi out of the room like yesterday's recycling. Sugimi now clutches a withdrawal letter, but Tsumiki, Utica, and Senga spot her and stop her from turning it in. They ask if she wants to talk about it. Sugimi says it is fine because she just needs to accept the consequences of her actions. Senga asks what she could possibly have done that would require her to drop out. Sugimi explains that she cannot restrain herself anymore. She has realized that her one-sided enthusiasm might be unpleasant for others. She used to think that liking someone would make them feel appreciated, but now sees that she was wrong. The more she likes someone, the more overwhelming she becomes, so she feels she should disappear into the background completely. She looks up at the school building and wonders how she can become part of the literal wall. Utica and Tsumiki stare like she just took psychic damage, and even Senga asks if she short-circuited her own soul. She insists that if she could turn into a wall, she would no longer trouble anyone. Senga reads the withdrawal letter and sighs that Mokuri is definitely difficult to handle. He says receiving someone's affection is always awkward at first, and if a person can accept it sincerely, that alone is a miracle. Yutaka reads it next and says he is impressed that she can express her feelings so honestly. Tsumiki takes the letter and tells her to listen. She says that if Sugimi turned into a wall, they would not be able to talk to her anymore. Senga mutters that she is stating the obvious, but Tsumiki keeps going. She tells her that the person she interviewed just was not the right match, but Sugimi should not deny her passionate feelings. Tsumiki is sure there is something good only Sugimi can do. Sugimi wonders what she can possibly do with these messy emotions, but she thanks them and says she will think about it. Back in her room, she reflects that she made Mokuri uncomfortable and cannot undo that. Just because she likes something does not mean she can lose control. She still cannot fully accept her feelings, but she can use them for something meaningful, so she writes. When the cultural festival booklet comes out, Mokuri sees it too and quietly picks up her brush. The Keiki High Cultural Festival begins tomorrow, and the usually plain building is decorated from top to bottom. Preparations are wrapping up, but freshman class 1 is absolutely behind schedule. Yutaka asks if the decorations are at least halfway done, but Metsuki groans that most of the costumes are nowhere near finished. He wonders how things got so dire, only to be reminded that he and the costume team wasted hours arguing about cosplay choices. Meanwhile, Mirai says that she is just the cashier, so she does not need a costume. But Tsumiki insists she should cosplay too because it will boost their chances of winning. Mirai thinks it is too late to do anything, but Tsumiki says to leave it to her. The interior decorations are already great, so they need matching outfits to entertain customers properly. With that, Tsumiki boosts their speed skyrockets. The classroom is flooded with cultural festival energy. Yutaka helps another class but rips his shirt while lifting boxes. The boy apologizes for forgetting Yutaka was still in uniform, but Yutaka says he is just glad he could help. He hurries back to class and finds Tsumiki yawning. She says she is stretching and explains that she sent everyone home since some have club activities, so she decided to finish the last bits alone. Yutaka is shocked she did all of it by herself, but she reminds him she has been stitching torn socks for ages. When he asks if she needs help, she says yes because her own costume is the last one left. She asks if Yutaka likes cultural festivals. She noticed that everyone was tired and dragging their feet, but his steps were still light. Yutaka says he never really thought about liking the event itself. He just gets wrapped up in worrying about everyone. If his friends are struggling, he does not feel right relaxing. Having fun alone has never been his thing. But because Tsumiki was at the sports festival, he could run seriously and laugh without worry. He felt happy joining everyone without holding back. Tsumiki notices his pocket is ripped. He explains he was carrying equipment and she offers to sew it back. He hesitates, so she tells him to turn toward her and say, "Take it off." Yutaka repeats it, confused, and she explains that it is something you say when clothes are sewn while worn, because it acts like a charm. She asks if he is nervous, and jokes that his heart is beating loud enough to set off earthquake sensors. She decides to focus and says his face is red, probably from climbing the stairs, and asks if he needs a break. He insists he is fine, so they sew together. Tsumiki says they finished early thanks to him, but he insists she did most of the work. It is getting late, so Yutaka suggests heading home, but Tsumiki says she wants to try the costume on. She wants to check it one last time, even if she is confident. Before he can respond, she disappears behind the curtain. Her fluffy tail sticks out, so Yutaka quietly fixes the curtain while facing the wall. Rustling fills the silence. After a moment, he asks if everything is okay. She says the sewing is perfect, but then steps out and says the outfit is too frilly. Yutaka freezes because this is the first time he has seen her unsure of herself. She says it feels weird, but he assures her it is not weird at all. She's usually sporty and cool, so this gives her a totally new atmosphere. He panics about rambling and blurts the one thing in his head that she is the cutest. Tsusamiki goes pink and hides behind the curtain again. Yutaka panics that he messed up and sounded too formal, but admits he could not look away. A flustered Tsusamiki begs him to forget it and never bring it up again. Somehow the two manage to finish preparations. The next morning, the cultural festival finally begins. A heart-pounding day begins. Or not, thinks Mokuri. The Keiki High Cultural Festival is a hit from the jump, and Tsumiki is fired up watching the crowds. She points out the courtyard where a wave of visitors keeps pouring in. Yutaka is impressed by the balloon art booth since it is pulling in a massive crowd, and Tsumiki tells him that it is Class 1-2's exhibit. At this rate, anyone could win, so she pushes everyone to attract as many customers as possible. From the window, they hear someone sounding irritated. It is Mokuri, the spider girl Yutaka met during the Genjin nature measurements. She is telling a group of people that she has repeatedly said she does not want to answer their questions. The group ignores her boundaries and keeps demanding to know why she deleted her artwork back in junior high, and why her new pieces at the festival do not use her threads. They want to know her intent, calling her Tomo Mokuri, the viral thread artist who suddenly vanished. Mokuri has had enough and launches a web upward, gliding to the second floor like a fed-up superhero. Even Tsumiki admits Mokuri has a rough time. Yutaka remembers the strange vibe from their last encounter and wonders what is going on with her. Inside the cosplay cafe, business is booming. When Yutaka goes to the staff-only area, he hears a tap on the window. Mokuri is crouched outside asking if they have an empty seat. Yutaka says they do, so she climbs inside and sits down. He wants to ask her about the crowd chasing her but decides against it. Mokuri orders the Choco Choco Deluxe final cake and exhales in relief once he leaves. Yutaka tells Tsumiki that Mokuri is acting strange, twitchy around crowds and coming in through the window. Tsumiki says the window is efficient, but knows that is not the point. She says since Yutaka is on break, she will handle Mokuri herself. She has mastered customer service since the beach house shift, so she intends to give Mokuri flawless hospitality. As promised, she greets Mokuri with the same bright energy she used for seaside customers. Mokuri approves instantly, saying the customer service is impressive. She asks if she can use her threads because she cannot relax if her food is not webbed down, worried it might get away. Tsumiki completely understands since she also buries saved food in the ground for safety. Mokuri agrees that soil and webs are basically territory markers. Yutaka watches nervously because Tsumiki sat down with the customer. Tsumiki tells Mokuri that the food is hers anyway, so she does not need special permission. Mokuri says even if Tsumiki is fine with it, plenty of people are not, and she knows that Tsumiki has worked hard to make it possible for her to attend school like this. She hopes it can stay that way. Tsumiki nods but then says the cake still needs a finishing touch, the chasing choco beam. She drizzles chocolate syrup across the plate. Mokuri jolts at the splash but breaks into laughter, calling it artsy. Yutaka is stunned because Mokuri always seemed cold and intimidating, yet she can laugh so freely. When she leaves, Tsumiki asks Yutaka if he regrets not asking anything earlier. Yutaka is surprised she noticed, but she says she watched the whole thing. He admits he wanted to ask but always stops himself because when he does ask, he only learns surface-level problems. Acting without knowing the underlying cause feels irresponsible. Tsumiki says he always thinks carefully about people's territory and boundaries, and she thinks he is right. It is very Yutaka-like. Yutaka thanks her but still feels like he did nothing. He wants to ask what she would do, but a sudden shriek echoes through the school. Students whisper that it came from the third floor and wonder if something bad happened. Tsumiki says she heard webs, so she and Yutaka get permission to go investigate. They run toward the commotion and find a crowd already gathered. In the center stands Mokuri with the paparazzi tied up in her threads as she tells them she warned them to stop their prattling. It was simply art made with webs. Mokuri sits in the guidance office trying to explain herself while the committee tells her that the situation cannot be classified as self-defense. She insists that if she feels threatened, she will resist with her full strength, and her webs are simply the means she used. They say they understand the circumstances, and they even apologize for the lack of teacher supervision, but she still went too far. She thinks back to when a girl once called her web pretty, and it surprises her even now because back then everyone screamed that she was going to catch them. That girl was different, and because she was not afraid, the two of them always stayed together. She remembers the art room and how her friend kept posting photos online, getting showered with likes. Mokuri barely reacted, but her friend pushed her to show excitement and asked why she acted like web scared her too. Mokuri admitted that most humans are terrified, and her friend suggested creating an account where Mokuri could post her own web art. Even Mokuri thought it might not be so bad, but the moment her art reached a large audience, the comments hit hard, and while she could tolerate it, her friend could not. Her friend cried because she believed she caused everything, and Mokuri realized how badly this affected her. Even if Mokuri was fine, someone else was getting hurt because of her. Her friends stopped coming to school, and the teachers asked if something happened since they were always together. On that day, Mokuri decided she would never use her webs again. If her nature only made her friends suffer, then she did not need them. Still, the webs brought her joy, and she wondered if she would be happier if she were not a Genjin at all. She knew that was pointless to think about, and since no one knew the artist was a spider person, she could not return to that world. The committee gives their verdict and she accepts it without resisting. Outside, Kanami receives the update that Mokuri will be gone for a while. Sumiki thinks that it was self-defense, so it should not be a long suspension, and Kanami hopes she is right. She sends Senga back out to bring more people in, even though he complains that he just returned. He is also furious that they put him in full drag, confused why anyone thought he was the perfect choice. Kanami reminds him that he cannot use his powers, so this is all they have. The interim update arrives, revealing that first-year Class 2 is in the lead with their balloon art, while Class 1 follows closely with the cosplay cafe. Both Kanami and Sumiki admit that it hurts to see the numbers so close. Kanami says they have to win this, partly for Mokuri too. She admits that Mokuri made most of their exhibit and always worked late on it, although the ties are not as sturdy as they could be. If Mokuri used her webbing, they would be strong, but she clearly avoided doing that. Senga thinks she should have just used them, saying it is weird considering how careful she is about everything else. Tomiki realizes that Mokuri had been putting her whole heart into this festival. Suddenly, a snap echoes through the courtyard and the artwork starts to wobble. Mokuri steps out of the guidance office and tells herself that this outcome is acceptable. However, she looks out the window and sees the artwork drifting off with Yutaka holding onto it. She rushes to the window and finds Tomiki already there, asking her for help. The huge balloon drifts higher with Yutaka holding on for dear life, while Mokuri stares in disbelief, demanding to know how this even happened. Tomiki explains that the tethers came off, and when she tried to stop it, Yutaka grabbed the balloon and shot up with it. Kanami panics that he has taken too many hits today, and Senga says he should have let go instantly, then admits that this is the exact kind of idiot he is. Mokuri agrees to help and warns that the ribbons are not truly attached, so they could slip at any moment. Tomiki wants to save Yutaka, but she also wants to save the balloon. Since both classes have equal votes and losing their work now might hand the win to the other side. Yutaka rises higher, his arms burning as he thinks about what to do next. Threads suddenly wrap around his waist, and he spots Mokuri on a rooftop, telling him to let go because she has him. He hesitates, worried about the balloon, but Mokuri says they have a spare and she can recreate the work. She says his life is more important, yet he asks if she truly cannot save them both. Mokuri wonders what is wrong with him, but he apologizes, saying these decorations had so much emotion behind them. He admits he barely understands his own feelings, but he knows how amazing it is when people can turn their emotions into something tangible. Even if he barely knows Mokuri, he cannot give up on something they worked so hard for. Mokuri says he knows nothing, yet he is still the strangest child she has ever met. She tells him to hold on longer because if she pulls, the ribbons may slip, so she will stop the balloon from above. She reflects on how she kept trying to suppress what made no sense, how she kept being angry and sad, but in the end, she is still herself. A spider person uses webs, that is simply who she is. She accepts that as she spreads a massive net over the balloon, but the net cannot reach the opposite building. Before she can panic, Tsumiki grabs the other end, holding it steady while Yutaka starts slipping again, yelling her name. Tsumiki jumps toward him as Mokuri supports her with more threads, and she catches him mid-air without hesitation. They land safely, and Yutaka apologizes for the trouble while thanking both of them. Mokuri admits she almost had a heart attack but appreciates their help too. The balloon is secured, and he thanks everyone for their hard work, while Mokuri mentally scolds him for getting too friendly with the rival class. She tells everyone to cover their ears and pops the giant balloon, shocking Yutaka, who says he cannot believe she destroyed it after all that. Mokuri explains that this way is better since the smaller balloons get caught in her webbing. Tsumiki says they can now fight on equal footing, and Kanami is already celebrating their win. Tsumiki heads back, excited to finish the final stretch before results day. Kanami orders Senga to go gather more visitors, and he says they will show up even if she does not yell at him. He asks Tsumiki why she did not save Yutaka earlier, because she definitely could have. She remembers his worries and quietly says that she just could not do it. Senga is confused, but Yutaka simply thanks her. Yutaka steps out of the cosplay cafe with Mitsuki and Katu, stretching a bit as he thinks about how yesterday felt like a roller coaster with no brakes. The students nearby chat excitedly about the first-year Class 2 artwork that everyone keeps hyping up. Yutaka asks what the guys are planning next, and Mitsuki explains that he is heading to the second gymnasium for the Romakiba premium stage like a true committed otaku. Katu rattles off his own schedule, juggling stagehand duties, helping the band, and dropping by the broadcasting club. Before Yutaka can respond, Senga calls his name and instantly gets swarmed by girls who want to walk with him. Yutaka watches everyone peel off to chase what they love, while he checks his wristwatch, knowing there are still 3 hours left until the closing ceremony. Tsumiki appears wearing a flower crown and a sash, proudly announcing her arm wrestling championship win. Her energy hits like a whole festival by itself, and Yutaka sees immediately that she is all in. She takes a peek at the pamphlets in his hand and points out the tea ceremony event starting soon. She says that they need to experience everything that makes a school festival special, and invites him to go along. He asks if her friends will not mind, but she explains that schedules clash, so they just greet each other in passing. He assumes she probably got way too many invitations while she stares at him and says that school festivals are meant to be exciting. Yuitaka agrees and heads with her to the tea ceremony room, already feeling the shift in atmosphere. Sumiki explains that the tea ceremony room only opens during special club activities, so this is a rare festival chance. Yuitaka agrees that new rooms always feel exciting and both relax as soon as they smell the calm aroma inside. They see a sign to take off their shoes and Sumiki destroys her footwear like it personally offended her. Yutika notes how she is showing off her skills more than usual, and she tells him that they lucked out with only 3 spots left. The tea ceremony begins and both enjoy the drink until Tsumiki starts shaking because her legs went numb from sitting in formal seiza. When she stands up, she yelps and grabs his shirt while blushing, although the others get tingly for a very different reason. Their next stop is the art club exhibit where Makari stands at the information desk thanking visitors. She notices the band-aid on Yutaka's hand and asks if he is alright. He assures her he is fine, but she calls him surprisingly tough for what he did yesterday. She admits she assumed he kept his distance from others, yet he showed up for someone else anyway. Yutaka says it was thanks to Tsumiki, since she told him they could search for his feelings together and if they did not get along, they could simply move on. So he just wanted to say something even if it did not technically suit him. Mokuri calls it a good encounter and says that Tsumiki's energy probably inspires everyone around her. They later reach the stalls where Tsumiki says they are eating a bit late, but she managed to grab everything she wanted. Yutaka checks if she is really okay without the cutlet sandwich she loves. She tells him that he does not get it since this is the festival, and she has to eat the food that only exists today. Yutaka wonders if she will regret skipping her favorite Friday sandwich, but she suddenly takes a bite from his and thanks him with zero hesitation. He panics over the giant bite mark and she shoves the rest into his mouth before asking if he is not scared someone else might steal it. He watches her devour her food while thinking that her pace is overwhelming and his heart cannot keep up. The announcement rings out telling everyone to head to the gym for the closing ceremony. Tsumiki grabs his arm and says they need to hurry. Yutaka never expected to sprint at the final moment, but time always rushes when he is with her. As the festival winds down, he thinks about everything that happened and realizes that days like this will come again. More irreplaceable days. That is what he genuinely feels. Tsumiki wakes up inside her cave the moment her alarm erupts and she rolls around while scrolling through her phone because she absolutely refuses to be a responsible adult for at least 5 more minutes. She hears her dad return from night shift and goes to greet him, and he panics instantly when she says she is heading to karaoke with her classmates to celebrate the cultural festival. He imagines her trapped in a tiny room while some cursed music box blasts her eardrums into another dimension. She reassures him that she has special earplugs ready, but that only makes him imagine her getting startled from behind. She shrugs it off and promises that she will be fine, although he is now sweating over the idea of her having to sing. She heads out while he paces like a wolf dad on the verge of calling a tactical rescue team. He tells the gatekeeper that he hopes she arrives safely since she always detours like she is speedrunning side quests, and the gatekeeper reminds him that she always manages. Her father admits that things are easier for Genjin now and maybe that comfort is good for her, although it scares him how often she seems fine. He remembers the one time she came home injured after fighting a Genjin friend, but hid it because she did not want anyone to worry. He knows almost nothing about the struggles she does not show, and he hates the idea of being insensitive. The gatekeeper reassures him that her school is perfect for her, because she is always wagging her tail there, and her father remembers hearing that she even invited a friend home recently. When he learns that the friend was a boy, he freezes like someone unplugged his brain. Tsumiki reaches the karaoke room where everyone is full of energy and already roasting each other. The girls say Kito is weirdly talented with the tambourine, while Matsuki sings like someone trying to return a microphone under warranty. She is glad the whole pool cleaning group managed to book a room together, even though the energy feels more like a launch party than karaoke. Yutaka goes next and surprises everyone with how hyped he looks before delivering a completely deadpan performance. That sounds like Siri having an emotional breakdown. Kito calls it impressive, while Tsumiki says that he is still searching for his true form. Mirai grabs the mic next and absolutely shreds a gentle ballad like she thought they were auditioning for a rock festival. They eventually ask Tsumiki to sing, and she admits she cannot hit the notes, but she still loves singing. She remembers coming home once when her dad worried something was wrong at school since she was so quiet, and she told him about practicing for the school recital and struggling because the sound was too loud. She asked him to practice with her, and they trained until she confidently performed. Now she belts her karaoke song with enough power to make the room vibrate while everyone cheers. She even adds her cute hand dance, and Yutaka suggests they all line up and sing his song together. Everyone joins in while Tsumiki records the moment and sends it to her dad. When her dad plays the video, the sound nearly blows the wallpaper off the walls, but they immediately recognize her voice. He remembers practicing with her years ago and how proud she was at the recital, and now she looks even happier than back then. He asks the younger kids if one of the teens in the video visited their house, and they turn away immediately because they know they are absolutely not supposed to mention Yutaka to dad, under any circumstance known to mankind. Tsumiki is out here living her best forest pharaoh life as she sinks into a full leaf bath, lounging in a handmade pouch of crunchy foliage like she is a woodland cryptid on vacation. The others stare at her, wondering which planet sent this little weirdo, but she just beams and asks them all to join her, even promising to build everyone their own leaf tubs. They help her out of the leafy cocoon as they call her the lone wolf, who somehow doubles as the friendliest wolf on campus. She smiles and starts heading out when she spots Yutaka crashing mentally in front of the bulletin board. They look together and realize he is just overwhelmed by the insane number of clubs he could join. She asks why he suddenly wants to join one, and he explains that every afternoon his boy Kato is busy with all his club activities while Matsuki is stuck in 50 different fan clubs. He is the only one standing around like empty background footage, and he is tired of being the loser with no purpose. He tells her that seeing everyone try hard makes him want to find something meaningful too. She likes that and watches him softly as he wonders if there is anything he is good at. She tells him that they should look for a club together because that sounds like a plan. She spots a poster and tells him it might be perfect to start with. It is the student council press team, and trial activities start today, which is how Yutaka ends up sprinting behind a crowd of students in gym clothes. His heart is beating louder than a jet engine, and he cannot believe he is trying out for the student council. It is basically asking a guy who has only driven cars in video games to suddenly operate a luxury race car. This is a massive jump for a first-timer. While he is trying to keep up, he hears people calling for Ako, the girl with curled hair and curled everything, surrounded by simps who melt the moment she glances at them. She acts like she barely hears them and wonders in a cute tone if they truly want her attention, which makes them lose their last fragments of dignity. They bow down instantly as she announces that it is succubus time. Every guy folds except Yutaka, who freezes like someone unplugged his brain. He still ends up standing in line with the other simps even though he refuses to bow. Ako notices him staring blankly, so she leans forward and taps his chin to lift his face, turning him into a stuttering puddle within seconds. While the whole line is admiring Ako's back for various reasons, Yutaka suddenly spots a bug crawling across her jacket. He walks over and tells her what he saw, which makes her stiffen as her heartbeat spikes. She wonders how this happened since she checked her clothes earlier and even suspects that maybe this is his weird pickup line. Instead, he simply grabs the bug off her jacket and flicks it away. She thanks him and tries getting his name, but he slips away saying he has somewhere he needs to be. The simps stare in defeat because the succubus has clearly shifted targets. He meets Tsumiki and starts helping her with her student council tasks. They are grateful that they took their jackets off because of the heat and walk toward a box full of equipment that needs maintenance. After checking everything, Tsumiki stretches and tells him they should return to the council room. Yutaka puts on a jacket only to realize he grabbed hers. He wonders what the issue is, but she panics immediately, telling him not to sniff it because she sweats and it must stink. He removes it calmly, but she immediately grabs it and sniffs it like a cryptid with no shame. Later, she wipes off the sweat and heads to the student council room, where she finds Ako touching up lipstick like she is shooting a magazine cover. Ako greets her like they are old friends, and Tsumiki raises an eyebrow because they had a promise about something. Yutaka walks in behind her, and Ako freezes when she sees him again. She asks for his name a second time, now fully intrigued, and he introduces himself politely, which only fuels her curiosity. She places her palms beside his head against the wall and leans in, wondering if he will fall for her charm on the spot. Meanwhile, the rest of us are out here dying of thirst while bro is drowning in furries and monster girls. Ako leans in close and tells Yutaka to fall in love with her, and while Tsumiki nearly short-circuits on the spot, Yutaka stays calm and simply points out that she has something stuck on her ear. Ako blushes, saying she must have leaned on something earlier, although inside she panics because this boy refuses to hold eye contact with her. She leaves after hearing her name on the intercom, yet she keeps looking back while wondering why Yutaka only ever looks at the wall or the floor instead of her. Tsumiki warns him not to look directly into Ako's eyes, but he does not understand why, so she tells him they went to the same middle school even though Ako has changed a lot since then. The bell rings, and Yutaka says they should head home before their student council trial tomorrow, although Tsumiki still looks worried after comparing herself to Ako. Morning arrives with Ako's get-ready routine, where she lines up her makeup and her papers and gets herself perfectly polished for school because being flawless is her brand now. It has been more than a year since she entered Keiki High, and she remembers having zero confidence back in middle school. She tells herself that effort is everything, and she has worked hard every day to build the version of herself that everyone adores. She knows people want to be loved for who they are, yet she believes that mindset is too naive, so she fast-tracks her progress by leaning into her cuteness whenever she needs it. Yutaka spots her on the way to class as she passes the baseball team, and all the guys bow to her after she helped them retrieve a ball yesterday. Ako encourages them with a smile and thinks that hearing a genuine thank you makes her whole morning worthwhile. The student council room stays busy as people ask Ako for help, and she handles everything while looking calm and perfect. Yurikaka comments that she is always swamped, and Sumiki tells him they should try their best as well because she is not losing to anyone today. Meanwhile, Ako rummages through cabinets searching for a missing file, and panic starts brewing because that document contains important information for everyone. When the duo approaches to help, Ako refuses and claims she should handle it alone because asking for help might look like she is using her succubus nature. She explains that being Ako Yumanaka means proving she can accomplish things without pulling people in with her constitution, and she insists she cannot show imperfection. Sumiki suddenly leans forward and starts sniffing her, shocking Ako, who tries to hide her embarrassment while Tsumiki says it is fine. Ako awkwardly admits that the missing file is pink, so Tsumiki and Yutaka search together while Ako trails behind. Tsumiki finds it almost instantly thanks to her sharp nose and hands it over before walking away. Yutaka hears Ako whisper that Tsumiki never waits for a thank you, and he agrees that she helps without expecting anything in return. He also tells Ako they saw her helping others that morning and that the bug from yesterday probably got stuck on her while she was working for someone else. He takes his leave after that, and Ako quietly blushes, noting that Yutaka might be more similar to Tsumiki than she thought. Later, Yutaka works on his club application, and Tsumiki has already finished hers because she is aiming for the student council, since they are top students with manageable responsibilities outside of big events. She thanks Yutaka again for yesterday and explains that Ako works extremely hard for others and pushes herself too much, which is why losing the file would have crushed her. Yutaka says they found it thanks to Tsumiki's nose, and while watching both girls, he thinks he wants to help people too, even if he is still figuring things out. They walk to the student council room together to submit their forms, and Ako receives them with a smile as the vice president. Both Yutaka and Tsumiki freeze when they realize she was holding that position all along. Yumanaka Ako, the second-year succubus who treats perfection like a religion, walks into the day convinced her destiny is finally turning. Ever since she lost that file, the entire school expected her charm to pull someone in to fix it. Yet the one who stepped up was Tsumiki with her super sniffer and Yutaka with his gentle brain short-circuit energy. Ako still cannot make proper eye contact with him because every time she tries, he somehow notices the one thing she wishes he never did. He saw her flustered, embarrassed, off balance, and for someone who works hard to be adored by everyone, that has been messing with her head. Still, the fact that he complimented her for being helpful keeps looping in her brain. So when her phone pings with a fortune notification saying her luck is skyrocketing, Ako decides it must be a sign that today is her day. Later, Ako stands in front of Tsumiki and Yutaka like a manager about to brief new interns. She proudly announces that she is going to teach them how the student council works. Yutaka nods like he is about to take an oath, while Tsumiki asks point-blank if Ako is really the one in charge. Ako pretends she did not just take psychic damage and says of course she is in charge. She explains that the student council is technically on break for 2 days, so she will just give them a light introduction. Yutaka is assigned document delivery while Tsumiki helps with stamping papers. And the moment Yutaka leaves, Ako sees her chance. She leans in with a smile and straightforwardly asks what Tsumiki thinks about Yutaka. Tsumiki freezes, but after a moment she quietly explains that Yutaka tends to overthink everything, that he is reserved but warm, and that he gives her a comfortable feeling she cannot really explain. She ends by saying that he is important to her, and Ako instantly recognizes the tone people only use when someone occupies real emotional space. Ako calls it what it is, love. She says that Tsumiki cannot make someone important more special than that. Tsumiki tries to take it lightly, but the words stick in her mind long after Ako moves on. Meanwhile, Yutaka finally reaches class but finds Ako sitting confidently in his seat. He asks why she is there, but she dodges the question with practiced charm. Outside the classroom, a mini audience begins forming, whispering that Yutaka must be blessed by the heavens because now he gets along with 2 of the prettiest girls in school. Some root for Ako, others for Tsumiki, but Tsugumi quietly notes something more technical. A succubus's abilities require conditions to activate, and their effects fade fast. Even then, she hopes nothing is happening between the two. Inside, Yutaka politely asks Ako if something is wrong, and she suddenly drops a line like she is auditioning for a romance drama, telling him she came because she wanted to see him. The hallway fan club practically faints from the sweetness, yet Yutaka simply thanks her like she just lent him an eraser. The audience is offended by his zero-reaction defense. Before Ako can recover from the emotional whiplash, Tsumiki bursts in with wild, frizzy hair. She describes it as art, Ako asks if Tsumiki still climbs in through windows, but Tsumiki just announces her hair's artistic value. Even when she notices Ako sitting at Yutaka's desk, Tsumiki does not comment. She was too focused on keeping her hair intact and almost came late because of it. Crowds gather around Tsumiki instantly, praising her chaotic look. Ako watches the attention pile on Tsumiki and feels jealousy simmering. Still, she tells Yutaka not to forget his special after-school tutoring and leaves. She believes her luck is still sky-high, but she finally checks the rest of her fortune to be sure. After school, Yutaka arrives at the student council room where Ako has set up a whole atmosphere. She offers him a seat and moves closer, explaining that the first step to strengthening a bond is to get to know each other. She starts listing personal details like the soft texture of her tail and the smoothness of her horns. She even asks if he wants to touch her tail, but Yutaka declines as politely as possible. Ako's seduction failing on Yutaka isn't destiny, it's God installing a pop-up blocker. The answer hits Ako like a brick. She tried her best, yet he is unfazed. His well-timed glance away embarrasses her even more. Things get worse when the chair tilts and both of them fall. Ako apologizes repeatedly, but Yutaka tells her not to worry. He admits he was thinking about what to say because he genuinely finds her amazing. She always takes the first step and openly tries to deepen her connections with people. He thinks that is courageous, something he wishes he could do too. Ako is stunned into silence. Yet something is wrong. He has been making eye contact the whole time, and still her charm is doing absolutely nothing. Succubus professionally irresistible. Yutaka software not supported. She finally checks the rest of her fortune and realizes the part she missed. Today, she will meet someone who cannot be swayed by her charm. A faithful guy. Destin. Suddenly, it hits her. Yutaka's heart is locked behind two-factor authentication. The background suddenly fills with imaginary sparkles, and Ako decides Yutaka must be the one. When he tries to help her up, she panics and yells that holding hands is way too sudden, which is ironic for a succubus. She flees the room, leaving Yutaka confused and afraid he said something wrong. Meanwhile, Tsumiki wakes up from an accidental classroom nap. She thinks about Ako's words. Loving, important feelings. Then she thinks about Yutaka saying he wants to find something he truly likes. She rolls the thoughts around in her mind until she comes to a single conclusion. Feelings are complicated. Tsumiki and Yutaka arrive at the student council room where Ako greets them with her usual perfection mode turned all the way up. She explains that a volunteer camp is coming up soon and they will all need to prepare ahead of time. She says she would love for both of them to participate, although when her eyes land on Yutaka, her entire aura glitches like her brain ran into a loading error. She quietly bonks her own head to calm down because she refuses to let her destined partner energy interfere with official duties right now. Tsumiki gently points her toward the correct exit and asks Yutaka why Echo has been radiating nervous static since morning. Yutaka goes pale as he remembers everything that happened yesterday and convinces himself he probably said something weird. He thinks she must now find him annoying, which depresses him completely. But Ako runs off for another errand before he can say anything else. Just then, Umami steps in and asks if Tsumiki and Yutaka join the student council because she needs urgent help. They run with her to a specialized temperature control room that maintains freezing conditions for certain Jinjin students. Yutaka is not surprised that Kiki High has such advanced facilities because this school really accommodates everyone. Umami explains that something malfunctioned and the temperature will not drop anymore. Her main concern is that the snow is melting and she needed this room to prepare a birthday surprise for her Yeti friend. The duo understands instantly that the entire atmosphere has to be restored before anything else, so they bring in maintenance and get to work. A repairman arrives and the temperature finally begins dropping again, letting them start decorating. Yutaka worries that both girls might be freezing, but they shrug it off since unicorns and werewolves have natural cold resistance. They scatter decorations everywhere until Umami notices Tsumiki shaping the snow into an igloo. She wants the birthday setup to be cute and full of little snowmen, while Tsumiki argues that igloos are elite since they double as mini houses. Yutaka becomes the judge between the two and tries to balance the fact that this is Umami's surprise plan and Tsumiki's idea also makes sense. But most importantly, everything should turn out well for the birthday. When they finish, the room is filled with adorable mini snowmen and one giant igloo snowman hybrid. Both girls agree it looks beautiful, and Yutaka feels relieved it worked out. Umami says her Yeti friend actually avoids this place because his nature causes temperatures to drop too much, and he does not want to bother others. Still, she knows he secretly loves snow, so she hopes today will convince him otherwise. She heads out to buy more decorations while Yutaka suggests going back too. But Tsumiki's tail is wagging uncontrollably as she stares at the snow. She asks him if he is cold, but he says he is fine after moving around. She touches the snow again with childlike excitement and he tells her she is incredible. She replies sarcastically that she must be amazing since she was just arguing with Umami moments ago. Yutaka admits that lately his words spill out before he can think and he often worries that he is too direct or too invasive. He feels like he has a long way to go, but Tsumiki comforts him by saying he always knows how to say the right things when it matters. He softens hearing that, and she giggles when his mood visibly lifts, telling him to let himself relax sometimes. Fueled by his encouragement, she builds another igloo in seconds and says she wants to make an even bigger one. She hopes it will snow soon, and Yutaka laughs at her enthusiasm while she pulls him inside the igloo because his hands are red and she does not want him getting sick again. Inside, he says it is warm but noticeably smaller than the cave she made before. He grows quiet for a moment, then confesses that Eiko has been acting strange because of him. He says he wants to talk to her and understand what happened. Tsumiki listens, then tells him he should also get closer to her. He blushes and says he already feels they have gotten very close, but she insists with a soft smile that she will just make it happen even more. Senga the vampire is back at it again because he is using his pretty boy aura to meet a girl on campus. The girl is thrilled to see someone who looks like he stepped out of a romance manga, and Senga tells her she can stare all she wants. She calls it infuriating that he is so handsome, yet she still adores him. Just then her phone vibrates, and she blushes while replying to the message, something Senga does not miss. He tells her he is not hungry today since his blood pack is arriving, so he will not need her blood. She looks surprised, and Senga even apologizes cutely for taking her time. She says she is still happy to see him, but her friends need her, so she leaves. Senga watches her disappear and makes a private memo that someone else might be interested in her. He is not a fan of relationship disputes, so he plans to tread lightly. He decides to drop off his application and go home, but ends up running into Akko's whole succubus time routine. Senga pauses because he remembers Akko is a succubus, yet he cannot figure out why she deals with several people at once. He then spots Yutaka joining the line, so he drags him away, but Yutaka explains he needs to talk to Akko. He says it is important, so he is prepared to make eye contact. Senga knows exactly what that means, and before he can stop him, Yutaka realizes succubus time has ended and walks off disappointed. After school, Yutaka is not going home yet because he is doing random chores for someone, although he does not mind since he was heading to the student council room anyway. Senga stalks from a distance and sees Yutaka heading straight toward Akko, so he panics and wonders if he will be okay alone. He debates following him stealthily, but Tsumiki appears and tells him that his scent is too obvious. Senga explains that Yutaka might be falling into the clutches of a succubus because he stood in a weird line earlier just to talk to her. Tsumiki smirks and says Yutaka is crossing a line with Akko this time. Senga has no idea what she means, but a loud commotion interrupts them, so the two look down the hallway. Mokuri is stuck in her own web, which makes Yutaka panic and rush over to help. Senga comments that Yutaka's encounter rate is ridiculous, while Tsumiki says it is because people find him easy to rely on. Senga wonders if this is some Genjin trait, but Yutaka is a pure human. He says that if Yutaka keeps helping everyone, there will be no end to it. Tsumiki teases him about being worried for Yutaka, but Senga stays serious as he says he simply does not understand him. He explains that it is better to maintain shallow relationships with many people, so setbacks hurt less. However, Yutaka gets close without realizing it. Yutaka only thinks about other people when he acts, and if something goes wrong, the damage is huge. While talking, the two follow Yutaka's path toward Akko's room, but Tsumiki's ears lower. Senga takes the chance to ask if she is worried and if it is okay to leave Yutaka alone with Akko. Tsumiki does not follow his train of thought and chooses to wait outside. Senga realizes Yutaka is choosing to face Akko properly, so Tsumiki is guarding the door for him. He knows stopping her would be pointless, but still cannot understand why Yutaka insists on handling this alone. Senga decides to go home because this situation is not his style. He keeps relationships wide and shallow because that is easier, and Yutaka is his first friend, so he does not grasp everything yet. Tsumiki tells him that Yutaka also does not understand where to draw the line. Sometimes he steps in way too deep, and it is kind of selfish because nobody asks him to do it, yet sometimes that selfishness saves people. She gently tells Senga that he should try being a little selfish too, though she admits that is her own selfish opinion. Senga rolls his eyes because she is still annoying, but he ends up walking back anyway. He knows this is not how he normally acts, yet he still opens the door dramatically and demands that Akko keep her hands off his best friend. The room goes silent because Yutaka and Akko are just working normally. Akko politely introduces herself to Senga, already knowing he is the famous pretty boy. She says she has heard rumors, and since their natures are similar, he can rely on her if he ever needs advice. Senga cannot believe this is the same person who holds succubus time for a line of people, but Akko says that is fan service. She explains she wants to be the perfect succubus and not just gather energy. Senga wonders if maybe she is not as dangerous as he thought but still wants to be cautious, so he looks at Yutaka to confirm he is okay. Yutaka is glowing because Senga called him his best friend, and the happiness on his face says everything. It finally hits Senga that the two really were just typing. Tsumiki walks in and slaps Senga's shoulder, saying the room is hot. She adds that both Yutaka and Akko type insanely fast because she heard them from the hallway. That is when Senga realizes Tsumiki did all of this on purpose. Tsumiki is out on the field kicking a football around while Tsugumi snaps pictures with full enthusiasm because she is in charge of updating the school homepage. Yutaka is impressed since it sounds like an important job, and she explains she needs new photos of classes and club activities. She reminds them that the student council will be hosting a volunteer camp soon, so she will be attending as a member of the newspaper club. On the side, Senga does not buy into the whole concept because he thinks the camp is just a school image booster. He says stuff like community contribution feels forced, although it could look good on paper. Yuitaka finds his words a little discouraging, and Senga immediately adds that with Akko in charge, nobody knows when that succubus spark might activate. He tells Yutaka that he is way too hard on himself, yet too naive at the same time. He says that even though Yutaka pays attention to others, if anything feels off, he should let him know. Sugumi wonders to herself if Senga is actually standing Yutaka, but lets the thought die in silence. She asks why the two are not playing since they are fast on their feet, and Yutaka explains that speed is pointless because Mokuri has completely weblocked the goal area with her spider threads. Even Senga admits there is no breaking through something like that, while Sugumi becomes fascinated by such a defense. Tsumiki, however, knows she only needs to break a part of the web, so she winds up and launches a giant wolf kick. Nobody knows what she is aiming for, but the ball travels an insane distance. Sugumi captures it instantly, but Mokuri remains stuck inside her own thoughts the entire time. Sugumi heads to the gymnasium next because she needs pictures of the drama club, but she only finds Mokuri, who explains she is helping the stage crew because the entire team caught a cold. Sugumi freezes up because things have been awkward ever since the cultural festival. She needs photos but does not want to get in Mokuri's way, so she decides to leave, but Mokuri asks if she can draw and needs help for a moment. She gives instructions that sound like swoosh and bang and kiss, which make zero sense, yet Sugumi tries anyway. She is distracted by the crunching sound of Mokuri eating something, which only worries her more. Mokuri tells her spiders get a little tipsy from caffeine, but it is the quickest way for her to get energy. She already sounds tipsy while insisting it is fine as long as she does not eat too much, although Sugumi cannot tell what too much even means. Sugumi wants Mokuri to check the work, but ends up staring because she becomes mesmerized by how focused Mokuri looks. Mokuri notices she stopped working and apologizes, saying they can take pictures once this is finished. Sugumi asks if Mokuri even likes being photographed, and Mokuri says she does not look pretty in pictures, although Sugumi's social media photos were the exception. She explains she originally took photos only to preserve her art, since she cannot keep every piece, and posting them online was enough. However, in the end, people only cared about her being a spider genjin. Sugumi remembers all the rumors she heard and how Mokuri erased all her works one day, so there must have been a real reason behind it. She apologizes for asking about her spider nature during the festival and admits she was drawn to things she lacked, which made her rush ahead without thinking. She says admiration changes when the thing you admire is someone's genjin trait. She compares it to admiring someone who runs fast or sings well. Whether human or genjin, talent makes you want to look up to them. She apologizes again and says she does not need Mokuri to acknowledge her, but Mokuri interrupts and calls her a strange child before saying she understands. Sugumi checks her camera afterward and starts rambling about everything they have been doing. Mokuri tells her she talks too much but notices Sugumi suddenly freeze in shock. Sugumi realizes she left the manuscript for tomorrow back in the classroom and panics. She is ready to sprint off when Mokuri wraps her in web and tells her this is her way of thanking her for helping out. Then, like a full Spider-Man moment, the two fly down the hallway while Sugumi screams her soul out. Once they reach the classroom, Mokuri tells her to grab the manuscript quickly before the teacher arrives. The teacher walks in just in time to yell, but the two are already gone because Mokuri launches them back into the hallway like a high-speed escape. The next day, Mokuri looks at some photos when her classmates greet her. They ask what she is looking at, and she says a noisy child with a sharp eye took them. She admits that if she ever had to ask someone to take pictures again, it would be Sugumi, although she still prefers the real thing over any photograph. Yutaka shows up early in the morning, convinced he somehow offended Akko beyond repair, while Akko arrives thinking he summoned her out here because Destiny finally decided to speedrun their romance. He apologizes for calling her out so early, trying to gather the courage to say what he couldn't say the other day. Akko, meanwhile, stands with her back turned, spiraling over the fact that he called her out alone in a deserted corner of campus. She thinks he's bolder than his soft face suggests, but Yutaka takes her posture as proof she hates him so much she can't even look at him. He tries to talk about offering her his hand earlier, but Akko shrieks, panics, and runs away at top speed. Yutaka is left standing there, crushed all over again, wondering what cosmic sin he committed this time. Tsumiki quietly rises from the ground like she respawned there and tells him he definitely got himself tangled again. Yutaka goes on and on about how he must have forced Akko, but Tsumiki tells him he can just tell Akko to wait and listen. However, she also realizes her friend isn't capable of doing even that without help, so she decides he needs special training. Later that day, after Tsumiki returns home covered in mud, she finally prepares for their session. Yutaka imagines something like greeting 1,000 strangers, but when he steps into the room, Tsumiki is fully dressed as Akko, complete with her mannerisms and tone. She explains that since he does not understand Akko clearly, she, who spent 2 years of middle school talking to Akko, will help him out. Yutaka tries to ask why she is going through this much trouble, but she simply says he is important to her, and since he's trying so hard, she naturally wants to help him. She even admits she would be happy if her good friends Ako and Yutaka became close. There is a strange pause between them, but the special training begins anyway. Tsumiki-sensei dives into Ako's personality, Genjin traits, and behavioral quirks. She has entire pages written out, but the part she insists matters most is Ako's tail. She explains that Ako wags her tail when she's happy and takes great care of it. Tsumiki agrees that being praised honestly makes them feel good, then goes on about grooming and cleaning. Yutaka notices she suddenly switched species because Tsumiki is now wagging her own tail while describing Ako. He thanks her, but Tsumiki insists they still have more training to cover, because the secret to becoming friends is simply doing what you want to do and letting that connection form naturally. Yutaka points out that this is something only she can pull off, but she tells him to still try what he wants to do. He hesitates, thinking it would be nice if Ako was happy too, and Tsumiki taps her ear meaningfully. When Yutaka guesses she wants him to scratch her ear, she instantly gets into position. He awkwardly reaches out and scratches, but she tells him to scratch a little harder. He apologizes and asks if it feels weird, and Tsumiki says it feels a little different somehow when he does it. Yutaka panics that he must be doing it wrong, so Tsumiki flips their roles and starts scratching his ear. Yutaka blushes and says his ears are fine, but Tsumiki explains grooming is usually done together, and ear cleaning is close to fur grooming. She suddenly realizes she's mixing up Genjin traits again because she is supposed to be acting as Ako. She gently touches Yutaka's chin like Ako would and says, "You have fallen," only to watch Yutaka turn into a tomato. She freezes, wondering why she even did that in the first place. On the way out, Yutaka thanks her again and leaves to find Ako, but Tsumiki stops him to sniff him thoroughly. Yutaka nervously asks if this is part of the special training, and Tsumiki confirms, though she is already blushing as she remembers humans should use human greetings. She wishes him good luck and watches him leave with her tail flicking anxiously. On his way, Yutaka runs into his two friends, and they immediately notice his bright red face. He explains he was doing special training with Tsumiki and now is heading to talk to Ako. They are horrified with jealousy, but Yutaka is too pure to notice and simply waves goodbye. He finally finds Ako and immediately apologizes for the other day, saying he got carried away and said she was totally cool, but he really meant it. Ako is shocked he is apologizing because she actually loved hearing that. Yutaka is confused why she ran away earlier, and he panics trying to figure out what to say next. Remembering Tsumiki's advice, he decides to praise Ako's tail. The entire hallway freezes. Ako turns red instantly and stammers that Yutaka is surprisingly naughty, but before he can correct her, a mob of boys grabs him for questioning. By the time he returns to Tsumiki, he admits he is definitely not on the right path yet. The volunteer camp finally begins, and Tsumiki helps the teachers in the most Tsumiki way possible. A car is stuck in the mud, the adults are panicking, and she simply walks up and lifts the vehicle like it is a misplaced shopping bag. The teacher apologizes and thanks her, and Yutaka is still trying to form the question when she has already finished the job. Her timing is ridiculous, and he needs a moment to breathe. Just a few hours earlier, the whole group gathers for their first camp since joining the student council. Yutaka feels nervous but excited because it is their first activity outside school grounds. Sugumi is surprised to see Senga joining the camp, and he admits that he does not care about volunteering. He only came to make sure Ako does not charm Yutaka in the middle of the mountains. Sugumi can now confirm that he absolutely stands Yutaka. They all head inside to stash luggage before meeting again. Inside the girls' room, Tsumiki loves the smell of the mountain cabin, but Ako is far more concerned about why she is covered in mud. The answer is simple: because they are on a mountain. Tsumiki sniffs around, and Sugumi happily snaps pictures like she is documenting a rare species. Tsumiki almost jumps on the fluffy bed, but Ako grabs her and drags her into the bath because she refuses to let her roll around dirty. Sugumi witnesses everything with sparkles in her eyes. On the boys' side, Senga suggests playing werewolf later, but Yutaka gently reminds him that a game for multiple people cannot be played by two men in a room. Senga is devastated by this truth. When it comes to camp, everyone expects cooking, and Ako finally gets her chance to shine. They are making curry with vegetables grown by local farmers, and Ako sees this as her first soulmate bonding moment. She asks Yutaka to taste test, and she tries the famous say-ah tactic. Senga looks horrified because she is feeding him plain rice. Sugumi notices her hands shaking like crazy. Ako is clearly too embarrassed to handle this level of confidence. Before Yutaka can react, Tsumiki pops in and chows down the rice. Tsumiki smiles brightly as she compliments the taste of rice cooked over campfire. She tells Yutaka to eat his prey before it escapes, and Yutaka gently reminds her rice does not get away. Ako is flustered by Tsumiki's sudden appearance, carrying a mountain of firewood. Yutaka asks if anyone even needs that much firewood, and Sengo explains that humans rarely see Genjin, so these reactions are normal outside school. Before Yutaka can offer help, Tsumiki is already delivering wood to a group of humans. The humans warm up to her instantly because she helps them stabilize a pot that almost tips over. They panic thinking her hand got burned, but she tells them her werewolf healing takes care of it. She comes back to their platform, and Yutaka tells her to run cold water over her burn. She brushes it off because it no longer hurts. He watches her closely and does not understand the feeling forming inside his chest. The volunteer cleanup begins and Sumiki easily detects a car stuck somewhere deep in the woods. Yutaka finds it impressive that she can hear something like that, and she tells him that mountains are quiet so it is easy to notice anything unusual. As they head back, Yutaka realizes he has no idea where they came from. Sumiki confidently tells him to leave it to her because she knows mountain paths from instinct. The weather shifts and sudden rain pours down heavily. She rushes because she needs to smell their way back before the rain washes everything away. The ground becomes slippery and the two of them slide down the side of a cliff with Sumiki wrapping her arms around him mid-fall. Yutaka gets up slowly, shaken from the fall, but Sumiki is already sitting upright with a calm face. She apologizes because she messed up a little. She checks the height and estimates a 6 to 7 meter drop. He tells her that she protected him and her tail wags slightly at the relief in his voice. She says it will take a while to get up, but she will carry him as soon as her body steadies. Despite her casual smile, Yutaka cannot smile back because something in him shifts the longer he looks at her. Night settles over the volunteer camp as Tomiki finishes a long bath, checking her knee and noticing it is fully healed before stepping into the room. The girls immediately ask about her injury, and she assures them she is totally fine. They admit they were scared when she and Yutaka came back drenched and muddy, so Ako gently asks what happened. Tomiki sits down and quietly recalls everything after the fall. She remembers facing Yutaka and telling him she would be able to carry him back once her leg healed, yet he stared at her for a moment before deciding to look for another route. She stopped him instantly because splitting up in this storm would be dangerous, and the rain masked every sentence sound that she usually relies on. She explains how she was sure she could climb that 7-meter cliff again once her leg mended, so going back the same way was the safest option. Yutaka wanted to warn everyone, but she tells the girls there was no signal out here. She remembers him sitting down in front of her and asking her to raise her arms, and the moment she did, he picked her up and carried her on his back. Only Yutaka would try to solo a cliff boss fight on beginner stats, and she even told him he was shaking while he still pushed upward through the mud. When she healed midway and tried to switch places, he refused because he wanted to handle this one himself. He reminded her of the day she taught him to rely on others when he is weak, and said the same applied to her, even if she heals quickly. For once, he wanted her to rely on him because she is important to him. She remembers looking up as the rain finally faded, feeling something warm in a way she could not explain. She clung to him from behind during the final climb, and he told her to loosen her hold because it was hard for him to breathe. Bro's legs were shaking like they were trying to file a complaint, yet she only giggled and guided him with her hearing until they reached familiar ground. The memory makes her smile now, and she tells the girls she refuses to share this moment with anyone else because she wants to replay it in her mind forever. She falls asleep instantly, and the girls exchange looks because they can tell something meaningful happened between them. Echo simply feels relieved they returned safely. Morning arrives with Yutaka waking up after a chaotic night. He barely slept because Senga lectured him half the night before he had a long reflection session of his own. As he steps outside to dry towels, Sumiki appears and asks if he went for a walk. He explains that he was just hanging laundry when one towel flew away and he was too tired to chase it. She perks up immediately and sprints after the runaway towel, and Yutaka watches her with relief because she is clearly back to full strength. She is glowing so much it looks like she leveled up overnight, and he remembers how scared he felt when she tumbled off that cliff. When she brings the towel back, she suddenly asks if he has found something he really enjoys in the student council. He answers honestly that he is not sure yet, so she suggests gently that they can look for it together. He tries to understand the sudden shift, but she loops the towel behind his head and pulls him slightly closer. She pulls him in and his soul blue screens on the spot as she tells him that this is important and he should continue being himself. He has no idea what she means, yet she gives him a soft smile before walking away. Later, Senga and Sugumi watch her moving around with more energy than usual and whisper that she is way more fired up than before. They both agree something definitely happened during that cliff incident, though neither can guess what it truly was. Rain taps steadily against the windows as Ako gathers the student council and praises everyone for their work at the volunteer camp. She moves straight into today's duties and explains that she will be introducing the duo to the student council president. Sumiki mentions she has not seen him recently, so Ako explains that he is extremely talented and pulled into activities inside and outside the school. She calls him perfect while missing her chair twice from her own nervousness, which makes Yutaka wonder what kind of person turns their flawless senpai into scrambled signals. Sumiki notes that the air feels strange, and when Yutaka agrees, she clarifies that she means it literally as the room crackles with static. The student council president arrives with a calm stride and electricity buzzes faintly around him. He wastes no time and tells them to stay focused because a wasted second is a wasted second. Tumiki's ears and tail spark up with static, making her blush as Ako stares in disbelief at her friend's fluffy explosion of fur. Tumiki explains that her usual bed head is stylish, but this is completely different. The president apologizes for letting off excess charge and adjusts the device on his wrist that stabilizes his lightning output. He introduces himself as Raisin Shinto and explains that his Genjin type is a lightning dragon, so stray friction can discharge his energy. Ako whispers that it only overflows when he works too hard, yet he brushes it off and stresses efficiency. Raisin assigns heavy lifting to Tsumiki and turns to Yutaka with a sharp question about his special skills or interests. Yukaka admits he is still searching, which surprises Raisin enough for him to say that he will show Yukaka something once they start the rounds. Yukaka hesitates at how fast Raisin decides things but follows his lead anyway. They walk across campus and Yukaka notices how people stop and stare wherever Raisin passes. Raisin encourages him to relax, explaining that Akko told him Yukaka is bolder than he acts, and that makes Yukaka internally question her sources. Their first stop is the weight room where Kurohane asks what to do with extra dumbbells. Raisin explains they came from the temperature-controlled room where certain conditions are optimized for training. Yutaka helps her take them back while Raisin watches closely, noting his work ethic as they walk. In the temperature-controlled room, Yutaka finds Tsumiki even though she struggles with heat. She explains she is here for equipment work as well, so they enter together. The lights suddenly shut off with a soft thump as the power fails, locking the electronic door. Tsumiki jokes about smashing it open, then decides to pry it open without breaking it. Yutaka suggests contacting someone and checks the temperature, but Tsumiki's phone dies a moment later even though she managed to message Akko beforehand. Inside the dark heat, they both notice the temperature rising instead of dropping. Yutaka starts feeling overheated while Tsumiki quietly strips off her outer layer and tries to help him loosen his collar. That is the moment Raisin powers the room back up, flooding it with bright light. Yutaka jolts back like he just got caught sneaking a snack before dinner, and Raisin pauses at the sight before assuming this must be the boldness Akko mentioned earlier. Only Yutaka could walk straight into a misunderstanding without even trying. On the way out, Raisin tells him that even without Genjin's strength, he completed his task quickly and responsibly, so he learned something from watching him. He shakes Yutaka's hand as the rain outside grows louder, then calls it a day. As they walk, he remembers something important involving humans and Genjin, but decides to stay silent for now. Halloween approaches, and the student council room is a full construction site of decorations, as Yutaka and Tsumiki set everything up while President Raisin stays focused on paperwork. Tsumiki asks if he wants to help, but when he asks whether they actually need him, she answers with a calm no. Raisin nods and says he has higher priority work, so if it is not necessary, he will refrain. Tsumiki wonders if he hates Halloween, yet Raisin simply says he does not like it or dislike it. He asks why they even decorate this room in the first place. The council already gained more items recently, so he thinks it is more efficient to only keep essential tools here. He proves his point by saying he does not even need a Halloween clock, because his body releases a small discharge every 10 minutes, which is enough to tell time. Even so, he politely asks for Tsumiki's opinion. She responds that Halloween is Halloween and this is just what people do on Halloween. Yutaka can tell she is powering through by repeating the same word, yet she continues by saying it only comes once a year, so they might as well have some fun. Raisin looks stunned that she allocates her time based on whether something is fun or not. Their personalities clash instantly, as if on cue. Tsumiki's hair explodes with static during Raisin's scheduled discharge. She flails, proving his point about not needing that clock at all. Raisin excuses himself for another meeting while she pats her hair back down. By the time everything is set up, Miri arrives and looks surprised to see the council fully decorated. Raisin immediately says it is all Tsumiki's work. When she admires the pumpkin clock, he repeats that Tsumiki is responsible, even though he explicitly told her they did not need it. Miri quietly notices that their usually composed president seems slightly off but keeps it to herself. When she pulls out a concern from the cultural festival's budget report, Raisin tells her he will take responsibility for fixing it. When he notices her blinking hard behind her glasses, he offers to look away so she can put in eye drops. She explains she is not allowed to take off her glasses around others but appreciates his consideration. He reminds her she does not need to apologize because following rules tied to one's Genjin nature is a wise precaution. That is why he avoids certain devices, since one accidental zap could erase data and waste everyone's time. He promises to bring the corrected report later and sends her to care for her eyes. Later, Raisin arrives to call Miri for a meeting, but the group is in the middle of taking a Halloween photo. The Oni boy asks for permission to take one quick shot, and Miri explains she is only joining because she finished her work. The president does not understand the sudden panic around him, but Tsumiki lights up instantly because this is her chance. She challenges him to a match of paper sumo to teach him to not underestimate Halloween. Paper sumo has nothing to do with Halloween, yet it is one of the few games where Genjin nature does not matter. Raisin checks the time in his head using his built-in electrical clock and decides he can spare 10 minutes. Yukaka hands him supplies while Akko asks if he even knows how to make one. Raisin answers with complete confidence, saying he is always prepared for any situation. The whole group silently wonders why he is prepared for something as random as paper sumo. Once the match begins, Raisin gets the hang of it fast and even surprises Akko because he looks genuinely involved. In the end, Tsumiki loses and hides her face. Raisin does not understand why she is acting like that, and Yutaka explains that she is frustrated. The president still does not grasp why she cares so much when there is no reward for winning. Tsumiki insists that winning is a reward on its own because it is fun and makes you happy, but her friend reminds her she did not win and therefore did not receive that reward. Raisin prepares to leave after his next discharge, But Yutaka stops him outside the classroom and offers him candy since it is Halloween. Raisin just stares at him, so Yutaka gently asks if he dislikes chocolate. Raisin says the issue is not the flavor. He explains that he should not let emotions sway him the way they did earlier, because he did not intend to participate or desire to win, yet he found himself completely absorbed in the game. That was unexpected for someone like him. He asks whether Tsumiki is always like that because she somehow pulls people straight into her flow. Yutaka says she just acts from the heart and that is what makes her amazing. Sometimes it even seems like she is plotting to make friends on purpose, which is impressive too, and someday he hopes he can be that natural himself. Hearing that, Raisin decides to take the chocolate. He calmly states that sugar is conducive to concentration after all. When he enters the decorated student council room again, he glances at the pumpkin clock. He never thought he would have a day where he intentionally looks at a decoration, but he smiles because this is unexpected. As November rolls in, it's already autumn, and it's getting colder by the day. Back at Kaiki High School, Tsumiki is busy drilling her team during volleyball practice. The entire team is on the verge of giving up in the middle of her intense training session. Looking at her fellows all bruised and broken, she wonders if they should take a break. Koro refuses to give up, as there's not much time left. They need to keep on going. Matsuki, on the other hand, remembers hearing that the Class 2 team is amazing at football, the best of the best. Sure enough, they look at Class 2 practicing and going over their drills. They're a lean, mean killing machine, while Tsumiki and the gang are basically kindergartners playing dodgeball. Looking at their upperclassmen and their teamwork, they realize that this is the last cool event for the first years, so it's only natural to get excited. Tsumiki bounces the ball in her hand, saying that she wants to spend it with everyone. Everyone gets serious because this is their final class event. Yutaka is trying his best not to make a fool out of himself, but Broab doesn't have hands to spare. The ball keeps shooting away and he keeps messing up. Tsumiki tells him it's okay, and Matsuki says that he'll cover for him in a really cool way when it's time for the match. Tsumiki once again tries to teach him, but this bro is absolutely unteachable. Later, he starts practicing with his little sister, and even she wipes the floor with him like a dirty rag. He then decides not to show off his amazing skills in public and practices in private. The clock ticks by and he can't focus at all. The tournament is tomorrow and the ball keeps dodging him like unpaid child support bills. He wonders what the hell is wrong with him and tries to focus. He remembers joining the student council, participating in the volunteering training camp, all because of Tsumiki. Speaking of the cool-headed werewolf, someone bonks the ball on his head, and he goes down like a sack of potatoes. He wonders if he is a mess because of his muddled head with Tsumiki, and when he opens his eyes, Tsumiki is standing there looking at him as if judging his life choices and actually liking them. Tomoriki says that it looks like he appreciates how wonderful the ground is. Maybe they can dig together later. Yutaka immediately gets up, and Tomoriki says that she didn't think there would be anyone after school in the courtyard. So what's he doing? Is he practicing? She volunteers to serve, and serve she does. The ball blasts next to Yutaka, and he doesn't even have time to react. She apologizes because she went harder than expected, but Yutaka is amazed and even wonders if the gym floor owed her rent or anything. They continue going over drills, and it looks like instead of Yutaka hitting the ball better, Tsumiki has gotten better at catching it. Bro Tsumiki teaches his girl how to play fetch. They continue going over the drills, and the ball accidentally slams his shoulder, making him cry out in pain. She wonders if he is doing okay, and he tries to put on a tough man act, saying he is fine, but she just smiles. It's not like he is not allowed to say that it hurts. She remembers as a kid when she had stopped saying it, when she could just instantly heal herself. Her healing ability was her gunjin nature, and while most kids don't have it, she was proud of it, but also wondered if she should keep quiet about it. So she is happy when he said that it's okay that she was appointed to him. Yutaka's Riz needs to be studied. Even while fumbling, he has bagged his Betty, who thanks her for stepping in. At this moment, Yutaka decides to lock in, and just as Tsumiki throws the ball with all her might behind it, Yutaka intercepts it with perfection and sends it flying back into her hands. Tsumiki is amazed and can't believe what she saw. It is the birth of a new volleyball star. Later, the whole group gets together. They are all headed home, and they were all practicing. They decide on one last team hurdle to boost their morale. Everyone is happy because they have been practicing their hardest, and tomorrow, whether they win or lose, they will be the happiest team on the court. And they also believe that they can keep doing this as long as they want to win together. Tsumiki smiles, and they wave their hands in determination. The day of the volleyball match is finally here, and the whole team is in high spirits. Yubibaka has been practicing on his own more than anyone else, but in front of Class 2, they are basically insects. Class 2 is ridiculously overpowered. Next is the powerhouse Kiba, a mermaid who powers up with seawater and can glue her fingers together as a web to make the perfect attack and defense weapon. Next up is Mokuri and her spider powers. The girl basically uses webs in every game she can. She uses the web as a defensive and offensive weapon. And of course, there is Senga. Senga himself isn't much of a problem, but his little fan club is getting out of hand. The girls keep chanting his name, and that deals emotional damage to Matsuki. Even though Senga isn't even trying, his face card gets him all the game on the court. The volleyball match is between Genja natures. They thought that it would be a bit balanced, but Class 2 is wiping the floor with Class 1. As Tsumiki tries to go for a smash, Mokuri is ready with a net in hand. Class 1 is losing badly, so they switch courts and take a minute break. The student council tries to cheer them on, telling them to hang on for one more set. They are bound to wear them down or something. Tsumiki tries to give her team a pep talk. They are all getting worn down. The first rule of the hunt is to follow the prey until it's weak. Kiba decides to get a power boost by spraying herself with seawater. The girl is unstoppable if she just takes a shower, though her seawater supply is running low. Dealing with Mokuri is a little trickier, since she uses threads instead of her actual hands. But it's also true that she is not creating webs every now and then. She is using the old one, so they have a chance at victory. The whole team huddles together, promising to push through no matter what. Yutaka looks at Tsumiki, wondering if they need some concrete plan. He looks at the suited council, and for once in his life, his brain does something. He gets an idea, just in time for the second set. Before it starts, Tsumiki approaches Mokuri, promising to give it their all. Suspiciously, her eyes and tail are all puffed up. But Mokuri doesn't pay much mind and shakes hands, and feels a tiny zap run across her fingers. She looks at Tsumiki, scratching her furry ears over and over again. The next time, the ball goes slamming into Mokuri. Mokuri does manage to intercept it with her net, but the ball just bounces away off track. Senga and Kiba wonder if she's feeling well. Mokuri raises her eyebrows, wondering why her webs feel slightly less elastic. She looks at Tsumiki, wondering what she did. Tsumiki just smirks. If they don't go all out, it won't be fun. Or would it? Kiba, Senga, and Mokuri just smile. The student council wonders what's going on. Mokuri is moving in a strange, blocky manner. Our lightning dragon believes it will work, as they are using static electricity. Yutaka had the brilliant idea when his little sister showed him a video of a spider's silk warping because of static. It looks like webs kind of lose their elasticity if there's electricity, so maybe they can deform it and make her reception harder. He was the one who had that idea, and Tsumiki was the one who executed it, running up to the lightning dragon and asking him for head pats. Well, not head pats, only his zapping schedule. They're managing to hold their own against Class 2 for a while. Without Mokuri's reception, Kiba and Senga are running out of stamina, and if they can keep it up, they might actually win this thing. Kiba has had enough of this little game. She slams the ball with all her might, and though everyone tries to stop it, it's of no use. All of a sudden, Yutaka arrives and intercepts the ball like a pro, sending it fly high, and Tsumiki delivers the finishing blow, bringing an end to this volleyball game of hell. They look at their award and everyone is smug and smiling. They came back from the brink of destruction and won 2 sets in a row. They won by being stubborn. Everyone is celebrating, and it feels as if they have to win more than usual today for some reason. Everyone smiles when they look at Tsumiki, who is grabbing a trophy and saying that she borrowed it so that they can take a picture with it. They all pose in front of the camera and smile warmly. And looking at Tsumiki's smile, with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, Yutaka gets a massive nosebleed and blushes. Tsumiki wonders what's up, and he stutters that it's nothing. In the art room, Sui is posing and trying to look all cool, saying his time has come. It's as if bro got reincarnated as Gojo. He looks into his mirror and whispers that he is looking super cool, even though the mirror only shows a floating coat. Matsuki tells him not to brag because he is easy to draw, and that's not a compliment. Yutaka wonders if he is here to help the club out. Sui says that today they have to do portraits, and guess what? They have to draw each other's faces, so whoever pairs up with him is going to have the easiest grade of their life. Matsuki and the whole class go wild. It turns out that being easy to draw is a quirk, and everyone wants to get paired with him. Seeing how everyone wants to get paired with Invisiboy, the teacher proposed that they would pair up randomly. It turns out that Tsumiki has been paired with Yutaka, and Miri has been paired with Sui. Before even starting, Tsumiki wants to see Yutaka's drawing. She then walks over to Sui, asking him if he is already done. Sure enough, he has drawn Miri, and the drawing is absolutely breathtaking. Tsumiki even wants to know his tips and tricks, but he just says that he got it from a good mental image. It's like thinking about her hair, which is nice and smooth. Sui continues to smooth talk about his crush, and everyone wonders about this mental image technique. Tsumiki pauses and starts squishing Yutaka's face as if he were the most interesting specimen in the class. Yutaka wonders what kind of harassment this is and what she is doing. She says that if she touches his face and sees how it feels, then she will be able to draw it. She even offers him to do the same. That's enough to cause Yutaka to crash out. He whispers that he knows every detail of her face, like the back of his hand. Bro accidentally riz up his baddie again. Kura is busy with her own drawing, using each of her tentacles as an extra arm. Maire is also wondering how she can draw Sui. Maybe she should just hand in a blank piece of paper. The teacher tells everyone to turn their drawings in. If they haven't, then they can turn it in by next week. Everyone looks at Maire, still staring intently into Sui's face. She even asks him out for lunch. While brainstorming alone, she has an idea how to draw a portrait of an invisible place. She leads him to the ice room, and he wonders if they are really going to draw her hair. The temperature-controlled rooms are for specific monster natures, so is she one who likes the cold? Midori says that she's not too fond of the cold, but her little snakes have something called pet organs, They can basically detect heat with them, so she might be able to draw him. That amazes Sui, and he immediately gets ready, pulling off his Hollywood smile. Marie says they'll have to make it quick because the longer the cold remains, the slower her little ones will get, and she'll get sleepy really quickly. Sui starts worrying about her, telling her not to stay in the cold for so long, but she just brushes him off. She might be able to convey what his face almost looks like. After all, she understands not being able to see their own faces. She was the same before these glasses. Sui appreciates her thought and gives her his best. He's been popular when it's time to draw portraits, as kids who can draw can get an A grade if they're paired with him. It's one of the perks of being invisible, so he doesn't feel bad. Mori just draws. When she was able to see her face, it felt as if a giant weight was lifting off her shoulders. As a Medusa, she always turned everyone who saw her brick hard. Even without realizing it, she had accepted that her face was something she would never change. But she still remembers when she put on these special glasses, and as a way of thanks for what he did, she wants to do this. A few moments slip by with the quiet scratching of the pencil against the paper, filling the void between them. She quietly notices that his face got a little warmer and it's making it easier to draw. Back at the art room, she submits her sketch, which looks more like a doodle, and has a vague portrait of his features. The teacher wonders if she was focused on something, and she blushes, saying that her artistic skills weren't up to the task, and she's embarrassed. Everyone, on the other hand, is just surprised to see Sui. He remembers being drawn as a circle as a kid, but now he actually has a somewhat normal portrait, and to him it's more priceless than any Picasso or Mona Lisa in the world. After all, it is his first portrait with the actual face, and he's honored. Yutaka looks at his phone, and Sumiki wonders why it's blowing up with notifications. It turns out his older sister is texting him in class, and she is really letting him have it. She is just excited that they know what to get their youngest sister for Christmas, and now he needs to buy it. It's a limited edition costume. But before he can complete the sentence, she covers his mouth and tells him not to say so that anyone can hear. She is guarding that costume like a government nuke code. It turns out she also knows about it. It's going to be released on the 24th, and she's planning to get it for her little sister. It's really rare, and if everyone knows about it, they won't be able to get it. Yutaka realizes that they'll have to keep quiet. He is startled by how quickly she gagged him. She whispers that they should go buy it together. Yuna and Yuri are spending time together drawing. Yuna tells Yutaka that he is really popular for going out with a girl on Christmas. Yutaka corrects her that he is only going out because she asked him to get a present. Yuna still teases him, saying that she didn't expect him to be going with another girl. It's as if she is trying to get at him, wondering if he is straight or not. But our boy doesn't swing that way and rushes out of the door. Yuna is just glad that her bro has game, and it looks like their bloodline won't be ending with him. Yutaka is waiting for Sumiki, wondering why it's such a big deal. He's just here to get Yuri's present with Sumiki. Yuri arrives and smiles, asking him if he waited long. They're happy to see each other during winter break, and he tells her that he just got here. They start their present hunting session. They come up to the store, and everyone gets a number for the tickets. Their ticket is 3115, and there's still some time until their turn. Yutaka remembers the ticketing system, and they might have some free time. He looks at Sumiki, wondering if they should look around. Sumiki already had that on her mind, and they went to the food court and got a 5-course meal full of meat. Sumiki's eyes widen and sparkle, and she loves that Christmas is all about meat. End of missing the point, but it's okay with Yutaka. She started eating the cutlet sandwich. Sumiki looks at his soup, wondering if it has any meat in it. After all, meat is really important for Christmas. Yutaka just says that the soup is warming his hands, and she all of a sudden pulls up next to Yutaka, huddling together and squeezing her shoulder next to his. His eyes widen in surprise as he wonders what in the world is going on. She whispers that she's a werewolf, and she's good with the cold environment because her body is basically a personal heater. She smiles once again, wondering if he is warm. The werewolf is a real tease, and he thanks her once they're done eating, and the grown-ups around him smile looking at the couple. She leads him to the snow park, then to the ice cream machine, then to a merry-go-round. She has a blast and captures the whole day through her self-holding lens. It's almost time to pick up their present. She tells Yutaka that she has to hunt for some other presents too, so she might be away for a while. Yutaka looks at the ticket and something just flew by. He looks at a card telling him to express his gratitude with winter gifts. He pauses and is frozen in place. Meanwhile, Sumiki manages to get the gift they were here for. Mission complete, and gift in bag, they return home. Sumiki is looking forward to seeing his little sister's beaming face, and Yutaka wonders how he can give this to her. He ended up buying something on impulse and is not sure if she might actually like it. As he's about to get cold feet, fate intervenes and causes him to drop that gift. He quickly hurtles over, but Sumiki reads the name tag and realizes it's for her. Yutaka is trying to do something he's not used to and has gotten ahead of himself. He wonders if he's made a fool of himself, but the way Sumiki's tail is wagging suggests otherwise. She thanks him for today and for everything. Since she came to the high school, it's been a blast. And he's really thankful for her presents, and they've been precious, and this is a small gift for her. She smiles and gets the gift, and immediately fishes into her own shopping bag and gets him a gift as well. It looks like they both had the same idea to get each other gloves, and they're now matching. They put it together and smile, promising to have fun next year as well. Yutaka looks at the gloves and smiles to himself like an idiot. The year ended better than he had hoped. Ako smiles beautifully, welcoming everyone to her family shrine and sincerely thanking them for the offerings, looking at the sweets, sandwiches, and totems in front of her. The guys in front of her melt into a steaming puddle as she tells them to have a good year. Internally, she thinks that if only she keeps providing good customer service, they will all have a perfect day. A voice wonders if she is using her nature on them. Ako angrily looks at Tsumiki. As long as she doesn't hold eye contact, they will not fall for her forever. She just needs to hold it for a moment. And she also wonders why Tsumiki is here. Tsumiki says she is just working part-time at the shrine. She also whispers that a werewolf and a succubus working at a shrine is kind of funny, isn't it? Ako also whispers that it's just a coincidence. But why did she come to work at this shrine? Does she even know what it is famous for? It's famous for matchmaking. Everyone can get around the idea of a succubus working here, but unless it's a shrine of buried doggy bones, a werewolf working here doesn't make much sense. There's even a mochi throwing event later, where everyone will find true love. Ako starts putting the pieces together, wondering if she fell in love with someone. Tsumiki just cluelessly answers that she ended up here while looking for a new job. She didn't want to start the new year broke. Ako realizes she just wanted a special job, and that's a very Tsumiki reason to give. She also wonders if Tsumiki's feelings have changed towards Yutaka. She remembers how she smiled while talking about him, and her heart does a somersault. She can't afford to sit around and do nothing. She decides that she will be united with her soulmate and figure out what's up with Tsumiki as well. The mocha making lessons begin, and Tsumiki makes a perfect mocha with her monster force. While Ako can't imagine what's going on between Tsumiki and Yutaka, she just needs to focus on her work. That poor girl can't even focus with Tsumiki tickling her back. She freezes, saying that it even feels better, and she's stable. Tsumiki takes it as a personal challenge to embarrass her, and grabs her heart-shaped tail, immediately causing her to moan. She collapses like a sack of potatoes, and Tsumiki apologizes. She couldn't help looking at her squirm around so cutely. Ako tells her not to hunt other people's tails like that. The next step after making mochi is wrapping it up. Ako looks at Tsumiki and wonders if she's getting better. She also asks what's going on between her and Yutaka lately. Did she see him during the winter break? Tsumiki nonchalantly says that they saw each other on Christmas Eve. They were getting the same present for their little sisters, so they decided to go together. To anyone normal, this is not a big deal. But to Ako, it looks like they basically had a destination wedding. She is also amazed by what a perfect older brother Yutaka is. So what did they do after shopping? When Tsumiki tells her that they had lunch, she imagines him raising her up, wondering if it soothes her taste. When Tsumiki says that he dug some snow, she imagines him digging the snow to make it safer for Tsumiki. And when she says that he got her a present, she imagines him downright proposing with a ring on her finger. Her heart feels torn as it was the perfect date plan, and she can see what a perfect gentleman he is. Even someone as dense as Tsumiki picks up that Ako likes him. Ako stutters and says that even with a gentle face, he gets bold. His eyes are deep, and he is a total playboy. Tsumiki can't believe that they are talking about the same person. Oiko just decides to work harder and become the perfect, charming lady. Tsumiki finds that amazing about her. After all, to Tsumiki, if someone isn't comfortable with the way she is, then they are not a match. She would never devote herself to a single person. And somehow, she is different. Maybe she doesn't even have to be cute, and she is not sure what's going on, but she feels it's important. They finally get the matcha all backed up and start throwing it at the crowd. Tsumiki excitedly says that she has thrown all the matcha, and Ako says that's not the way they were supposed to do it, but they'll talk about it later. She knows that she is a wonderful person, and she has a lot of love for everyone. And when Ako says that she wants to devote herself to a single person, she can't think about them all, and she realizes they are parts of herself that are not perfect, and that depresses her. The harder she tries, the more painful it gets. She throws the matcha beautifully, telling Tsumiki that something is different about happiness, and true happiness is being themselves, so it's fine if she doesn't understand, and that's what is important for her. She smiles, saying that love is a brilliant thing, looking at all of the kids, the couples getting their matcha, and celebrating. Tsumiki also sees it, the beauty of love. As the sun starts to rise through the mountains, it looks like they will have a great year ahead. Ako holds up her plaque, saying that maybe they should hang it up before leaving, though it's supposed to be for romantic success. They both make their own plaques. Ako says that she wants to be united with a destined person, and Tsumiki says that she wants to figure out what's important. They head back together, promising to have another wonderful year. Winter break is almost over, and they still need to get their homework done. Yutaka, on the other hand, is having an existential crisis, as Tsumiki is coming over. He makes sure that his room is perfectly clean and tidy, as she has a godly sense of smell. He's been sure to ventilate the room. He wonders why he's so nervous about seeing her in his room. He tries to calm himself down with some green tea and accidentally smacks his leg on the table when the doorbell rings and Tsumiki arrives. She tells Yui that she's here to do homework with Yutaka, and Anicha just smiles. Even though Yutaka told her he would get the door, she still wanted to see the baddie he bagged. They greet each other with a New Year's smile. Looking at Tsumiki and how pretty she is, and how adorably she has tied her tail to her leg, Yuna can't help but smile. Even Yui, the youngest sister, arrives and is glad to see the fluffy Onicha back. even commenting that she comes around a lot. Yuna smirks, wondering what's going on with that part. Yutaka flusters and stutters, but she tells him she won't cry too much and tells Yui that they'll go outside to play. They should have fun together. Yutaka doesn't even know that he has the best wingman living under his roof. Tsumiki smiles and tells Yutaka to teach him everything he can. She leads him to his room and barges in, apologizing for intruding, as this is her second time here. She checks out the room and Yutaka nervously wonders if something's wrong with it. She just smiles, saying that it smells like him. He can't believe she just dropped a T-bomb right after she entered. He nervously says that he cleaned his room really well, but she just smirks. He'll have to do better to beat the nose of a werewolf. She even knows that he had some tea. Yutaka blushes and is glad that he didn't have any solo fun time before waiting for her. Tsumiki just smirks. The werewolf's sense of smell is godly. She starts sniffing deeply, looking around, and Yutaka really wishes she would stop doing that. He volunteers to turn on the AC if the heat is too much, but she starts sliding her coat off, telling him it's no biggie. But why did he lower the cooling though? He says that the optimal environment for homework is not too cold and not too warm. He then rips out the notebooks and gets ready to start cracking at it. He also notices how much homework Tsumiki has left. Tsumiki nervously says she's been cleaning the home and whatnot, so that's why they have to get through this pile of homework together. She whips out an even bigger pile of snacks from her bag, saying it's weird if they have so much homework and no snacks. She raises her eyebrow. There's an assignment about figuring out what's important. Yutaka goes through her notebooks and she just gets up and plops next to Yutaka, as if he is her personal human cushion. She still doesn't get it and turns to Yutaka, and he wonders what kind of homework this is. Poor bro is too innocent for this world and wonders what's going on. She explains that in order to figure out what's really important, they need to try various things and see what sticks. Her eyes light up, and Yutaka quickly turns away with his face as red as a tomato, saying he needs a break. He goes out to cool himself and realizes he can't stay in there, even though it's his own room. If she doesn't figure out what's important by the time he is back, they might end up doing something more important. He looks around, thinking to himself what is really important. While Yutaka is cooling his nerves and getting his joystick under control, Tsumiki is about to sleep. She looks at Yutaka's bed and plops on it only to realize that Yutaka sleeps in here. She might not be the brightest werewolf, but certainly the cutest one. She looks at the pillow and startles and quickly gets off. Yutaka returns and looks at her, blushing. She just says she tried too hard, and he blushes as well. A few moments pass, and they manage to get through her homework. Yui and Yuna are playing outside, and they wonder why Tsumiki is going without seeing Yutaka. She explains that Yutaka walked her out here and now she's climbing up a mountain, which is where she lived. Yuna just smiles, saying that her brother has changed a lot since he met her. Back at middle school, he was in his own zone, going through the motions on autopilot, but now he's different. He is more lively. She thanks her, and Tsumiki just smiles. As long as she's known him, she feels that Yutaka always stays true to himself. She then takes her leave. After the leave, both of the sisters look at Yutaka, telling him that he has incredible taste. Yutaka enters the empty classroom, but it is expected to be empty since the school starts tomorrow. Surprised by his blunder, he convinces himself that it is part of his cunning plan to get used to the school's atmosphere again. However, he soon realizes that this is something only a real weirdo would do. His brain is a wreck, so he decides to go for a walk. In the hallway, Yutaka meets up with President Ryzen. The president tells him that there is an important conference coming up, so he wants to make preparations for it. Yuigo is impressed by his hard work. The president also thinks it is proactive of Yuigo to come to school during winter break. Yuigo to tries explaining, but there is no way he can tell him that he only came to school because he was anxious and wanted to do a simulation of the third semester. Going further, Yuigo to notices a hole in the ground and thinks of Tsumiki. The image of her filling the hole is so clear that Yutaka thinks the simulation is turning out to be weird. However, in the next moment, Tsumiki is standing right in front of him, making him realize that she is the real deal. Yutaka frets because he cannot tell her why he is here either. Thankfully, Tsumiki asks him to help her out with her secret project. Tsumiki explains that she changes her hiding spots every semester. She is currently scouting for new locations right now. She thinks that if someone finds them, they will dig them up, so she filled the last spot back in. Yutaka wants to tell her that everybody already knows her hiding spots, but he remains quiet. Tsumiki tells him to keep a lookout for a location with sunlight exposure, soil firmness, and moisture content. These three conditions must be satisfied because she is a professional in the art of dictation. Yeah, that is a word you have never heard of before. After an awkward silence, Tsumiki tells him to get moving since the wind here is too strong. Yutaka cannot help but get this feeling of déjà vu, like that time when he was also wandering around school without anyone else around. He recalls the opening ceremony when he missed it despite being on the school grounds. He heard the opening speech but kept waiting all alone, thinking something might change. He kept hesitating until the last minute and missed the ceremony altogether. His classmates asked about him skipping the ceremony, telling him that it counts as being absent even if he shows up, and asked if he found something fun to do in the meantime. Yutaka replied that he just overslept as usual, He said it was nothing fun, but the bed of flowers in front of him says otherwise. The only difference from that day is that Tsumiki is with him right now, so he confesses that he actually came to school to run a simulation of the third semester. Tsumiki laughs, saying he is really fired up about school. She does like school, but coming every day is a hassle for her. She understands that Yutaka takes school very seriously and assures him that today is the start of the third semester for them. Yutaka smiles, agreeing that he ended up adding a day to the new semester. And just like that, the two move to the next hidden location. Yutaka's extra day turns out to be a hole digging day. Senga the vampire watches Yutaka chatting with the student council and frets that the guy is living his best life right now. Yutaka is not one to mingle with the upperclassmen, but Senga understands that there is a lot in it for him. It is true that Yutaka does not use people, but that does not mean he is above prioritizing them. Senga thinks Yutaka is keeping his distance because Senga has nothing to give him. As he is leaving for home, Senga comes across Yutaka. After some casual chatter and an awkward silence, Senga turns on his flirting mode and invites Yutaka to the arcade. However, as soon as they reach the place, Senga calls it a waste of money. He does not really want to come here and only invited Yutaka on the spur of the moment. However, as soon as they enter, they find Tsumiki setting a new record for the punching game. She explains to the rest that someone is trying to beat her record, and she is totally locked in for the fight. As Yutaka starts trying the punching game, the otaku girl asks Senga to split up because she wants to be alone with Tsumiki. But Senga does not like her rough treatment, so he refuses. Tsumiki calls everyone over for a racing game, setting the rule that the loser has to play the dancing game. The otaku girl is fired up because this is her chance to see Tsumiki dance. Senga feels relieved that the situation is less awkward now because he thinks Yutaka prefers the current company more. As soon as the game starts, the appearance of crosses on the screen makes Senga so frightened that the other two start taking care of him, while Tsumiki keeps playing to earn her victory. However, midway through, she spots a shortcut and changes her course, which makes her lose the game. The otaku girl encourages Tsumiki as she hits the dance floor and displays the cutest dance ever. But the game is not biased like we are, so she loses yet again. That does nothing to diminish her spirit, and she tries once again, much to the otaku girl's pleasure. Tsumiki remembers to return Yutaka's eraser that she took home by accident. That is when Senga finds out that those two have been hanging out a lot lately. He thinks they are taking things too fast because to him both of them are very dense. He recalls Yutaka's favor but cannot help thinking that there is no point in hanging around together. Senga casually mentions that things are going well for Yutaka. Yutaka explains that he is slowly finding himself, and he joined the student council for that purpose. He did all that volunteering and found something he cares about. Now he understands that there is more than one way to care. He still thinks that emotions are complicated, but he wants to know what he feels so he can understand. Yutaka mentions that he still has a long way to go. Senga watches him and invites him to a game. Senga thinks that Yutaka is leveling up, despite starting off as a nervous wreck. Just as Senga thinks Yutaka does not need him, the guy asks about his life lately. Yutaka explains that things felt off today and asks if something happened. Senga replies that he made everything awkward and says it does not matter. However, Yutaka says he wants to know, because Senga is his friend. Senga loses the game but looks relieved, saying that they should come here again. Yutaka agrees. The girls watch the two of them playing and call them game addicts. The Unicorn-chan is hosting a chocolate-making workshop for Valentine's. The girls are happy that she is doing this because baking alone at home is annoying. Just as Unicorn-chan is counting the members, Tsumiki and Mirei enter the room, making the whole class excited. It turns out Tsumiki is just here for the taste testing, since Unicorn-chan is whipping up a bunch of prototypes. When they ask Mirei about making chocolates, she replies that she is making them for someone as a thank you. As they start making chocolate, Mirei's snakes help out by measuring the temperature and doing other tasks. The other girls are impressed by her efficient methods, especially since they are not even close to being as effective despite having tentacles and such. Suddenly, Tsumiki sniffs around and finds something suspicious. She notices a cake burning and saves it just in time. The girl thanks her, saying that she can still give it to her crush. Mirei listens to the girls talking about their loved ones and gets nervous at the last step. Sumoki comes over and asks if this is the hard part because Mirei keeps messing up. The other girls finish one after another, but Mirei is still struggling because she keeps messing up due to anxiety. She knows that she is not anxious about making desserts since she has made them many times and has given thank you gifts before. So she wonders if her feelings are more than just gratitude. The uncertainty of whether to give him something while her feelings remain unclear is causing this hesitation. After one more mistake, Mirei looks at the time, but the others start telling her that her desserts taste amazing even if they are not perfect. Mirei wants to try again, so Tsumiki signals the others to let her do it. Mirei has come to realize that there is an emotion beyond gratitude. She does not have a name for it yet, but she wants her gesture to be perfect. The others understand and decide to help her with the cleanup. Mirei's anxiety does not diminish even after coming to school early. She thinks Kito, the invisible guy, will not arrive for a bit so she can calm down. But no such luck. He arrives the next second, happy about being the first to arrive because Mirei is hiding inside the desk. Kito starts humming a tune, making Mirei recall that it is the tone she sang at karaoke. She also recalls all the fun times she has spent with him, making her blush beautifully. Kito notices Miri's bag, which makes her clatter inside the desk. He discovers her and thinks she is hiding there because her snakes prefer the dark. It turns out he is early today because he wanted to give some desserts to her for Valentine's. He got some for the whole class but says Miri's is special. He says it is a thanks for the portrait but asks her to keep it between them. As he is leaving, Miri grabs his sleeve and gives him what she has prepared. Kito is pleasantly surprised, but Miri zooms out of the class, not knowing why she is running away. Now, she does not know how to go back. It is Valentine's Day, and the boys are all restless. Even the airheaded Yutaka notices the change. The Oni boy wants to fight him since he did not get any chocolates this year. Even the invisible boy did not give any to his friend because he figured he should stop coddling him. The Oni boy is jealous that Yutaka receives some desserts from his sisters. He also delivers the news that Tsumiki only receives chocolates on Valentine's Day and thanks whoever gave her chocolates on White Day, meaning she never gives chocolates to anyone. This makes the Oni boy happy. Yutaka understands that since Tsumiki is popular, she would have to give chocolates to a lot of people. Out of nowhere, Tsumiki asks Yutaka to help her make Valentine's chocolates because he is great at home economics. Every other boy is left dumbfounded as Tsumiki whisks Yutaka away with her. The boys wonder if she likes him but think she would not ask for his help if that were the case. In the home economics room, Tsumiki gathers the ingredients and dons her gloves. They are following a simple recipe for beginners, but Yutaka can't seem to understand any of it. He is still determined to get it right because Tsumiki might not be able to make it in time if he messes up. He wonders how much he is supposed to help her, because he is sure whoever gets the chocolate will probably want her to have made it herself. So Yutaka shares his concerns that he should not be helping her. However, Tsumiki wants him with her, so Yutaka starts helping. Tsumiki begins crushing the cookies, explaining that she is using them as the flake part because werewolves like it crunchy. However, her crushing methods turn the cookies into sand. Yutaka suggests using a rolling pin, which does the trick. The next part is mixing the crushed cookies into the melted chocolate. Tsumiki once again shows her extraordinary skills, making the batter fly everywhere. She happily cleans up the mess by licking it off. Yutaka is about to use some paper towels, but Tsumiki grabs his hand and licks away the chocolate. Both are shocked for a moment, but Tsumiki plays it cool in the end. Yutaka feels a little flustered, wondering about the recipient of these chocolates. Once the chocolates are all done, Yutaka notices that they are for more than one person. He does not understand why that makes him feel a little better. Tsumiki picks out the best one and presents it to Yutaka with the brightest smile. Yutaka is surprised, but she urges him to eat it while it is still fresh. He now understands why she wanted him there. He can't stop smiling as he thanks her for the chocolates. Yutaka wants to take a picture, so Tsumiki gives him permission but reminds him she wants him to eat it fresh. Yutaka explains that he saw how hard she worked to make it, so he does not want to eat it just yet. He starts talking non-stop about her great achievement, but Tsumiki takes the chocolate and asks him to eat it already, hand-feeding him in the process. She packs away the rest for her family, making Yutaka realize that he is the only one at school to get chocolates from her. Tsumiki asks Miri about her uncertainty, and gets a reply that the uncertainty remains, but she still gave chocolates to her intended because you can feel multiple emotions for someone. Now Tsumiki thinks giving Valentine's chocolates is fun as well. The Oni boy welcomes Yutaka back to class but finds something amiss. The invisible boy notices that Yutaka is in his airheaded zone, but the Oni boy does not care because Yutaka has some chocolate on his face. The octopus girl enters the classroom with some extra chocolate, saving Yutaka from the wrath of the Oni boy. President Ryzen orders the things in the storeroom to be divided into necessary and unnecessary groups. However, Tsumiki wants to divide them into categories of sparks joy and does not sparks joy. As the two debate back and forth, Yutaka observes that they are polar opposites. Today they are tidying up the student council room and are also supposed to organize the supplies in the shed, but Tsumiki keeps getting distracted, and the president seems at a loss. Tsumiki looks around and takes out a microwave, saying it sparks joy and they need it. However, the president reacts heavily at the mere appearance of the machine. It is obvious that he is not taking it well, as he decides to leave for a moment. Yutaka suggests taking a break since Raisin's electricity surges when he gets tired. However, Raisin thinks breaks are unnecessary since those intervals don't produce results. He also mentions that the microwave is unnecessary. Tsumiki argues that they need it since Raisin skipped lunch today because of work. Raisin thinks there's no harm in one skipped meal, prompting Tsumiki to thunder that food means nothing to their president. As Tsumiki and Yutaka arrange the room, Ako gathers her courage outside and enters with a cool demeanor after missing school due to a cold. She is shocked to see the room, but a simple concern from Yutaka makes her feel better. She takes out some sweets to give him for a late Valentine's Day. Ako knows that Tsumiki does not give any chocolates on Valentine's Day, so she is surprised when Tsumiki reveals that she gave some to Yutaka and her family this year. Ako frets that she should not have caught a cold on the actual day. Unbothered, Tsumiki presents the microwave dilemma. Ako tells them that they bought it last year but stopped using it, so it might not work now. She explains that Raizen is an awkward person. The other two are surprised, so she explains that he is perfect when it comes to work, but does not pick up on how people around him feel useless because of his efficiency. This is the reason everyone in the student council quit. Even Echo thinks the guy should just marry his tasks if he loves them so much. She doubts Raisin ever even turned on the microwave and asks if she should throw it away on the way out. Tsumiki refuses, saying that she will convince Raisin somehow. Yutaka wonders if Tsumiki is trying to get Raisin to rest, but it turns out she just wants to use the microwave because she is hungry herself. Raisin is surprised when he finds the neat room on his return. Yutaka tells him he now has one less task to worry about, but Raisin just decides to add more as a replacement, making Yutaka wonder how they can get him to rest. Tsumiki is about to chop up the microwave because it is not working, but Yutaka stops her in time. Raisin recalls how it stopped working in the past, and he used his electric powers to make it functional again. The other members were pleased and dragged him to take a break for a day. So now Raisin takes off his gloves and sends a spark at the microwave, fixing it in one go. Tsumiki happily watches her food warm up as Raisin quietly starts doing his tasks. Tsumiki shares the snacks as thanks. Raisin reminds her that it is her snack, but Yutaka chimes in that he needs sugar to focus on his tasks. Raisin finally takes the treat and recalls the previous members of the student council. As he eats, he decides to retract his statement and announces that the microwave is necessary. Tsumiki cheers, but Raisin declares that she can only use it after work is completed because waiting for food is wasted time. Tsumiki does not understand his logic at all. The student council is attending a high-end party. Echo tells them to relax and enjoy, so Tsumiki goes straight for the meat section. Yutaka never expected it to be an actual party, so he is already feeling on edge. On the other hand, Echo is totally smitten with the cool Yutaka, while Tsumiki decides to give him some meat to balance the vision. The group finds Raisin socializing, but Echo can tell that he is on edge about his upcoming speech. Yutaka is impressed by how Raisin runs the student council on top of everything else and wonders if he could become like that if he better understood his feelings. Yutaka also thinks Raisin works so fast because he makes decisions so quickly. Akko can't understand why the perfect Raisin wants to be even more perfect, but Tsumiki does not share the sentiment. Raisin finds the gang and explains that this party is to commemorate the decision to build a special facility aimed at fostering exchange between humans and mythfolk. He specifically invited them to voice their opinions at this gathering because these three are perfect for the job. Tsumiki asks about the building because there stands a theme park that would need to go. Raisin explains that it closed when he was 10, so it is quite old. Tsumiki is sad to hear that and wants to say more, but stops when they see Raisin's demeanor. As Raisin leaves, Akko comments that he seems off, while Yutaka notices an electrical discharge. However, Akko explains that Raisin is holding it in right now because not everyone outside their school understands their unique constitution. Raisin is probably trying to be considerate, so he does not scare anyone. But this act alone seems to defeat the whole purpose of the event. Yuikaka grows exhausted after a while, so Alko offers her lap for him to rest, which he refuses, of course. On the other hand, Tsumiki's extroversion strikes again, and she gets invited to a chocolate party in addition to receiving some chocolates. Suddenly, her ears ring and she tells everyone that Raisin is fighting at the moment. They follow her and come across a man yelling at Raisin. Soon the man apologizes for yelling, but Raisin does not mind since he understands that the man is just worried for his daughter's safety due to Raisin's lightning powers. However, the man refuses to listen and leaves. The group finds Raisin and asks if he is not going to say anything, as everyone is kind of freaked out. Raisin apologizes for the scene, but says that the people's reaction arises from a lack of information. He says he can explain in his speech, but Akko does not think giving a speech in the current situation would solve anything. However, Raisin does not expect everyone to understand, but he thinks continued effort would show results. According to him, the smallest misunderstanding must be swiftly corrected before it is too late. As Raisin moves forward for his speech, Yutaka tries convincing himself that Raisin will be alright since he has already worked so hard. However, Akko points out that the others do not know anything about him. All they see is a dragon, a myth folk, and a high school student who can create lightning. So it is going to be hard for them to trust him when he is just a stranger. Yutaka can't believe that Raisin is standing before these people, even after knowing all this. Raisin steps forward for the speech, but the people only talk about his lightning and their safety, without even listening to him. Raisin continues, but one look at the man causes him to discharge, making the electricity go out in the whole building. Amid the chaos, Raisin leaves the stage. When the blackout hits, Raisin freaks out for a moment, but uses the chance to slip away without anyone noticing. Yutaka and Akko can't see anything in the dark, but Tsumiki can, and she quickly figures out that Raisin isn't around anymore. As he's leaving, he's stuck between what makes sense, getting the power back on, and his feelings, wondering how his electric powers ended up causing such a mess. All these emotions swirl around as he thinks back to the fight he just had, where the other guy was just trying to make his family happy. Then there's a flashback. Raisin's mom telling him that because he's mythfolk, he always needs to be careful with his electric powers. He's a bit confused, but agrees. So, at school, he talks to people more about his electricity than his hobbies, hoping to help everyone get along. On his way home, he bumps into his neighbor Koharu Amamori, who's sneaking out of her own house despite being rumored as being sick. She begs him to not tell anyone as she explains she missed school due to being sick, but feels better now and wants to catch up. Raisin doesn't stop her since he gets that only she knows how she really feels. That trust makes Koharu open up more, and they become good friends. Over time, they get even closer, going through school side by side. For Raisin, time that should have passed the same flew by just by being with her. Koharu was spending her normal school life, but people around her kept reminding her to not push herself too hard. However, she explained to them every time that she was usually fine. One day, while chilling at Koharu's place, Raisin asks why she feels the need to explain her condition even though she's just human. She says she likes letting people know when she's doing fine so they don't worry about her, because if they worry when she's actually okay, it just ruins her mood. Raisin totally gets it since he wants to make sure people don't stress about his powers when he's got them under control. Koharu jokes that mythfolk and humans aren't so different after all. Raisin remembers his mother's warning about his powers, and even though Raisin knows his powers can be scary, he feels like Koharu is special. He even secretly fixes her microwave with his electricity, telling her to keep it quiet since he's not really supposed to do that. But their happy friendship doesn't last as long as they hope. Koharu's health gets worse, and she ends up in the hospital for surgery. To make things worse, her hospital room looks out onto the theme park she always wanted to visit but now can't, and there's a chance it would shut down. She tells Raisin all this, looking pretty down, knowing her family won't let them hang out anymore, even though Raisin can control his lightning pretty well. Still, she smiles through it all, saying that she wants to get better soon to make her family happy. In the end, her only wish is to be with Raisin. Raisin tries to stay hopeful, promising to keep working on mythfolk-human relations so they can be together without any problems, and he vows to take her to the amusement park when she's better. They try to communicate by flashing lights, her flashlight and his lightning, but eventually Koharu's dad finds out and begs Raisin to stop. Raisin listens and their interactions slowly fade away. Raisin keeps thinking of methods of convincing everyone that they can be together. He recalls Koharu saying that they are alike, but now he thinks they are not the same after all. In a low moment, Raisin looks at the amusement park, and the flashback ends with Raisin experiencing a haywire of electricity. Meanwhile, Ako, Yutaka, and Sumiki are searching for Raisin when they notice a painting and run into Tomo Mokuri, the spider girl, who's there for an art exhibit. Sumiki then asks Tomo for a favor to help them out. The gang fills Tomo in on what's going on, and she nods along as she leads them down to the ground floor. She talks about her experience with Raisin during the cultural festival, and how determined he is to do things the right way. She wonders what's waiting on him. When she asks for a plan, no one really has anything solid, but Yutaka mentions they definitely need to find Raisin. Ako agrees because they need to enjoy the rest of the party together, and Sumiki wants him back since she's mad at him for keeping everything inside. Sumiki agrees and everyone starts looking for him. Meanwhile, Raisin is hiding out in a tent, feeling pretty down about the fear he's caused and the trust he's lost. Luckily, Yutaka finds him, and they have a talk. Yutaka starts by saying everyone's been wondering where Raisin disappeared to, but Raisin's focus is all on fixing the power and controlling his electricity, so he tells Yutaka to return. Yutaka cuts him off, asking why he sounded so sad when he was speaking earlier on the stage. Raisin opens up saying he always had a purpose and he worked to identify what was necessary and what was not to fulfill it. However, now he wonders if his methods were wrong all along, because Koharu's father asked him to stop and let it go for both of their sake. Raisin is lost because he had faith in his path and now it is gone. He is uncertain how to proceed, but he must find another approach soon. Yutaka thinks about it. Raisin was like a role model to him because of his attitude, but now Yutaka realizes that Raisin was just trying to stay strong while dealing with everything on his own, and sacrificing his own feelings in the process. Yutaka tells him that even if he doesn't know all the struggles Raisin's been through, there are people around who want to help and support him. Then they suddenly hear some familiar voices and a weird creaking sound. Yutaka steps outside and sees the Ferris wheel tipping over. Luckily, Tomoe has webbed it up to stop it from falling, but it's going to take all of Tamiki and the gang's effort to keep it steady. Raisin shows up and says it's fine if the Ferris wheel falls, but Sumiki quickly shuts that down. Everyone knows how much it means to him. Remembering what Yutaka said, Raisin tells everyone to step back and sends electricity through the webbing, changing how it bends. The party people, who are still waiting for the power to return, watch the Ferris wheel light up. Raisin explains that he did not mean it to light, but somehow the electrical output aligned by chance. Even though Raisin thinks the method is a bit much, he's glad it worked, especially when he remembers Koharu getting excited about the Ferris wheel. Then he spots a light far away, Koharu's flashlight. It grabs all his attention, and he doesn't even look at the others as he responds to her signal. Later, he says he won't ride the Ferris wheel with them because he still has a promise to keep. As the group starts walking away, Raisin asks Sumiki how much of this was her plan and why she didn't step in earlier, since she could have found him with her skills. Sumiki just quotes him back, saying it's all about finding the right person for the right job, then runs off to walk with Yutaka, making Raisin think that she can be quite the strategist. The student council is back on track after the event. Raisin says they won't make the whole thing public since it was meant to help improve relations between mythfolk and humans. He apologizes for any stress caused, but also thanks everyone for their help. Then he gets a bit distracted by the huge amount of food on his plate. Ako and Sumiki tell him they want him to eat since he's been skipping meals. but Ryzen says he already packed a lunch because he has decided that replenishing his energy is necessary to complete his tasks. Tsumiki is surprised since he has half her food on his plate. After lunch, Ryzen thinks about the human and mythfolk pair in front of him. He talks to Yutaka privately, shares more about his thoughts and hints at having some issues with his special someone. But he explains that he is feeling happy that he has come to believe that there's a way forward, all thanks to Yutaka's words. Yutaka thanks him for opening up. As Yutaka heads back to class, he thinks Ryzen's purpose is to see his important person again. He can't help but think how this feeling reminds him of when he first met Tsumiki, leaving Yutaka even more confused about where he stands with her. However, she's nowhere to be found even though the lunch break is about to end. Just as Yutaka is about to go look for her, she suddenly pops out of a locker because she couldn't nap there. Then, while they're listening to music on a record, Tsumiki keeps staring at Yutaka. He wonders why and frets if he has done something. Then the record crackles, making Tsumiki make an uncomfortable face, so he rushes to fix it. But turns out, Tsumiki actually liked the creepy sound. Later, during vocal English lessons, they're trying to get the pronunciation right. Yutaka wonders if the weird pronunciation would hurt her ears. Tsumiki has a perfect pronunciation, but he keeps wondering about the words that are easy on the ears. As he is muttering, Tsumiki suddenly slams him against the wall while staring out at the snow. She excitedly tells everyone about the snow, but the teacher points out that the class is not as exciting to her as the snow. The first years decide to play cops and robbers, but the game isn't really the focus. While Michi and Senga guard the jail, they talk about how deadpan Yutaka looks while locked up. Yutaka declares he should be in jail because he keeps repeating the same mistakes over and over. He feels like he's failing to communicate and worries he's letting Tsumiki down, scared they might drift apart. Before he can finish his thought, Tsumiki breaks through Michi and Senga's defense while Roman distracts Kiba. Tsumiki easily whisks Yutaka away without any resistance. Kiba asks her guards to show some more sting, so Michi apologizes. When Michi asks why, Senga says he just wanted Tsumiki to help Yutaka through it. Then Tsumiki brags about her plan with Roman, and Yutaka comments on how her grip is soft but strong. He soon worries if it was her right to say something like that, but Tsumiki smiles and says she adapts, and they share a sweet moment with Tsumiki showing her different grip strengths. It ends with Tsumiki showing Yutaka just how strong her grip really is. Yutaka starts his day with a message on his phone saying school is cancelled because of the snow. He's waiting for his train home, but then notices an ad related to education, making him realize that he will be a second year soon. Suddenly, he decides to walk to school and wait there like the notification mentioned. He is all set to head to school, but then Tsumiki calls for the first time ever and tells him she is at school having fun in the snow. She explains it would snow a lot and figured she could get here to market first. They keep talking while she brushes snow off herself, and Yutaka laughs while trying to picture what she is doing. Tsumiki, however, gets distracted because his voice sounds a little different to her. Yutaka blames the phone connection and her good hearing, but she is still not buying it. She asks about his location, and when Yutaka tells her he is on his way to school, she promises to save some snow for him. Eventually, Yutaka makes it to the school, and Tsumiki hears it thanks to her good hearing, and runs over to grab him and drops him right into the pile of snow she saved for him. She asks about the snow situation, so Yutaka tells her that while it is cold, it feels like he is being hugged by it. Tsumiki is glad but still checks to see if he has frozen up. Their fun gets cut short though because a staff member shows up to collect them since they are not supposed to be there. Even so, Tsumiki wants to kick their shoes and takes Yutaka with him to her next adventure. Yutaka follows her after checking their first call ever. Tsumiki tells tales about her time with her siblings and is fired up to win to pay them back for all the roasting. Tsumiki and Yutaka mess around a little by kicking their shoes through the snow, and Yutaka realizes that he is at a disadvantage since the game does not end till they get their shoes back, but Yutaka ends up falling, so they have to warm him up afterward. While they are warming up, Tsumiki apologizes for making him stay in the snow for so long. But Yutaka says he is the one who completely lost track of time because he was having so much fun. Yutaka realizes he does not want the day to end, even if it was short. He knows that they will be second years in no time, and this specific calls will disappear, but that does not mean he will never see them again. Being with Tsumiki makes him realize that the more things one cares about, the more anxious and lonely one feels. Tsumiki then scoots closer and starts talking with him about the future, including doing another shoe-kicking contest with slippers next time, and Yutaka is totally on board. Tsumiki promises to get her revenge by becoming untouchable in the game. However, she wants him as a practice partner. Yutaka can't believe she will be around even after this year but promises that he won't lose. Tsumiki smiles but starts teasing him. However, Yutaka cuts the moment short because he is getting too warm. And even though it seems like she only sat close to help with that, she gets embarrassed when he says it out loud, which leaves both of them feeling awkward. Yutaka asks Tsumiki about her favorite snack and her reply is everything. Her latest craving is beef jerky and offers some to Yutaka, but the guy does not think beef jerky is an acceptable thank you gift for Valentine's Day. The day is almost here and he still has not decided on what to get for Tsumiki. He also worries if he would even get a chance to give it to her. His friends are no help since the invisible boy never had a problem with giving gifts because of being popular, and the Oni boy never had anyone to thank. The Oni boy is also angry at Yutaka for making chocolates with Tsumiki and now returning the favor. Yutaka roams around and enters Senga's classroom for some advice. However, as soon as Yutaka mentions the white day, Senga drags him away from girls and tells him this topic is a little sensitive for him because of his dynamic with the girls. On the other hand, Ryzen is also preparing some thank you gifts, but his method is too formal. With no lead in what is the best way to give a gift for such a holiday, Yutaka impulsively walks into a white day venue after school, in hopes of getting inspiration that way. Luckily, despite his worrywart attitude, he stumbles across a chocolate canine-themed treat selection. And though he almost second-guesses himself out of the selection, but the thought of Tsumiki's smile gives him courage, and with the help of Kura and Hiyori working as cashier, gives him the necessary comfort of taking the chance to purchase such an item. He departs after his purchase with a contented look and smile, to which both Kura and Hiyori notice it was likely because he was thinking of Tsumiki. On the white day, Tsumiki arrives with bags of thank you gifts. Yutaka watches that she's busy and decides to wait it out. His procrastination is catching up with him though, since before he knows it, the school day is almost over. He is just about to give Tsumiki his gift as she leaves the classroom, but since another person called her to do committee work, he gives up and just says goodbye. Many onlookers question his lack of resolve, but as Yutaka contemplates giving it tomorrow, the date catches his eye and he bolts out of the classroom in search of Tsumiki. Gift in hand, he eventually comes to find her, but since maybe people walking around in the hallways getting him flustered, Tsumiki pulls him aside under the stairwell to allow him to speak in private. There he proceeds to give Tsumiki the gift as he talks about his happiness during Valentine's Day. And though Tsumiki knew he had a gift due to the bag and smell, she is still as excited as ever to receive it. She declares that the chocolates are tastiest right when someone eats them, so Yutaka gives her the permission to eat it right away. She unboxes the gift and starts eating the chocolate, but a smudge of it remains near her mouth, to which she asks Yutaka to help clear it. Yutaka does not understand why she is letting him do it when Tsumiki is so careful about her space. He does with his hand, accidentally touching her ear in the process and apologizing for it. Tsumiki did not mind too much though, thanking him and walking off as Yutaka continues to remain by the stairwell, heart nearly beating out of his chest, hoping that she did not hear it with her sharp senses. The day after White Day rolls around, and Ako Yamanaka ends up catching another cold. She frets over the fact that her perfection is dead for getting a cold twice in a row. She worries about getting better ASP and misses the messages from the student council. Good thing Yutaka and Tsumiki are planning to bring her anything she missed from school. Yutaka worries that her condition might have turned worse since she still has not read their message, so Tsumiki decides to use a shortcut, making Yutaka think that she is always independent and carefree. He follows her closely, but she jumps over a fence. Yutaka tells her that this shortcut might be too high level for him, so Tsumiki suggests taking another route. However, Yutaka decides to give it a try and manages to climb over. When they get there, Ako is already apologizing way too much for being sick. Yutaka is surprised to see her become this depressed, but Tsumiki is not worried about that at all. She just picks Ako up and carries her to her room so she can rest. Tsumiki handles the heavy lifting, while Yutaka helps by teaching her how to take care of someone who is sick, since Tsumiki is basically immune to getting sick herself. However, Akeo still thinks that if she lets them help her, she will be nothing more than a helpless, adorable succubus. Akeo keeps fretting about getting their help while the two decide to give her a snack and bring out an apple. Akeo tries to be nice and insists on cutting it for everyone, but Tsumiki shuts that down by smashing the apple in a bag and making Ako drink it instead. That goes about as badly as you would expect, and the juice ends up getting all over Ako. As Ako frets that spilling is not perfect, Tsumiki takes it on herself to clean her up with a rug, even if she is being a little too intense for someone who is already sick. After all that, Tsumiki starts feeling bad because none of her help is really helping. Yutaka suggests heading out but stops when he sees Tsumiki being so down. Ultimately, she heads out to grab more supplies. While she is gone, Ako tries apologizing for causing them trouble, but Yutaka says it is alright and gives Ako his White Day gift, which is yogurt and cough drops. Ako is beyond happy that her soulmate thought of her like that. She realizes that she has not recharged on love in a while and wonders what he tastes like. She almost tries to make a move on him, but she accidentally bonks heads with him and knocks herself out instead. When Ako wakes up from her nap, she sees Tsumiki sitting by her bed and gently rubbing her forehead. Even then, Ako can tell Tsumiki is upset, so Tsumiki admits that Ako keeps trying to act perfect even while she is sick, and that makes it hard for her to feel useful. Even if Tsumiki's attempts were kind of a mess, Ako still thinks the effort is really sweet and appreciates how much she cares. Before Yutaka and Tsumiki leave, Ako asks for one thing, a head pat from both of them. Tsumiki, of course, takes that personally and gives Ako double the pats to make up for Yutaka. The chapter ends with a small flash forward to when Ako is feeling better and ready to start the new school day. Yutaka and Tsumiki end up on a mission to check out as much food as possible in Chinatown, where Tsumiki is hyperactive and Yutaka is fidgeting to see so many couples around. It starts because of a school survey. The students give so many different answers about what they want in the cafeteria that there is no clear favorite. So Ryzen steps in and splits up the student council's work. He and Ako handle sorting the survey responses, while Yutaka and Tsumiki go out to explore and collect food samples to help decide what should and should not make the menu. As Sumiki and Yutaka chatter away about going to Chinatown, Akko realizes that their assignment is actually a date. Even though it sounds like a pretty normal assignment, Yutaka is still weirdly nervous about it. Sumiki notices right away and tries to help him loosen up by showing him the right way to enjoy Chinatown. First, she tries teaching him how to walk and eat at the same time, but their different versions of slow pacing and his small appetite makes her get a little self-conscious instead. Yutaka notices that she is angry eating because of his blunder and he is about to apologize, but she starts suggesting again like it's a second take. Then she suggests sharing food to save money and move faster. She lets him drink first, but he's taking so long that Sumiki starts drinking from the other end, making Yutaka completely flustered. Sumiki saves the big event for last, which is a ramen challenge. The only problem is the ramen is insanely spicy. Yutaka wonders if her healing powers would help her deal with the spice, but nope, she can barely deal with it. Yutaka realizes that werewolves are sensitive to heat and their metabolism is fast, so it is really difficult for her. Yutaka tells her she does not have to force herself to do it, but she insists while sulking. Her words barely make sense anymore, but she keeps going because she wants the Golden Panda prize for finishing and proving that she can handle the spice. Yutaka laughs because at this point they have basically stopped doing the survey and are just having fun, but he still cheers her on just like she told him to. Afterward, they both celebrate finishing the task and having a good time, but then the shopkeeper mistakes them for a couple. Yutaka quickly corrects her, but Sumiki agrees like it is not big deal. Once they are outside talking about the survey again, he feels guilty for getting so flustered over such a small misunderstanding. What he does not realize is that Sumiki is flustered too. Later, Akko asks about it all being Chinese food, but turns out Sumiki is planning to try every culture. We start at a cafe where Kura, Hiyori, Mirai, and Sumiki are hanging out and trying to cheer Kura up about her love life. Kura vents that her crush already has a girlfriend, and on top of that, it feels like everyone she follows on social media is in a relationship too. She is frustrated and feels like she is just unlucky when it comes to dating, but she also wants to enjoy the best years of her life. The others try to help in different ways, with food, club suggestions, and logic, and the most practical Mary talk actually helps the most, even if Kura pushes back at first. She explains that part of why she held back is because she is scared of how being mythfolk could affect a relationship. If she tells someone too much too soon, it could scare them off, but if she says too little, it could cause problems later. Sumiki wonders if Kura will like anyone as long as they don't make her spray ink, and the conversation drifts a little into the difference between having a type and having actual relationship requirements. Kura starts feeling a little unsure, making others ask about her type. Right then, Sumiki spots Yutaka walking by outside. She asks if they should bring him in and get his perspective. Kura immediately sees the problem and tells Hiyori that since they both know he likes Sumiki, they should keep him out of this so he does not get self-conscious. Meanwhile, Yutaka notices all four of them in the window, trying to signal him over in different ways, but the only one he really pays attention to is Sumiki. He follows her cue and joins them at the booth. Hiyori and Kuro step away for some strategy and wonder if Yutaka himself has realizes that he likes Sumiki. They wonder the same about Sumiki but realize that there's probably not a single thought in her head. They take it upon them to protect this budding love, no matter what it takes. That plan falls apart fast because Mirai is too focused on helping Kuro and keeps the topic going. That gets Sumiki excited and she starts listing her type, except she has 4 types instead of 1. Someone who smells good, is not a germaphobe, understands personal space, and can brush really well. Hiyori and Kura basically celebrate on the spot because to them, Yutaka checks every box. Yutaka, on the other hand, immediately gets nervous and pale because he thinks he is not good enough at scratching or brushing. Sumiki clears that up and tells him he is fine, she just likes it a little stronger, and Hiyori and Kura pretty much melt because he sounds perfect for her. Then Miri asks about physical strength, and Sumiki shrugs it off, saying whoever is stronger and she does not care about gender expectations. Hiyori and Kura praise that answer too, but when they look at Yutaka, he seems a little bothered by it. Once they realize he's probably thinking he wants to be stronger so he can protect Sumiki if she ever needs help, they completely lose it over how sweet he is. When everyone leaves and says goodbye, Sumiki stops and gives Yutaka a goodbye sniff, and this one is way more obvious than usual because she does it longer and right in front of everyone. Yutaka is surprised, but she casually says bye and go away. After the girls split off from Yutaka, Kura asks Sumiki about it, since she does not usually do that in public. Sumiki just says it felt right, and besides, he smelled good, then leaves the group with that little bombshell. Sumiki is super excited with all the cleaning games she is playing and winning. Yutaka, of course, is impressed to see how much fun she is having with cleaning. The school year is almost over, and because Kiki High has so many facilities, the whole last day before the ceremony is spent cleaning. Bunny Boy visions Yutaka thinking about their juniors looking up to him in the next semester, but the invisible boy shuts that down, reminding him that Yutaka is different. On the other hand, Sumiki confesses that the pile of dirty things is the stash she just dug up because it was buried like a treasure. Mirai scolds her, but Sumiki just returns to her cleaning game, trying to convince everyone that it will be fun. Yutaka watches everything with a pensive look, but when others notice, she cheers up to not ruin the mood for everyone else. He convinces himself that he needs to have fun like Sumiki. Then Roman and Kiba stop by their class to let everyone know the dirt mounds around the school need to be filled in, since they are not being used anymore. Sumiki volunteers for the job, but everyone knows she probably made those mounds in the first place. Every other boy tries to control himself as Yutaka also volunteers. That job ends up going to Tsumiki and Yutaka. The two of them head out and joke around while working, with Tsumiki trying to turn the whole thing into a game like always, and Yutaka watching her like she is the sun. After a while, they come across a really familiar hole covered by a boulder, and Yutaka realizes it looks like the same one from their fitness test. Tsumiki starts filling it up, saying that she needs to change her napping location to stay hidden. She even starts racing him to see who can fill in more dirt, but Yutaka suddenly freezes because memories of that moment keep coming back to him. Yutaka finally admits that he cannot do it because he is too sad about everything ending. He admits that he wanted to look forward to being a second year, but the sadness just keeps winning. Tsumiki tells him she is sad too, even if she is happily winning the cleaning games. She is trying to have fun while thinking about those memories, so she can have something to look forward to in the new school year. Yutaka realizes that it was not just him feeling sad, and Tsumiki agrees, saying that they synced up. That helps him feel a little better. Then she casually tells him that this is not actually the same hole from the fitness test, and that one is the next one over. She is not filling that one in because it is her favorite. On the way home, they chat about how the day went, but it starts to feel like both of them are trying to say something bigger. They decide to say it at the same time, and both blurt out that they should go somewhere during spring break, which makes Tsumiki really happy. They start talking about making plans with their friends, but before the moment passes, they both speak up at the same time again and say maybe it could be just the two of them sometimes. That catches both of them off guard, and while Tsumiki shows her excitement openly, Yutaka is just as excited on the inside. The school year is almost over, and the closing ceremony marks the end of one chapter before April brings a whole new start. Miri is clearly not handling that change very well though, and she is pretty nervous about everything shifting so suddenly. Still, she does not get much time to sit in that feeling because spring break is right around the corner, and the whole friend group wants to make plans. In the end, the pool cleaner crew decides on a riverside barbecue, with Yuna, Yutaka's older sister, coming along as the chaperone since she booked this place on the wrong date. Once everyone starts hanging out and having fun, Miri overhears Korra talking about being scared they might all end up in different classes. That hits Miri hard, and she starts worrying about being separated from Kito. Then she looks over and sees him acting totally relaxed like nothing is wrong, which just makes her more frustrated. Moreover, she is also not happy about his behavior on the morning of the ceremony, when he just showed her cat pictures. She herself could not figure out anything else to say but is frustrated that he did not say anything. Tsumiki tries to get her to relax by the fire and states about how he loves the yummy sounds of meat sizzling and oil popping like fire sparks. After playing a bunch when they realize they are running low on drinks, Miri jumps at the chance to help. Kito decides to accompany her, and that only makes things messier for her emotionally because he is still so calm and casual while she is wound up. Watching this exchange, Yutaka wonders what's going on, making his sister think that her brother is oblivious and has got too much to learn. While they are out getting supplies, Kito keeps trying little invisible jokes to lighten the mood, but every single one just annoys Miri more because she reads it as him not taking things seriously. She knows that being funny is one of his best traits, but she just can't bring herself to laugh today. Then on the way back, one of his jokes finally pushes her over the edge, and she snaps at him. She tells him it feels like she is the only one who actually cared about the time they spent together. Kito cuts in right away and tells her that is not true at all. He says he enjoyed it too, and even if they end up in different classes, he is still going to come see her. After that, they take the scenic route back, and Kito's way of looking at things finally helps Miri calm down. She relaxes enough to smile, and Kito quietly admits that the whole reason he was acting so easygoing all day was to help her worry less. That of course makes Miri super flustered, and she hides her face. Kito insists looking at her face since it took him so long to make her smile, but one look at her makes him go quiet. Miri thinks it is cheating that only he can see her face. On their return, the boys notice that Kito is being uncharacteristically quiet. He says he is just a little maxed out right now. Tsumiki goes to get her hair done by the very chaotic dog-like barber Moko Shiramini, but she says she just wants her usual look. Even so, she slips up a little by mentioning she has plans the next day, and she is reading a fashion magazine instead of one about food for once. Moko immediately knows something is up and calls her out. Tsumiki admits she is hanging out with Yutaka, and it is the first time he has asked her to hang out one-on-one, so she wants it to be extra special. She insists it is not a date, but Moko is absolutely not buying that, so she gives Tsumiki a shinier, extra polished version of her usual hairstyle. Tsumiki absolutely loves it and keeps staring at herself as Moko continues her chattering. Afterward, Tsumiki asks how to do the style herself, and Moko happily shows her. Later, at the mall's clothing store, Itsuki helps Tsumiki shop for outfits for the hangout. Tsumiki tries on a bunch of different clothes and keeps asking which one looks cutest, but Itsuki says they all look good, which only makes it harder for Tsumiki to choose. Itsuki even points out that Tsumiki normally never overthinks clothes this much. Tsumiki agrees and grabs something off the racks to take home. Back home, Tsumiki is still stuck, staring at a fluffy outfit and not knowing what to do. Itsuki reminds her that she bought the dress with something special in mind, even if it is now rotting in her closet. This makes her remember Yutaka complimenting her in a maid outfit before, and just thinking about that makes her blush. A text from Yutaka confirming their plans helps a little, and she finally feels a bit more confident, even if she is still spinning around nervously about the outfit. Itsuki thinks it's too bad that Yutaka is not here to see this. The next day, Yutaka is waiting for her, and as usual, he gets there early. He starts overthinking everything about their zoo hangout and gets in his own head about what might happen. His worries make him second-guess everything. But the second he sees Tsupeki in the outfit she picked, all that stress disappears. The words fly in his head, and the only thing he can manage to say is cute. That makes Tsumiki really happy because she agrees. She grabs his sleeve and the two of them head into the zoo together, both excited for the day. The scene picks up with Yutaka and Tsumiki starting their zoo day at the zoo, and their first stop is the flamingos, where they even take a picture together. Yutaka is already feeling overwhelmed in the best way because it is so much one-on-one time with Tsumiki, but he wants to enjoy it fully since this is their last time hanging out before they become second years. The thought of ending up in different classes keeps creeping into his head too, especially when he knows that Tsumiki would be adored by both the upper and under classes. Before he can spiral too much, zoo staff stop them to mark Tsumiki as mythfolk and go over the safety rules. Yutaka feels a little uneasy because it seems kind of insensitive, but Tsumiki is actually thrilled, especially when the warning label about strength uses a wolf, which makes her feel proud. As they keep going through the zoo, from pandas to monkeys to hippos, Tsumiki basically treats it like she is competing with every animal to prove she is better. Then they get to the lion exhibit, and since the lion is called the king of beasts, everybody kind of wonders what she will do. Tsumiki suddenly turns and roars at Yutaka instead, but instead of being scared, he just gets flustered, which makes her the embarrassed one this time and leaves her questioning how effective her roar even is. Later, after grabbing food, they head to the petting zoo to see the guinea pigs. Yutaka starts petting them but notices Tsumiki is hanging back. After he encourages her a little, she joins in and actually enjoys it. Still, petting the guinea pigs makes her kind of restless, and she ends up leaning against Yutaka, half joking and half jealous because she wants some attention too. The others around them think this couple's a national treasure. Once they finish seeing everything, they get ready to leave, but Tsumiki spots Yutaka's map and gets excited because she made one too. Just like at the amusement park, she planned out the day to get the best experience. She also mentions that her parents only let her go because she told them she was going with someone she really cares about. Yutaka notices she ranked the petting area as a C and thinks that means she did not like it. But Tsumiki explains it is only because of her strength. Even if she can control it, she does not really enjoy that kind of thing when people might get nervous about her touching stuff. Then she sees that Yutaka ranked it as an A, smiles, and heads off toward the souvenirs. On the train ride home, Tsumiki gets sleepy and starts nodding off. To keep her from bumping into people, Yutaka grabs her and lets her rest her head on his shoulder, and she falls asleep there peacefully. At one point, she realizes what she is leaning on, smiles, and keeps sleeping anyway. When it is finally her stop, she gets off and gives him a cheerful goodbye until school starts again. Yutaka, completely full of emotions, suddenly jumps off the train before the doors close so he can properly say goodbye too and tell her how much he enjoyed the day. Tsumiki gets a little embarrassed and laughs at him for doing that, but she still stays there with him until the next train comes. When it arrives, Yutaka starts to say goodbye again, but Tsumiki cuts him off by grabbing his hand and sniffing behind his ear one more time. Then she smiles, wishes him well, and the train doors finally close. It is the start of a new school year, and everyone is checking the class lists to see where they got placed. Yutaka is super nervous about it, as much as that he is still standing on the school gates, scared that going in would make it official. Even after looking up ways to calm himself down and looking totally suspicious to other students, he is still convinced he is going to end up alone without his friends. It's weird that he came to this school to change himself, but the said change scares him so much. He finally gets ready to face it, and then of course Tsumiki shows up out of nowhere. She's actually here to fetch him because she could smell him all morning, but he never showed up. Yutaka tries mentioning their time over the break, but even talking to her feels harder than usual today because he is so anxious and secretly hoping they end up in the same class. She asks if he has seen the class assignments yet, and when he says no, she decides not to just tell him. Instead, she gives him a full custom tour. First stop is Class 2-3, where Mirei, Roman, Kido, and Mitsuki are all hanging out. Yutaka starts getting ready to accept that this is his class, but Tsumiki quickly tells him this is not the one. He gets a little dramatic saying goodbye to Kido and Mitsuki already. Matsuki tries to flirt with Roman and completely crashes and burns because Roman cannot stand him, because she does not even know him. The Jatamani boy happily introduces himself, but Kido informs him no one asked. Then they move on to Class 2-2, where Kiba, Kura, and Hiyori are. The room has a super active, sporty vibe, so Yutaka starts mentally preparing himself to keep up. But once again, Tsumiki tells him he is not assigned there. The class is already hyped up for the sports festival, with Kiba testing everyone's strength. Kura looks like she is suffering from all the energy, while everyone else seems eager to test their strength, including Tsumiki of course. After that, Yutaka and Tsumiki say their goodbyes and keep moving. By this point, Tsumiki's little tour actually helps Yutaka a lot. He realizes he does not really have to lose his friends just because they are in different rooms, since he can still visit them anytime. It makes him happy that he can actually look forward to walking down the hallway. Tsumiki happily agrees with him. Then they finally get to class 2-1, and right away they spot Senga and Michi going at it like usual, about friends and stuff. Tsumiki and Yutaka don't even bat an eye at their shenanigans. A second later, Tomo pops in through the window too, which basically confirms his class is going to be chaotic in the best way as Tomiki shows him to his seat. Yutaka already knows this is his class, but he is still nervous because he does not know if Tomiki is in it too. Before he can even ask, she walks over and sits down in the seat right next to his. She confirms that they are in the same class, and just like that, all his stress disappears, and he can finally smile. Senga points out that Yutaka looks like a balloon that just popped. Sitting there together, both of them admit it feels really nice to be in the same class again. After the introductions, the teacher starts assigning class committee roles. When the topic of class president comes up, the whole class thinks Tsumiki would be perfect for it. However, she wants to join the sports committee instead. Yutaka is impressed and asks the others what they want to do. Michi just wants to stick with her usual newspaper club, while Senga does not want to get paired with a girl because he thinks that trope is a trap. In short, bro has trauma. On the other hand, Yutaka has no idea what he wants to do, so Senga advises him not to be a doormat. Yutaka cannot help thinking of an excuse to spend more time with Tsumiki. Tsumiki easily becomes the girls' sports committee representative, but there are a bunch of guys competing for the boys' spot. Senga, Michi, and even Tsumiki are surprised to see Yutaka raise his hand for the sports committee. There are just too many boys who want to join, so the Golem boy suggests a fitness test to decide. However, the other boys refuse this method because they think it is biased. As they argue over how to choose, Yutaka notices the Golem boy glancing toward him. During gym class, Michi is grunting because her partner Tsumiki is too strong. Tomo notices that the boys' side is as quiet as the grave because the endurance run will decide the remaining sports committee member, so the boys are saving their energy, and some are not even moving. Among them is the Golem boy, who has been on the rugby team since his first year, so his chances of winning are pretty high. Michi cannot help cheering for Yutaka. Senga helps Yutaka practice, but then the Golem boy approaches them and declares that he is throwing away everything just to be on the sports committee. He is also the founder of Tsumiki's fan club, so he is the real deal. The Golem boy acknowledges Yutaka's bond with Tsumiki, but he says she is not Yutaka's priority and that he is not even trying to win. Moreover, he thinks Tsumiki deserves a man who is strong because she is strong herself. As the teacher calls for them, Senga tries to cheer Yutaka up, but the guy is already feeling down. As the race starts, Senga comments that the Golem boy is in the lead while the others are trying to catch up to him. Everyone can see that things are looking bleak for Yutaka. During the last lap, the Golem boy tells Yutaka to give up because he is too exhausted. Yutaka knows he is in bad shape, but he wants that connection with Tsumiki and does not want to see anyone else beside her. He knows his reason is selfish, but he still does not want to give up. Tsumiki cheers for him, and Yutaka manages to win the race by a mere inch. While Senga and Michi celebrate for him, Yutaka is in no condition to be happy. Even the Golem boy admits that he cannot beat love. Yutaka tries to catch his breath, but Tsumiki approaches him with a towel and praises him for his achievement, which completely takes his breath away. Yutaka admits that his reason was selfish, but she points out that he tried his hardest, so Yutaka thanks her. With that, she snatches the towel away and heads straight to the classroom to write Yutaka's name beside hers. Riding in a limo, Kojo, a were-tiger, is eager for her high school life to begin. At the entrance ceremony, Tsumiki and Yutaka talk about how Michi managed to get put in charge of writing the article on the ceremony for the news club. As soon as the first-year representative is announced, Michi vanishes to take photos. Then, a bunch of people step onto the stage, which makes the students wonder which one of them is actually the representative. It turns out Kojo is the daughter of an elite family, and that is why she has so many helpers with her. She steps forward and delivers her speech like she is speaking from a throne. Even though her wording sounds narcissistic, her intentions are good, so everyone applauds her bold speech. Once the ceremony is over, Akko pulls out a flyer to recruit more students for the student council. Raisin thinks they do not need new members, but everyone agrees that is only because he is working himself to death. Tsumiki sniffs around and announces that the poster is already working. In the next second, Kojo barges in like she owns the place and declares that she is going to join the student council. Akko pulls out an application form, but Kojo has already signed herself up with crushing confidence. She also mentions that she enrolled there because her favorite shoujo manga takes place in a student council. Akko is impressed that she is trying to find her soulmate, but Kojo thinks that is an innocent thing for a succubus to say. Raisin points out that they do not allow unnecessary personal items, but she insists that her manga is extremely necessary. She is disappointed by the third-year students, so she turns to the second years and asks about their romantic experiences. Tsumiki declares that she has a special someone, while Yutaka says he is trying to find himself. Kojo pities the little babies, which leaves them all dejected. Kojo is a were-tiger, a classification that borders on beast folk, and they are almost entirely tiger-like in nature. That is the information Yutaka receives after being asked to show her around while checking the equipment. Yutaka takes the job very seriously, but Kojo seems fascinated by a simple rock and says they need to put it to good use. Yutaka is about to answer when he notices a bunch of her attendants standing by on standby. He tells Kojo that they are staring at them, but she says she has gotten used to it. Yutaka realizes that it must be normal for her, and they head off to check the showers. Unexpectedly, Kojo stands under the running shower to confirm there are no issues. Yutaka recalls that tigers like water, but Kojo's attendants rush in as if she is drowning. Kojo snaps at them that she has a towel in her bag and rushes off to get it. The attendants are about to follow her, but Yutaka stops them and tells them they should trust her a little more. He explains that Kojo might want something different in high school since it is a fresh start, and she already has people to rely on. The attendants understand and decide to wait at the front gate after leaving a paper with Yutaka. As soon as they leave, Yutaka suddenly finds himself pinned against the wall by Kojo. She explains that she has been protected all her life, but she wants to change because she relies on her attendants too much. So she thanks him for his sincere words. Yutaka is baffled, and she explains that she is doing this kabadan as a reward. However, once she realizes the position they are in, she blushes and runs away after handing him something. Yutaka worries about the condition of the wall, then looks at what she left in his hand and finds an invoice for repairs. Meanwhile, Kojo realizes she needs a little more practice to get used to kabadan in real life. Yutaka returns to the student council room where Tsumiki gives him a sniff and pouts. Then she starts rubbing her head against him to mark her territory. Yutaka asks Ryzen for help, but the president senses trouble right away after witnessing the whole scene. Kojo walks through the school hallway like a queen, narrating her own introduction. However, she does not like what she sees in the student council room. Kojo finds the situation tepid, so everyone offers different beverages. However, it turns out she is not talking about the drinks at all. Based on what she knows from shoujo manga, she believes the three people in front of her are tangled in a love triangle. Still, she listens closely when Tsumiki confirms that she went to the zoo with Yutaka. Kojo cannot understand why they went together if they are not a couple. She finds Yutaka timid and notices that Akko did not even get a little jealous. Kojo cannot stand how unconcerned the three of them are about their romance. Ryzen enters the room and starts talking about the sports festival. As everyone gives their suggestions, Kojo proposes a three-legged race. Ryzen wants to test the difficulty level and other details, so Kojo decides they should be the ones to try it. Everyone agrees and decides to meet on the track after changing. Tsumiki is excited about the activity, but Kojo sighs at her nonchalant attitude. She explains that this event appears in almost every shoujo manga because it sparks intimacy. She bluntly says that they will do this activity with Yutaka to see who can make his heart race the fastest. She wants it to be a competition and declares that she will be the one to win. Tsumiki takes the bait and challenges Kojo. On the other hand, the oblivious Yutaka is simply determined to do his best. As Yutaka and Kojo tie their feet together, Akko frets about the challenge ahead. Tsumiki, however, wonders how they can measure his heart pounding and decide a winner. Akko doubts Kojo can handle it since she has never dated anyone, but then they watch her try a bunch of things all at once. Akko is impressed, but Tsumiki points out that Kojo just tripped and is now frozen. Unfortunately, Kojo is still very innocent. The next contender is Akko, who is completely fired up. Kojo is also eager to observe the romantic skills of a succubus. Akko is determined to prove that she is the perfect woman and a proper succubus, so she gives Yutaka a free pass to touch her, but Kojo disqualifies her on the spot. Kojo tries once again, but Yutaka's charm with an added filter makes her forfeit. The last challenger is Tsumiki, who makes Yutaka's heart race without even doing anything, so she focuses on winning the three-legged race instead, which leaves Yutaka exhausted in the process. Kojo calls her out for it, but Tsumiki points out that his heart is racing right now. Kojo says that is only because he is human and declares herself the winner. Yutaka finds the experiment really hard for some reason. He notices some props and starts checking whether they can use them in the sports festival. Tsumiki praises his dedication, both now and earlier during the whole experiment. Yutaka admits that he got a little excited because he made so many amazing memories at past sports festivals. So he wants to make this year's festival special for everyone else too. Tsumiki smiles at him, but then she notices a pile of items about to fall on him. She rushes to save him, slips, and the two of them land on the mattress in a very compromising position. Yutaka notices that their noses are touching and starts spiraling, but it turns out Tsumiki has already vanished. Akko and Kojo enter the storeroom to check if everything is alright, but they find Yutaka flushed over the fact that their noses touched. Kojo assumes they kissed and comments that Tsumiki is surprisingly devious, realizing that all her prodding was completely unnecessary. Later, Kojo reports to Ryzen that Tsumiki came out victorious. Yutaka dreams about Tsumiki being close to him, and ends up falling out of bed. Even his sister is getting annoyed by his behavior now because he has fallen out of bed 3 nights in a row. Yutaka apologizes because he knows he needs to get over it. After their noses touched, he did not get to see Tsumiki because she only texted him before the weekend. Yutaka knows he is the only one acting weird since he is sure Tsumiki will be the same as always. He does not want to be the one making things awkward, so he decides to act normal around her. Tsumiki keeps circling outside the classroom and greets every person who passes by. Yutaka thinks she is just in a mood and acts normal around her. However, Tsumiki's reply is bland compared to how she usually acts, so Yutaka starts feeling down. Thankfully, she follows him as they sit at their seats, so Yutaka starts a conversation about the sports festival. Tsumiki stands there, stares at him, and tells him to keep talking. Yutaka gets flustered because she is too close and starts thinking she is mad at him. However, when he asks, she responds with a cute blush. Singo and Michi watch the exchange and find it very cute. Later, the girls are having lunch on the rooftop when the conversation shifts to romance shows where people accidentally kiss. As Tsumiki spills her drink, the girls think she got flustered by the topic. However, Tsumiki does not want to be called a baby by a certain Kojo, so she corrects them and says she has experience with kissing herself. The girls are shocked and ask who the other person was. Tsumiki almost says Yutaka's name, then quickly clarifies that it was an accident. The whole group can tell the other person was Yutaka, so they corner him and scold him for moving too fast. Yutaka has no idea what is going on, and Kito is about to explain, but the Oni boy does not want to open that Pandora's box. During garden cleanup duty, Yutaka still seems worried, so Senga offers to listen as a friend. Yutaka explains the whole situation and says he thinks Tsumiki is mad at him. When Michi asks what happened, he tells them their noses touched recently. Michi instantly assumes they kissed, but Yutaka tries to explain that nothing like that happened. However, Michi tells him that for werewolves, touching nose to nose is exactly the same as a human kiss, which means Yutaka accidentally kissed her. Yutaka freezes on the spot, so Senga takes his broom, and Michi tells him that Tsumiki is by the vending machines. Yutaka bolts, but Senga is weirded out that Michi somehow knew her exact location. Tsumiki is grabbing a drink when Yutaka rushes over and bows in apology. She assumes he wants the drink, but Yutaka keeps bowing while explaining that he had no idea what nose-to-nose contact means for werewolves. He apologizes deeply for acting like nothing happened when it was something so special. He knows being embarrassed does not make it okay to treat her like that. Tsumiki is surprised that Yutaka was embarrassed, and when he confirms it, she smiles and forgives him. She tells him she was not mad about their noses touching because she did not mind that part at all. As she urges him to head back to class, Yutaka slowly starts to understand what her words really mean. In the newspaper club, Michi starts interviewing Yutaka about the kiss, but Senga points out that it feels more like an interrogation. However, Yutaka pleads guilty, starts confessing his wrongdoings, and says that Tsumiki implied she is mad about something else. Yutaka decides to keep the part about her not minding the kiss concealed. Next, Michi asks how he is going to take responsibility for this. She knows it is none of her business, but she just cannot accept that someone kissed her favorite mythfolk. Yutaka admits that Tsumiki has taught him a lot about werewolves, but there is still a lot he does not know, so he wants to get to know her better. He wants Michi to teach him communication skills, and she agrees because she does not want Yutaka to brush something like that under the rug again. She is totally mad at him, and Senga is enjoying the scene like it is some drama. With Michi's advice in hand, Yutaka finds Tsumiki looking at the cherry trees. Senga and Michi urge him to make his move, so Yutaka approaches her and asks about her usual breakfast like an actual interview. Tsumiki replies casually, which makes their friends realize that they still have a long way to go. Fortunately, Yutaka realizes his mistake and starts with another question, but Tsumiki cuts him off, laughing at the wind. Yutaka worries that asking her questions might take her smile away, so he does not ask anything. Now Yutaka is feeling dejected because he did not manage to ask her a single thing today. He decides to ask her tomorrow, but then he finds her lying under a cherry tree. She easily spots him and tells him that this spot is the best in the whole school. Yutaka decides to join her with the intention of asking her questions, but it suddenly starts raining. The two find shelter, but Yutaka knows that she would rather be in the rain since she likes getting wet. She agrees, but gets a little embarrassed. They start talking about cherry blossoms, and Tsumiki shares the memory of the first time she saw them. She called them weak, but big, pretty, and cool. Then she cried her eyes out when the rain hit them. Since then, she has liked cherry trees, so she spends way too much time looking for a perfect spot. Even though she knew it was going to rain today, she cared too much about the blossoms to mind. When Yutaka is mesmerized by her laughter, she tells him to go ahead and ask his questions. She figured he wanted to ask something because she knows Yutaka always pauses for a second when something is on his mind, before coming over to her. Yutaka admits that he wanted to get to know her better today. He wanted to ask her many things, but he kept stopping himself because he was scared of change. He shares that he had a childhood friend who was struggling with something but never told Yutaka, and that asking only hurt him more, so things got worse. Yutaka still thinks it would have been better for his friend if he had not said anything. However, Tsumiki points out that this has never happened to them before. Since they met, things have never changed for the worse. She assures him that she will tell him if she does not like something, so he can ask her anything. Yutaka appreciates it and starts a flood of questions, and Tsumiki answers everything. He realizes that the tense air from a moment ago is gone, so he asks even more and reminds her about how she got embarrassed because her nail grew out. Tsumiki is still embarrassed about that, so she tells him to forget it, which makes Yutaka think that questioning is so hard. Kojo confronts Akko about the plans because she is being made to help with her own welcome party. Akko asks her to pick her favorite candy, but Kojo refuses to be treated like a baby. They are currently waiting for Yutaka since Tsumiki could not come today. Kojo realizes she would be a hindrance because this is the perfect chance for Akko to spend some alone time with Yutaka. Kojo tells her to press the attack since Tsumiki and Yutaka have already shared a kiss. Akko freaks out and says she does not want to face reality because it is too dirty. Kojo points out that a kiss should be trivial for a succubus, but Akko is too innocent. Kojo finds that concerning because she wants them to settle their love triangle by giving it their all. So she baits Akko by saying that she is not a perfect woman because she is not experienced in matters of the heart. The two start throwing shade at each other, and Akko finally decides to show her skills. She meets up with Yutaka and tells him that it is just the two of them today. She starts seeing Yutaka through her own romantic filter, even though he is acting the same as usual. Kojo decides to support Akko from the shadows, but it turns out the tail is being tailed by her own staff. They head to the supermarket to get things for the party. Akko cannot believe she is shopping with her soulmate, so she decides to make the most of this opportunity. Kojo has everything covered as she gives Akko her first mission. Akko thinks it is a bold move, but the tiger's taunts fire her up. Kojo wants to see some succubus action, but Akko is having trouble even with a simple touch. Yutaka turns around and she ends up touching his cheek, which makes her heart flutter instead. Akko keeps trying again and again, but her charms work on every other man except Yutaka. On top of that, Akko gets distracted by the shopping, but somehow that makes the mood between them better. Kojo thinks they need to strike while the iron is hot, so she gives Akko more missions. They end up at a cafe, which makes Akko think this mission is actually kind of cute. However, Kojo is fully prepared and tells Akko to share some of Yutaka's drink for an indirect kiss. Akko gets pushed by the thought of Tsumiki's kiss and tries to ask Yutaka, but he beats her to it and asks if she would like some of his drink. Akko swoons, while Kojo comments to herself that Yutaka is the boldest of them all. But it turns out Yutaka only brought out a spare spoon, though the gesture alone still makes Akko's heart flutter. Kojo does not understand how something so small is enough to satisfy Akko, while Yutaka stays completely unmoved. In the end, she admits that love is anything but simple. As Akko says goodbye and leaves, she realizes that she failed every single mission. She feels like she wasted an opportunity with her soulmate, but she hopes he at least had fun today. At that moment, Yuikaka turns back and tells her that he had fun today. But since it was the first time they ever hung out together, it felt weird to say it. He admits that she was cool the whole day and is about to leave when Akko agrees that she had fun too. Yutaka is glad and finally takes his leave. When Kojo approaches her, Akko thanks her because without her, she never would have known that Yutaka could smile like that. In the end, Kojo teases her for failing all her missions today. Akko is daydreaming about Yutaka when Raizen calls her out for thinking about her crush. Apparently, he can tell because he has been reading Kojo's manga, and in his experience, anyone staring out a window is usually thinking about romance. He is actually there to talk about the student council president elections since they are already in their third year and will soon be busy with entrance exams. Akko understands but then asks if there is a manga where someone's crush suddenly starts looking different. Raisin tells her she should probably see an eye doctor instead. Sumiki is relaxing in her class when Akko invites her to sit on the staircase like they used to in junior high. Once they sit down, Akko declares war and says she is going to seriously chase Yutaka from now on. Up until now, she has not made a move, but since she is finally going to, she feels like she should tell Tsumiki fair and square. On the other hand, Akko expects Tsumiki to take it as a challenge, but unexpectedly, Tsumiki says she will also figure out what matters to her. Akko is surprised because she expected a much more aggressive response. Then Tsumiki casually accepts the challenge by sitting on Yutaka's lap. Akko gets completely mesmerized watching Yutaka study because he looks so cool. She sets up a study session with him, but her nerves are all over the place. She does not want to waste the chance, so she asks about his favorite and least favorite subjects. She instantly realizes she asked the wrong thing, but Yutaka answers anyway and says his favorite is math, while his least favorite is modern literature, because they always overanalyze what the author is trying to say. Akko laughs because those choices fit him perfectly, and the lighter mood helps her relax enough to keep the conversation going. Yutaka tells Akko that people admire her because she is open and always acts like herself. However, Akko says it was not always like that, and she used to worry a lot about what people thought of her. Back in junior high, even something as simple as putting on lip balm made people act like she was being naughty, and they also assumed she had no real problems in life. Of course, Akko had problems just like everyone else. She could not understand what was so flirty about lip balm or what was wrong with her skirt size and hair. When she was at her lowest, Tsumiki barged into her space and started talking about her digging hobbies. Akko was surprised that Tsumiki did not care what people said about her, because she was already comfortable with herself. Tsumiki dug because it was part of her werewolf nature, and that helped Akko realize that being a succubus was part of who she was too. Thanks to Tsumiki, she realized she wanted to love that part of herself as well. Akko then notices she has been talking about herself a lot, which was not part of the plan. However, Yutaka tells her it is cool that she is being honest about who she is. He says it must have been hard, but she still moved forward and became the person she is today. Yutaka adds that he feels like Ako has always been true to herself. Ako also remembers that Yutaka is the kind of person who goes around helping people and always reaches out first. He was the only one who really saw her from the beginning, and not just because he is her soulmate, but because he is genuinely that kind of person. Once again, Ako realizes she is completely in love with him. Later, she smiles at a text from Yutaka while listening to everyone talk about the summer festival, and it makes her determined to enjoy her last year of high school. Meanwhile, Tsumiki keeps looking at the picture they took at the zoo and feels conflicted about everything. Tsumiki invites Yutaka to her house over the weekend for her little sister Natsuki's birthday party because Natsuki wants him there. Yutaka agrees and Tsumiki gets excited about the plan right away. Senga says someone's proximity meter is broken, and when Yutaka agrees that he is surprised too, Senga says he is talking about both of them. Senga declares that Yutaka visited Tsumiki's house after all that nose-kiss drama and even walked Ako home after school, so he is officially a certified playboy now. Yutaka explains that they were just studying in the library, but Senga points out that he was studying alone with a girl who was not even in their grade. He advises Yutaka to set some boundaries because he doubts even Yutaka would be okay with everything. Yutaka starts stressing and realizes he does not even know Tsumiki's birthday, which makes Senga look at him like he committed a serious crime. As soon as Yutaka enters the cave, the kids jump on him and start sniffing him. Yutaka keeps thinking about setting boundaries, but he also wants to ask about Tsumiki's birthday. Even then, he worries that asking now might be too late. The birthday girl Natsuki is confident in her strength now that she is 10, so she races Tsumiki and loses because Tsumiki shows no mercy, even to the birthday girl. Yutaka tries to join them, but he gets exhausted almost immediately, which is exactly what everyone expected. Their mom arrives with cakes and chicken, and the kids get so excited that they all rush toward her. Yutaka steps forward to introduce himself, but their mom already knows who he is and greets him warmly. During the introductions, she notices how tired Yutaka looks and suggests he take a break and eat some snacks, saying there is no problem that meat cannot solve. After they eat, they pull out a photo album, and Tsumiki proudly shows off her childhood achievements. Her mom is surprised that Tsumiki brought out the album, and Tsumiki explains that Yutaka wants to get to know her better. As they keep looking through it, her mom pulls out her favorite photo and embarrasses Tsumiki because it is from the time she got second place. Her mom admits that the photo is very special to her. Later, Yutaka helps wash the dishes, and he talks with Tsumiki's mom about that favorite photo. She explains that Tsumiki is always cheerful and heals quickly, so she cries less as she gets older. But whenever her mom looks at that photo, it comforts her because it reminds her that even Tsumiki can cry. She knows that just because Tsumiki does not show it does not mean things have not been hard for her. That is why she is glad Yutaka is there for her at school, especially because she knows he was the one who gave Tsumiki a bandage when she got hurt. Yutaka tells her that Tsumiki always makes it easier for him to get closer to her, and that is why he can. She has been like that since the day they met, so he believes it is his turn now. When Tsumiki wakes up from her nap, Yutaka asks if he can celebrate her birthday with her this year. Still half asleep, she tells him it is October 10th and says she cannot wait. She wants to walk him home, but Yutaka thanks her and leaves. However, when he reaches the entrance of the cave, he notices the storm and sees a wolf entering. Both of them are shocked when they see each other. Tsumiki purrs and starts getting ready to catch up to Yutaka, since she can hear the rain outside and knows the storm is getting closer. On the other hand, the wolf sees Yutaka and starts panicking over the fact that Tsumiki invited the boy over a second time, which probably means she trusts him. Yutaka explains that he came to see a good friend and greets him. The wolf admits that it took him too long to sort out his feelings and introduces himself as Tsumiki's dad. While Yutaka is shocked, her dad struggles to figure out how to act around his daughter's male friend. Yutaka realizes that Tsumiki's dad reacted badly, so he decides to leave right away, but the heavy storm outside stops him in his tracks. Tsumiki also arrives and tells him to stay the night since it is not safe to go out right now. The kids are happy to see their dad and Yutaka come back, but Yutaka apologizes for imposing on them. Tsumiki's dad assures him that he can relax and think of them as family, but he bites his tongue halfway through because he is still not ready. As Yutaka is invited inside, he starts worrying about staying over, especially after Senga warned him about normal boundaries. As they celebrate the birthday, Yutaka realizes that he is stepping into their family space because they clearly plan to celebrate Natsuki's birthday as a family dinner tonight. His only option feels like becoming invisible, but he ends up in the spotlight when Natsuki brings out his gift and everyone finds the snacks he brought delicious. Tsumiki's dad's ears droop even more as he thanks Yutaka, so Yutaka cannot help but apologize again. When it is time for the family photo, Yutaka offers to take it, but then he accidentally calls Tsumiki's father dad. Tsumiki notices that Yutaka and her dad are similar, while her mother comments that they have similar taste. Tsumiki brings out a change of clothes for him and shows him all the bathroom products. She even gives him her own scrubber before leaving. Yutaka is grateful because staying gross and sweaty around other people would be awkward. A second later, Tsumiki barges in to tell him that everyone is going to sleep in the living room to make it feel like a field trip. And then she asks for his help with homework in her room after he finishes his bath. Yutaka agrees and she finally leaves, only to barge back in again to explain how the lock works. Sumiki's mother notices that she is in a good mood, but Sumiki says it is only because they have a guest and it is fun. When she opens her room, she finds it messy and asks her mom to help her clean it. Later, Tsumiki invites Yutaka into her cleaned-up room and leaves to take a bath herself. She takes her time in the bath, and when she comes back, she finds that Yuikaka has already fallen asleep. Sumiki laughs and warns that him being this defenseless could make someone want to hunt him. She tries to move him so she can take him to the living room, but they end up hugging in the process. Sumiki notices that they smell the same because of the bathroom products, and his calm heartbeat makes her feel drowsy. However, Yutaka wakes up shortly afterward, so she plays it cool and explains that she was going to carry him to his bed since he passed out. Sumiki points him toward the living room and closes the door, telling herself to calm down. The next morning, Yutaka thanks everyone for their hospitality as they see him off outside. Even Sumiki's father asks him to visit again when the weather is nice, and the two share an awkward moment. Sumiki also comes to greet him, and the two of them get fidgety, which makes everyone notice the strange atmosphere. On the way back, Yutaka hopes he kept a normal distance, but remembering that moment with Sumiki makes his heart race. Sumiki's siblings notice her sulking and point out that she should have just walked him home. It is already May, so preparations for the sports festival are at their peak. The cheer squad is all fired up, but one of their members is missing. They start getting worried because Kojo is never late, but then she suddenly shows up with Yutaka with her. Everyone agrees that he is good at explaining things, so they should use him, but Ako stops everything and asks Kojo for a private word. She corners Kojo for letting Yutaka see their less-than-perfect practice, but Kojo, as always, calls her romantically inexperienced for thinking like that. Kojo insists that Ako is like a heroine, whose efforts usually go unnoticed by the person she likes. If Yutaka gets to see those efforts, then their bond should grow stronger. With that bait, Kojo kicks off the operation to charm Yutaka. Ako agrees that she needs to charm him if she wants him to fall for her. Once that is settled, Kojo walks into the room and pulls out their cheer uniforms. While Yutaka waits outside, Sumiki and Ako try on their cheerleading uniforms. Kojo's next move is to invite Yutaka in, but Ako is way too embarrassed to face him. The girls remind her that it is basically the same as their normal uniform, and she cannot be blushing if she wants to make art. Finally, Tsumiki grabs her and drags her straight to Yutaka to ask which one looks better. Yutaka honestly shares his thoughts and says Tsumiki's uniform looks cool while Ako's looks cute. The compliment makes Ako swoon, but Tsumiki sulks and walks away. Yutaka has no idea what he did wrong, so he decides to check on her. But Tsumiki suddenly comes back wearing a different uniform and asks for his opinion again. This time, Yutaka says they are both cute, which makes Tsumiki smile and gets her ready for cheerleading. The whole cheer squad gets fired up for practice. Ako keeps reminding herself that she has to be beyond perfect if she wants to steal Yutaka's heart. She tries to charm him, but then realizes she jumped straight into full succubus mode. Ako apologizes and starts over, but now she cannot dance properly. She gets really down on herself because she is not acting like her usual perfect self. When Yutaka steps out for a bit, Ako realizes she has never really impressed him before. She cannot understand why she always turns into such a mess around him. Tsumiki tries to cheer her up by doing Ako's signature pose and telling her to try again. Even Kojo joins in and says Ako does not need to be perfect right away because what really matters is sincere effort. With everyone encouraging her, Ako finally gets back on her feet and tries again. She thinks it is unfair that she embarrassed herself in front of Kojo and Yutaka, and even her rival is cheering her on. She knows she should probably be upset about that, but she is actually having fun, and little by little she starts getting the dance right. The others tell her that Yutaka is already back. He apologizes for not saying anything earlier, but Ako gathers her courage and asks what he thinks of the dance. Yutaka gives it first place, which makes all the girls happy. Then Tamo says they should practice again, and everyone groans because their celebration gets cut short. Kura groans about spending her weekend at school just because she signed up for the red team's cheer squad. However, Tsumiki is completely fired up and decides to invite Kiba too since she is also on the squad. But Kura tries to stop her. The two of them end up near the basketball court where Hiyori is practicing for her match. Kura smiles when she sees her and wishes they could have been on the same cheer squad together. Later that day, Hiyori's coach tells her to use her wings to her advantage in the game, since using her strength is not cheating, and humans do the same thing. He brings up their most recent scrimmage, but Hiyori thinks they still would not have won even if she used her wings because they had two defenders on her the whole time. She usually keeps her wings folded so she does not bother anyone. Besides, she did not choose basketball because she can fly. Still, she knows they lost because she missed the final shot. As she is about to enter the club room, she overhears others saying they could have won if she had just flown. Hiyori leaves without saying anything and walks away, determined to win the next match. Kura later finds Hiyori practicing and the two start chatting about their day. Then they notice some kids whining because their ball is stuck in a tree. Kuro takes Hiyori's basketball while Hiyori flies up, grabs the ball from the tree, and hands it back to the kids. The kids are amazed by her wings, so Hiyori shows off a little more before they leave. Hiyori thanks Kura for holding the ball, but Kura notices something feels off. Hiyori tries to brush it off, but Kura does not buy it, so Hiyori admits she does not want to talk about this kind of thing with her. Kura gets offended because it sounds like Hiyori is saying she should just ignore her friend's problems. Hiyori explains that it is a team issue, so talking about it with Kura will not fix anything. But Kura still says she wants to be there for her. The argument keeps building until Kura storms off angry. The kids point out that they fight like little kids, while Hiyori worries about the mess between them. Kura later confesses to the group that she lost her temper and is now hiding because everything feels awkward. The others suggest she should still support Hiyori, but Kura thinks it will not change anything because in the end, it is Hiyori's own hard work that matters. However, the match is not going well for Hiyori at first. Kura sees her apologizing again and thinks Hiyori says sorry way too much when she gets down. Hiyori used to look so happy when talking about basketball, so Kura starts wondering why it is hurting her so much now. She also wonders if she made things worse, and that pushes her to cheer for Hiyori so she does not lose. Hiyori hears their cheering, gets encouraged, and ends up winning the match with a final field goal. Later, she thanks everyone, including Kura, for cheering her on. Kura, speaking with a sore throat, tells her she has been shouting and practicing for hours. Kura is back to groaning like usual when Hiyori comes to find her during her 5-minute break. Seeing how dedicated Hiyori is gives Kura the courage to give her own practice everything she has too. During the yellow team's flag-making session, Miri is efficient, perfect, and cute while giving her pep talk. As everyone starts sharing ideas, Miri says she wants to make something wonderful together with everyone. On the other hand, she starts wondering if it is normal for the word love to come up so often in everyday conversation, because for Roman and Kito, it seems completely routine. While she is thinking about that, Kito suggests they go buy paints together, saying he loved the walk they took when they went to get drinks during spring break. Miri blushes, even though she knows Kito throws that word around all the time. Lately, he has also been getting harder for her to understand. The others notice her expression and start swooning. Miri gets anxious about arriving late, but everyone is relaxed about it, even though most of the work is already done. She decides to handle the cleanup, but the others offer to help, which makes her realize that this is her precious chance to work together with them. However, each day, Miri keeps arriving late to the activity and promises herself she will be more efficient the next day. On her way there, she sees everyone painting the flag and having fun, including Kito, but she still ends up leaving. Kito notices that Miri is missing, so Roman explains that she is really busy with class stuff, but still makes time to help with cleanup at the end. Tsumiki comments that Miri seemed really excited about being on the flag team, and Kito agrees. The next day, Miri rushes over and finds only Kito there, which makes her heart flutter. He tells her that everyone else had to leave early today. Miri sees that the flag is already finished and praises everyone for their hard work. However, Kito hands her a coat and drapes a plastic sheet over the flag where their class number should go. They still need to paint that part, and Kito tells her they did not want to finish it without her. Miri gets emotional and starts painting while thinking about how Kito notices everything about her and how that makes her feel surrounded by warmth and kindness. Even though he often confuses and puzzles her, she still loves him so much that she gets carried away by her excitement. Once they finish, Kito invites her to sit down and wipes paint off her face while talking about her wild side, admitting that he loves that part of her too. Mayuri blushes, while Kito splashes water over his invisible head because it is hot and says she was trying to see his face by leaning in so close. Mayuri does not like the way he phrases it, but she still blushes because she can never say any of this to his face. As she leaves to clean up, Kito comments that they are cutting it way too close. Tsumiki and Yutaka are officially assigned as sports committee members, as the long-awaited sports festival gets closer. It is a big event, so Yutaka wants to make it count. Tsumiki takes his badge and decides to put it on for him, saying it feels like she is giving him a trophy since he won the committee spot and made her happy. Yutaka feels a rush of emotions he has not been able to control since staying at her house. Tsumiki has always been open with him, but now it feels like he does not understand her anymore. While they gather materials, Tsumiki tells him to let her carry everything since she has super strength. However, Yutaka wants her to let him carry some of it because he feels uncomfortable otherwise. Tsumiki notices other students showing off in front of their partners and says she actually likes carrying everything on her own. They need to tie the tent strings, so Yutaka is about to look for a stool, but Tsumiki says they do not need one and squats down under him to give him a shoulder ride. Yutaka immediately refuses, saying he would rather be the one giving the shoulder ride than receiving it. However, he quickly realizes that giving one is not any better because the issue is not who is doing it, but the fact that they are doing it at all. He keeps telling himself he is just a stool. But Tsumiki makes it even harder when she asks if she is too heavy since he is human and she would not know unless he tells her. Even so, they finish the whole task in that position, despite there being a ladder right next to them. After they finish, they look over the completed stalls. They notice that one tent is way fancier than the others, and the logo shows that it belongs to Kojo. She greets them and proudly introduces her luxury stall. The canines get excited over the menu, but Yutaka notices the bow in her hand and offers to help. Kojo looks a little embarrassed, but this is the first big event since she enrolled at the school, so she is really excited. After helping set up the bow on her tent, Yutaka says Kojo looked nervous and excited, and it reminded him of his first sports festival at the school. He says he understands how she feels because high school life is full of hope and uncertainty. As he talks about their shared memories, Tsumiki says she should be the one thanking Yutaka, since he helped make all those great memories with her. Yutaka admits he never thought about it that way, and says she keeps doing so much for him. Tsumiki looks confused because she feels like she has not done anything, but Yutaka thinks otherwise. He realizes he still has not given her anything in return, but he hopes they can make this a great sports festival. Tsumiki is surprised, and Yutaka starts spiraling in his usual way, which makes Tsumiki laugh and cheer him up. He admits that his feelings are a mess, but Tsumiki tells him he is just being true to himself. The sports festival finally begins with Raizen's speech, and everyone is full of energy, ready to make it a memory that lasts. The Ani boy gets fired up after popping a balloon from the opposing team and tells Yutaka that he is going to show Tsumiki how cool he is and earn cheers from every other girl too. However, he immediately starts yelling when he realizes all the girls are cheering for Senga instead. Yutaka tells him not to push himself too hard, but Senga says he is doing this for his friend. The golem boy gives Yutaka some pointers and even shows a little concern for him. But that annoys Senga because the golem is trying to act all friendly with his friend. At the same time, the golem boy is secretly mad that Yutaka is getting so much attention, so he quickly clarifies that the girls are not cheering for Yutaka. Somehow, Yutaka still manages to win the game for the blue team. Next, it is the girls' turn and Tomoe starts planning their strategy. Even though the rules say they have to pop balloons using the proper sticks, she still tells the girls to call for her if they need her silk. She tries to convince them that winning comes first, but she does not have to say much because Tsumiki is already completely on board with the winning part. When the girls' teams enter the field for the cavalry battle, the boys start cheering like crazy because the top 3 beauties are all in one place. Meanwhile, Senga brags that he knows exactly where Yutaka is while the others do not. Yutaka meanwhile finds Kojo working as a referee because the teacher was called away at the last minute. Kojo admits she has always wanted to try something like this. She quietly adds that she wants to experience everything she can since this might be her last sports festival. As the match starts, Kojo gets excited and jumps around while the action unfolds. Roman's balloon gets shredded in one clean swoop, and Kojo is thrilled. Yutaka tells her that Kiba is powering up with seawater right now, but Kura is clearly not enjoying any of this. Then they look over at Tsumiki's team and realize she is surrounded. Most of the teams have decided to target her first before they lose their numbers advantage. Tomoe looks around and decides to use some silk, but Tsumiki tells everyone to break through while she pops a few balloons. Tomoe is not on board at first because she thinks Tsumiki is being too considerate of her feelings. But Tsumiki bluntly says she is just trying to win, like that should be obvious. Tomoe then realizes Tsumiki already knew she was not comfortable using her silk and calls her weird for not making a big deal out of it. As everyone starts worrying about Kiba's strength, Tomoe puts on her glove and asks for 2 minutes. Near the end of the match, Kiba rushes towards Tsumiki's team, excited to secure the win. Instead, they run straight into a web and everyone is shocked. Tomoe says it is too late now as she traps all of them at once. The boys are stunned that she even caught Kiba. Kojo worries that Tsumiki will have to step into the web to break the opponent's balloon. But Yutaka tells her not to worry because webs are never enough to stop Tsumiki. Tsumiki pops Kiba's balloon and the blue team wins. Kiba complains to Tomoe for using the web, but the blue team celebrates anyway. Tsumiki notices and asks Tomoe if she is okay with using her silk, and Tomoe says it was only for today. Later, Tomoe scolds Tsumiki for tearing through her strong, beautiful silk so roughly, but Tsumiki takes it like she is being praised for being awesome. Kojo is impressed by the sports festival so far with all the fun events. She has transferred schools countless times, but this sports festival feels unlike any she has ever seen. Since she has some free time, she decides to join a random group, but they offer her a seat instead, saying the ground does not match her rich, elegant vibe. They even start moving around for her sake, so she slips away with an excuse. Kojo feels down because this part of her life never seems to change, and she starts thinking it may be the reason she can never build real friendships, let alone romance. Suddenly, someone approaches her in a very suspicious way to tell her they are partners in the next race. Kojo jumps back in surprise, but she recognizes the girl as someone who is often absent from school and kind of a mystery. The girl introduces herself as Etsuki Ogami, and Kojo realizes she is the younger sister of a certain Tsumiki. Ako walks up to Yutaka to give him some honey lemons she made, but then she notices Tsumiki circling around him. Yutaka explains that Tsumiki's little sister started school this year, and Tsumiki is worried because she is about to compete next. Tsumiki says Etsuki wanted to try school even though she hates being outside, but she has been skipping a lot since the school year started. Yutaka says he had no idea because Itsuki made Tsumiki promise not to tell him, and she almost slipped up when he visited their house the other day. Akao is shocked to hear that Yutaka visited her place, but Tsumiki keeps talking about her sister. Kojo wonders if Itsuki is going to be okay because she seems extremely sensitive to noise and has been acting strangely. The obstacle course is a 3-legged race, so Kojo gets even more concerned. The race was originally meant to be a romantic event, but Raisin completely missed the point and added it to the sports festival instead. As the participants line up, Itsuki gathers her courage. The moment the race starts, she takes off at full speed. Kojo tries to stop her, but she keeps going and ends up dropping the ball. Even with all the cheering around them, the two somehow make it to the net crawl. Just when Kojo thinks they can make up for lost time, Itsuki starts whining because the net is touching her ears and tail. She is especially sensitive in those areas, and her ears are the worst because one is human, which makes the werewolf ear even more sensitive. As the other teams move ahead, Kojo realizes it will be hard to catch up now, so she decides to focus on reaching the goal at the very least. She lifts the net and tells Itsuki to take her time. Itsuki still insists on pushing through, but Kojo points out that some things are beyond their control because they are myth folk. For them, some problems simply cannot be fixed. However, Itsuki says she wants to change. She hates the outside because it is loud and makes her dizzy, but some people told her she might come to love it. So now she wants to see what they love out there, and she wants to share the parts she ends up loving too. She says she just felt like things might finally be different if she won. Kojo does not really understand how winning would help with that, but now she is fired up too and wants to claim their prize. The two grab each other's hands and burst forward with worst tiger and werewolf speed. As they run, Kojo starts thinking about how a single victory can change a person. She cannot deny that she wants to see if things might change for her too. They win first place, and Sumiki and Akko run over to praise them. Itsuki opens up a little and celebrates with Kojo by giving her a fist bump. Meanwhile, Kojo's father is on his way to the school because he has had enough of her rebellious phase. During lunch break, Akko invites Yutaka to eat with her, but Sumiki grabs her and rushes ahead like she is automatically invited too. Yutaka tries to stop her, but she says they need to hurry even if the food is not going anywhere. She already has everything mapped out, and their first stop is Kojo's stall. The Oni boy cannot believe Yutaka is hogging both Sumiki and Akko. Kojo's stall is packed, so the group starts worrying that they might run out of food. However, Kojo assures them that all these people are not gathered for the stall but for her dad. As expected, Akko knows he is a huge business icon and constantly trending. He even published a book, and of course she already has it. Yutaka never knew those details, but now it finally starts to sink in just how prestigious the Kojo family really is. Kojo wants to go greet him, but Kojo's father shuts that idea down. However, he excuses himself and walks over to their group instead. He thanks them for looking after his daughter and says he already knows about them. Still, he comments that it must be hard on the students that the school is opening itself to the general public despite having so many mythfolk students. He says the school's motives are painfully obvious and it leaves a foul taste in his mouth. Kojo tries to speak in the school's favor, but her father cuts her off and says that a paradise built on pretense is nothing more than a fantasy. He believes prolonged exposure will only poison her, and that is why he set the time limit. Kojo yells at him and runs off, and her father remarks that even her manners are rebellious now. Yutaka asks what this time limit means, and the man explains that their agreement was for Kojo to attend this school for only 1 year. Kojo feels dejected, so Akko tries to cheer her up. Kojo admits she never thought her father would actually come since he is always busy. She still has the ball roll and the cheer battle ahead, so she says she cannot disappoint him. Akko reminds her that effort matters more than being perfect, and encourages her to show her father what she can do. Yutaka and Sumiki end up in an awkward situation when their sports committee duties place them right next to Kojo's father. Yutaka has a lot of questions, but he thinks it would be improper to ask about a family matter. However, Sumiki directly asks the man why he hates their school so much. He does not mind and answers that this school only deals in half measures. He admits that humans and mythfolk working together to build a shared world is admirable, but noble ideas alone are not enough. While he believes compromise is important, he also thinks it is cruel to give people hope built on half measures. Sumiki points out that Kojo still chose this school, and Yutaka adds that Kojo never does anything halfway. He says she is having so much fun even right now. In the middle of the race, Kojo falls and instantly apologizes, but one of her teammates tells another teammate to control his strength better and help her up. Kojo assures everyone that she only tripped and that nobody is to blame. As she goes back to the race with her team, her father leaves, saying he should never have allowed her to come here. After Kojo finishes the race, her father tells her they are leaving because they agreed she could only attend this school for 1 year if it proved useful. Now he says he should have known better. Kojo's guards flood the whole school, so Akko gets worried and asks if something happened to her. Sumiki and Yutaka explain that Kojo's dad is trying to take her home, so she is currently hiding. Yutaka wants to find her before the staff does because the sports festival is not over yet, and they still need her for the cheer battle. Sumiki decides to track her down with her werewolf nose, but then her equally werewolf stomach starts growling. Kojo ran into the school building without thinking, and now she is trapped with no way to get back to the sports festival. Every entrance is guarded, and there is no way she can jump from the 4th floor. It is obvious that her father is determined to leave with her today. Kojo was sure she had finally found the school life she always dreamed of, so she cannot understand why it has to be this hard. On her very first day of grade school, Kojo was nervous, but a few encouraging words from her mother made her excited to make friends and find her prince. She clearly grew up surrounded by warmth. The staff was always kind to her, and her were-tiger parents always gave her gentle affection. But at school, the other kids whispered that she was a show-off, and she could hear every word. During gym class, she used too much strength and broke the equipment, but her staff immediately stepped in and paid for it. A girl came over to ask if her hand was okay, but when Kojo showed her hand, the girl got scared and ran away. On the way home, Kojo asked her father if she was really that strange since everything felt different at school and she had scared everyone. However, her father gently told her that everyone has a different idea of what normal is, so she was not strange at all. He also believed she had nothing to learn from a place like that, so Kojo had a goodbye party the very next day. She saw so many names on the farewell gift even though she had barely spoken to most of them. That made her wonder if changing schools again was really the right answer when she had not even gotten to know any of them. From then on, she decided to try harder to talk to her classmates the next time. She kept making an effort so people would see her for who she was instead of just her influential family name and her weretiger side, and she kept doing that all the way into junior high. She also learned to hide things from her staff because a single negative report to her father could get her transferred all over again. She always told them everything was the same as usual, but that changed after one simple detour to a bookstore. When she discovered shoujo manga, she decided she would change her own normal. Even though people were easily scared of her because she was a weretiger and treated her carefully because of her family name, she could not make herself give up. Her father decided to transfer her again, but Kojo declared that this time she would choose the school herself so things could finally be different. She chose Keiki High to experience the school life she had always wanted and begged her father to let her go. Her father thought about it and agreed on one condition. She truly believed that was the moment her life was finally going to change. Right now, she is hiding in the student council room. Meanwhile, everyone is worried about the missing members of the Blue Cheer Squad, but Tomo is not worried at all because she already got help. As Tsumiki and Akko race to find Kojo, the cheer battle gets closer every minute. Just when it starts to feel like all hope is gone, 4 unexpected saviors show up to save the day. About 30 minutes earlier, Tomo hears about the situation from Yutaka. He notices the cheer battle is about to begin and asks if they can maybe start halfway through, but Tomo already has a better plan. The Ani boy and Kito do not mind helping, and they even ask Senga to join too. Senga flatly says he is only helping because Yutaka is in trouble. Yutaka thanks him, and that instantly puts Senga in a better mood. Kito asks Yutaka what the plan is because he says he is running out of tricks, but Yutaka hypes him up by reminding him that he is the king of tricks. Still, when Yutaka watches his friends trying to handle cheerleading, he realizes they might actually be in serious trouble. Tsumiki and Akko finally find Kojo, but the weretiger tells them to go back to the cheer battle without her. Both of them refuse and say Kojo is coming too. Kojo explains that it is better if she stays hidden because she does not want to cause any more trouble. However, Akko says she does not care about any of that because she just wants to do the cheer battle with Kojo like they practiced, and without her, it will not be perfect. Akko asks why Kojo is spending her 1 year at Keiki High helping with other people's love lives. She tells Kojo to say what she really wants to them herself because they are her friends. Tsumiki tells her to move already, and Kojo finally steps out of hiding. Now their problem is getting to the stage because the whole area is packed with guards. Tsumiki confidently says the cheer squad already has that covered. Tomo gets the signal and starts spinning silk. The audience finally realizes something strange is happening, but Tomo reassures Yutaka and the others that they can handle it from here. Then Tsumiki slides into the field with Akko and Kojo right behind her. Everyone turns to look at them and Tsumiki gets even more excited hearing all the cheering and shocked voices. With perfect timing, the three land in the middle of the field and stun the entire crowd. Then they join Tomoe and begin their routine with Akko leading the call. Their cheer performance looks more like an idol group concert than a school event, and it completely takes the pressure off the boys. Yutaka quietly slips away and walks around the field until he finds Kojo's father. He is about to speak, but the man says first that this school is truly strange. He points out that they opened the event to the public, yet they seem poorly prepared to supervise so many myth folk properly. He also says they are far too willing to indulge personal whims. Then, unexpectedly, he calls off the guards. Yutaka asks if he is sure, and Kojo's father says it has been years since he last saw Kojo look like that. She is his precious daughter, and her expression told him everything he needed to know. As he walks away, the announcement says the blue team has finished its performance, and Yutaka smiles. Senga teases him about whether he is going to keep the outfit on, and Yutaka immediately refuses. Michi praises the blue team while taking their group photo. As everyone talks about the cheer battle, Kojo feels the need to thank her team and says she will never forget their performance together, which makes everyone pull her into a hug. Kibo and Roman join them for another group picture, but Yutaka is missing because he is off changing clothes. Kiboan talks about how Yutaka asked them for help, while Kibo and Roman admit they helped with dancing and makeup. When Michi shows them the boys' performance, Tomo and Tsumiki agree that Yutaka was the secret MVP. Tsumiki keeps pulling up her pants while they take pictures, because she feels awkward about showing her belly button. Tomo wonders if that is a werewolf thing, so Michi explains that showing the stomach is a sign of trust, which might make it a sensitive area for Tsumiki. Michi also mentions that she already deleted every photo that could have looked inappropriate. Yutaka is on his way back to the field when Tsumiki jumps him with a surprise attack. He asks if she is not going to change, but she says she just came to say hi and starts rubbing his head. Yutaka pulls away because he is sweaty, but Tsumaki looks kind of drained. When he asks what is wrong, she tells him she is smell sick. She says she is going to take a quick hole break, but Yutaka reminds her to move the boulder before jumping into a hole. When her condition gets worse, he suggests going to the school nurse. The nurse tells them this is pretty normal and says Tsumaki should rest for a while. Yutaka asks if Tsumaki clinging to him is also a symptom of smell sickness. The nurse says it is the first time she has seen that and gives Tsumaki some special fragrances to reset her sensitive nose, but Tsumaki clearly does not like them. The nurse has to leave, so she asks Yutaka to stay with Tsumaki and keep an eye on her, and she tells Tsumaki to lie down. Yutaka gets dragged behind the curtain too, which makes him panic a little. However, Tsumiki's next move is to hug him tightly, which proves her strength is doing just fine. He struggles, but she still pulls him onto the bed and starts sniffing him. Yutaka starts spiraling, but Tsumaki squeezes him and asks him to stay like that. He cannot really argue, and he tells himself she needs to rest, so he should just stay quiet. Then the results are announced and the blue team gets first place in cheering. Tsumaki thanks Yutaka for buying them time, but he says it was a team effort since she was the one who found Kojo. Tsumaki says she is happy their second sports festival has gone so well, and tells him she can hear everyone outside still having fun. After sniffing him a little more, Tsumaki suddenly sits up and starts blushing like crazy. Yutaka asks if she is okay, but she hides under the covers and tells him not to let her sniff him. She says he smelled way too good and asks why he smells like that when he is all sweaty. Yutaka points out that she is the one who started sniffing him, but she immediately denies it like it did not just happen a second ago. Tsumaki praises Miki's effort in putting together this year's sports festival article, but Senga says he is not happy at all. The two girls assume he is sulking because he did not get a picture, but Senga reveals that he is actually upset because Yutaka finally showed his true colors at the sports festival. The girls still do not get it, so he explains that Yutaka only picked him as cheer backup because of his alluring vampire scent. Senga feels pretty down because his only friend treated him like a tool and used him to charm people. Tsumaki tells him to just ask Yutaka why he picked him, but Senga says he does not want to be that kind of guy. Both girls immediately say he is always that kind of guy, which makes him smile proudly. In the end, Tsumaki suggests they study together since there are only 3 days left until midterms. The group ends up at Senga's house for their study session. Their brilliant plan is to sneak in a question for Yutaka while everyone is asking test questions, but Senga acts like he is above those kinds of tricks. Yutaka looks at how neatly the shoes are arranged and admits that he is kind of excited to study at a friend's house. Then he realizes how that sounds and quickly tells Tsumaki that visiting her den was nice too. Michi asks Senga if he still doubts Yutaka after hearing that, but Senga says that was just candy, meaning Yutaka is only throwing out a friend card to make it up to him. So Senga is still annoyed at Yutaka for trying that trick. As soon as Tsumaki enters the room, she starts sniffing around. Senga gets uncomfortable, but the other two think it is cute. Senga calmly says he has nothing to hide, but then he immediately shuts his closet and uses his charms to insist that he really has nothing to hide. Yutaka decides to pretend he did not notice. Michi guesses he is hiding dirty manga, while Tsumaki guesses snacks. Even while they are studying, Senga finds everything awkward because just a moment ago everyone was chatting, and now the only sounds are pencil scratching and one certain person eating snacks. He decides to get some fresh air and leaves the room. Yutaka takes that as a chance to take a break too and goes after him. Michi hopes they can talk things out, while Tsumaki quietly wonders about something. Senga heads to a vending machine even though he is craving blood. Yutaka finds him there and comments on his choice of drink, which makes Senga's mood even worse. Still, Senga explains that other vampires live around there, so the drinks contain iron, but humans can drink them too. Once Yutaka gets his drink, they both start talking at the same time, so they use rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. Senga asks how things are going with Tsumaki, and when Yutaka starts blurting things out, he asks if the topic is off limits. Yutaka explains that being around Tsumaki makes him feel tangled up and stuck inside. However, he still does not understand what those feelings mean. Senga realizes that Yutaka is in love, but it does not seem like the thought has even crossed Yutaka's mind yet, let alone fully sunk in. Then it is Yutaka's turn, and he thanks Senga for helping at the sports festival. Senga takes his drink and says he is glad he could be useful to his friend and that he cannot blame Yutaka for choosing someone who can charm people and all that. However, Yutaka clarifies that when he realized he needed help, he thought of his friends first. That is the only reason he asked Senga. Just as Yutaka starts spiraling, Senga tells him to keep the drink to make things fair. When they return to the room, Tsumaki suggests they all watch the dance together. It turns out the girls are super excited to see their performance, and studying is completely forgotten. The group notices the time and rushes out of Senga's house. After seeing them off, Senga goes back to his room and sarcastically thanks them for the mess they left behind. Then he looks at his closet, where he keeps his stash of board games, and decides he will invite them over again next time.